What's up, ladies and gentlemen? This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. This is the Stock Market Live with Let Cash Accumulate Over Days. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Good morning. Good morning. Today is Tuesday, May 10th, 9:23 a.m. We got about and 7 minutes before pre-market. 7 minutes before the market open. We in 7 minutes until the market opens here, ladies and gentlemen. 7 minutes. It's pre-market right now. It's 9:23 a.m. Today is Tuesday, May 10th. Again, good morning. Early break gets the worm. Live coverage from the stock and crypto market. Live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good morning. So it looks like we have might be possibly a winner on our hands. We're gonna see here at the opening. The lows right now are selling me about 30 on Upstart. They got clapped, man. They got clapped. They got about a 50% correction. They're down half of their stock. Um, yeah. We replaced this. We replaced this play with this gain here with we had Nvidia puts about five of them. We were kind of far out the money. We had a client actually that was a client's play. They ended up losing it. So long story short, business happened. That play is no longer for that client. The client is no longer with us, and so we took that profit, right, and we threw it here. Um, so right now we're gonna see where they open up at, you guys. We're gonna live stream this play here, so you guys can learn something and earn something. Um, but mainly so you guys can learn something here. So this is a good example of you guys can learn something today. You can make money either direction of the market, up or down. You want to catch it, whatever direction it is. This was an earnings play. Um, they're down 55% here in the pre-market, you guys. They closed yesterday at about $76. We caught it right before close. It was an earnings play. Boom. Bada bing, bada bam. We here now today. We're going to see where they're paying out here in 5 minutes. Um, and yeah, it's going to be a teaching play here today. But yeah, we got the market out really in the green. They recovered overnight here. Not too much, but a small bounce. Basically off the ground from yesterday. Bitcoin's green here. You got Ethereum even being green. The whole crypto market is looking good, and then in the pre-market, the futures are green here. So we're gonna see how things open up. We're gonna see where the VIX is at, and things like that. So we're gonna get the truth here in a moment, about 4 minutes. But that's just where we're at here today. A lot of Fed speakers. Well, I was gonna show you, but I don't know. This my something wrong with the. Excuse me right now for the time being. Apologize for the inconvenience. I just remembered something has been wrong with my photos. It's been actually trying to make me force quit, so I have no idea what's going on with that. But I'll show you guys when it all gets fixed, basically, and we can go from there with that. We can go from there. But yeah, my photos are not working, so I've just been force closing it. It's not responding, but I'll show you guys the Fed speakers that were speaking when that refreshes or whatever. So yeah, it's a lot of Fed speakers today. As far as the economic data, there's really nothing. Tomorrow we got CPI, but today there's really nothing on the calendar, you guys, that I see that stands out that needed to be told that you already don't know. So. But yeah, the market is super green here. Definitely recovered from yesterday's losses a little bit, but not fully recovered here. We're still in a bear market. Pay attention to your surroundings. So we're gonna definitely see how this thing opened up here. It might be one of these situations, we want to just book at open here, considering we're way through break even, or we might be in a situation where we can hold for extra profit here. I don't know. We're gonna see here shortly. We're gonna find out. But good morning, good morning. I hope you had a good night last night. I hope you have a good day today, and may the trading guys be with you all. All right. So we got headlines rolling through. Stock futures rise after S&P 500 closes at lowest since September of 2021. That's true. So the market is futures are in the green here. Looks like they're going to open up pretty much green. And yeah, we're about to open up in 2 minutes, you guys. 2 minutes. Like I said, I'm probably going to just close out of this thing instantly. Seeing the market is this green. Upstart slashes forecast. They're down a lot. Just keep in mind that you don't know how low they want to go. This could be their bottom, and if it isn't, who cares? I mean, you've obviously won tremendously big here. Price won't be what it opened at in 1 minute. So we're about to find out the truth here about them. We are. See where everybody else is at here. So Amazon's up about 50. So they're taking real strong heat of that bounce now. That bounce is something serious here in the green market like this. You know, shout out to the Maverick. Market about to open any moment now. We don't have anything going on pre-market, so let's see where things be. Ding, 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 ding. Market is open, you guys. That first number is there. Yeah, it's there. I think we're going to go ahead and just exit this, you guys. I'm not saying to my likeliness to really hold. I'm going to give it 1 minute. I'm going to give them 60 seconds. They got 60 seconds to make a decision, and I'll make mine, and we can work off of that. I think they're going to try to open up a little to the upside here, considering the market is seriously green here. The market is open, though, you guys. Things are open. They're trimming here. But they did pay out so far, and I can show you guys. You guys a little update here. So they are trying to figure things out here. That first candle, didn't really tell too much. Now the SPY, on the other hand, that is going up here. But other things are kind of stuck and pivoted. So you know what? Let's refresh it here 1 second. Things look stuck here, not seeing anything really move yet. The market is open though. A little strange action right now. Strange action, Jackson, Paction. So we got straight green candles at the opening so far. This seems like a position where they want you to kind of get out. Some stock, it already put the volatility sign up. Some stock exchanges, not Robinhood, have temporarily halted trading of Upstart. Oh, they halted the trading? Oh, you guys, they halted it. They halted Upstart, you guys. Wow. They halted Upstart. So this is what they put up. Wow, I'm going to show you guys the play. This thing got halted, you guys. Robinhood already put the sign up. So what do should I take it? It says some stock exchanges, not Robinhood, have temporarily halted. Oh, not Robinhood, have temporarily halted trading of Upstart. So some brokerages already halted it. So I'm gonna just go ahead and book. I see what's going on. Because when it unhalts, you don't know which way they're gonna take it. So they basically just trying to force me to book profits here, you guys. And you see that 800 total of 804%, 820%, and we're just gonna go ahead and take that. Maybe we should set a limit. I don't know. Maybe they thought it might get you or something. 32. But Upstart is halted, you guys. This is the first time I've been in a halt in a while, really. I think since like back when GME got halted. That was crazy. Now Upstart is halted. So it looks like we got to put a limit order, you guys. just so you know the possibility of the payout will be a little decent. Um, but damn, that's crazy. They're definitely halted. It's just sitting right there. Okay, that's crazy, you guys. They halted the equity. But like I said, I think for the most part they're gonna let me get it. They just want me to take the offer. Um, but the chart is not moving, you guys. The chart is literally not moving. That thing is halted. I mean, it's like stuck, you guys. So this is wild. Um, I mean, they can't do that, obviously. I think they just want me to take the number that's on the board. I guess I'll take it. Let's see. I'm trying to at least, get a decent um, amount, I guess. I don't know how this halting situation works. I know they'll unhalt it. Robinhood said they didn't halt it. It's just other brokerages account. So they maybe they're looking at it to see if it's transactional. Basically, a lot of people probably bought more than one. So yeah, they're not letting me get filled on that, you guys, at all. But the order is there in this place, so it's pending. Um, but yeah, they're not letting nobody get that. They halted it, you guys. And I guess we just gotta wait to the unhalt, because when it unhalt, you don't know. Like it could be a situation where this thing be already at $10, $20, or it could unhalt and be right back at 40, maybe 50. So we're gonna see here. We're gonna see here about the halt situation. It just didn't probably make sense to them. They were going down so much. The market is actually green here. The market is open to you guys. The Nasdaq's up about 2% right now. 2.59 to be exact. The Dow's up about 1.44. The S&P 500 is up to about 1.78. So, oh, no, they unhalted it. You guys, it's moving. It's moving. Okay. All right. It's unhalted. It's moving. You guys see it. So, yeah, you guys, this is a great example of what just happened here. Things, sometimes things get halted, and, this type of stuff happens. It's the nature of the business. Um, you got to just wait. Basically, there's nothing you can do about it. But it was halted, meaning that they froze it. Then they had to review it upstart because they were down so badly, almost on 60% here. So it looks like they're trying to save them now. You see, they're taking profit away from me. It took about $400 away. I'm still up about 683%, 693%. So I think now, since they did all of that, definitely gonna wait and see what they got going on. I've never been in a halt situation, so this is a good play that everybody can watch and learn from here. So it looks like Upstart, they're trying to find some green for these guys here, but it looks very, very weak here, you guys. So I know with a halt, you gotta like be fair. You can't just halt and then go up. That's not fair, like So just wait, you guys. Have some patience. At this point, you did it. You did enough. The market is kind of in your favor with that play, so just relax, enjoy the day. Check out the overall other market here is what I'm going to do right now so far, but we are going to keep that play pulled up and keep a close eye on it because we will be exiting it shortly here. We're not going to hold too long. We know greed is a scary thing. It can take over you, and you can miss some things, some good things. So we're not gonna do that. But it looks like, yeah, for the most part, you guys, um, the market is green here so far. A lot of green actually. Amazon's back up at 2,200. Things are trying to fight its way up. Some stocks are, just still a little crippled. They're just showing green today. But for the majority of it, for the most part, it is green. Green is green, they say. So Ethereum's up here in the green. And this was due for a bounce. It was a slight bounce. It was a slight bounce. So Upstart is here. They're starting out here, trying to start back. I don't know what they're doing. I'm looking at the chart on Robinhood. At least it looks, different um, than the actual chart here. We'll see what they do, but Yeah, never been in a halt situation, you guys. This is the first time ever LCAOD has been in a halt situation and participating here live with it, showing you guys, so you guys can know what to do in a halt situation if you ever run across one. But basically, just wait, be patient. Let them figure it out. Um, that's really all you can do. But be humble, be grateful of what happened. It becomes like if your halt ends up being like this situation. But to each his own here right now. I just don't understand, why they would be able to halt, they'd be able to take some free profit away from me because, that's usually not the case. They're just probably trying to figure it out. So that's what I'm saying. Is you got to be patient, you guys. Give it some time here. It's only been about 9 minutes. The market has been open. So yeah, we just paying attention to charts and numbers here today, you guys. That's really it. I don't see any briefings, nothing like that in that nature going on. Oh, we do have a live briefing. We do. Go back. I saw it. Ah, freak, it went away. Let's go back to the home page. Okay, we do have a live briefing, you guys, and this is actually moving the market here. So let's see. It just started 7 minutes ago, you guys. Let's tune into this. This is very important here. Charts and numbers, you guys. Charts and numbers.
Assessment of worldwide threats to U.S. national security.
And you know what? We're going to go ahead and close the position here. We're going to close the position here. We're not going to even be greedy at these levels, at this rate. We're going to close the position in about 5 minutes. We're going to give them another 5 minutes here. It's just considering it just got unhalted.
Assessment focuses, much like last year's assessment, on adversaries and competitors, critical transnational threats and conflicts and instability. And these categories often overlap. Cybercrime, for example, is a transnational threat while also being a threat that emanates from state actors. One of the key challenges of this era is assessing how various threats and trends are likely to intersect so as to identify where their interactions may result in fundamentally greater risk to our interests than one might otherwise expect, or where they introduce new opportunities. And this year's annual threat assessment highlights some of these connections as it provides the IC's baseline of the most pressing threats to U.S. national security. The assessment starts with threats from key state actors, beginning with the People's Republic of China, which remains an unparalleled priority for the intelligence community, and then turns to Russia, Iran, and North Korea. All four governments have demonstrated the capability and intent to promote their interests in ways that cut against U.S. and allied interests. The PRC is coming ever closer to being a peer competitor in areas of relevance to national security, is pushing to revise global norms and institutions to its advantage, and is challenging the United States in multiple arenas, economically, militarily, and technologically. China is especially effective at bringing together a coordinated whole-of-government approach to demonstrate its strength and to compel neighbors to acquiesce to its preferences, including its territorial and maritime claims and assertions of sovereignty over Taiwan. And a key area of focus for the IC is President Xi Jinping's determination to force unification with Taiwan on Beijing's terms. China would prefer coerced unification that avoids armed conflict, and it has been stepping up diplomatic, economic, and military pressure on the island for years to isolate it and weaken confidence in its democratically elected leaders. And at the same time, Beijing is prepared to use military force if it decides this is necessary. The PRC is also engaged in the largest ever nuclear force expansion and arsenal diversification in its history, is working to match or exceed U.S. capabilities in space, and presents the broadest, most active, and persistent cyber espionage threat to U.S. government and private sector networks. And Russia, of course, also remains a critical priority and is a significant focus right now in light of President Putin's tragic invasion of Ukraine in February, which has produced a shock to the geopolitical order with implications for the future that we are only beginning to understand, but are sure to be consequential. And the IC, as you know, provided warning of President Putin's plans, but this is a case where I think all of us wish we had been wrong. Russia's failure to rapidly seize Kyiv and overwhelm Ukrainian forces has deprived Moscow of the quick military victory that it had originally expected would prevent the United States and NATO from being able to provide meaningful military aid to Ukraine. And the Russians met with more resistance from Ukraine than they expected, and their own military's performance revealed a number of significant internal challenges, forcing them to adjust their initial military objectives, fall back from Kyiv, and focus on the Donbass. The next month or two of fighting will be significant as the Russians attempt to reinvigorate their efforts, but even if they are successful, we are not confident that the fight in the Donbass will effectively end the war. We assess President Putin is preparing for a prolonged conflict in Ukraine, during which he still intends to achieve goals beyond the Donbass. We assess that Putin's strategic goals have probably not changed, suggesting he regards the decision in late March to refocus Russian forces on the Donbass as only a temporary shift to regain the initiative after the Russian military's failure to capture Kyiv. And his current near-term military objectives are to capture the two oblasts in Donetsk and Luhansk with a buffer zone, encircle Ukrainian forces from the north and the south to the west of the Donbass, in order to crush the most capable and well-equipped Ukrainian forces who are fighting to hold the line in the east, consolidate control of the land bridge Russia has established from Crimea to the Donbass, occupy Kherson, and control the water source for Crimea, that is to the north. And we also see indications that the Russian military wants to extend the land bridge to Transnistria. And while the Russian forces may be capable of achieving most of these near-term goals in the coming months, we believe that they will not be able to extend control over a land bridge that stretches to Transnistria and includes Odessa without launching some form of mobilization. And it is increasingly unlikely that they will be able to establish control over both oblasts and the buffer zone they desire in the coming weeks. But Putin most likely also judges that Russia has a greater ability and willingness to endure challenges than his adversaries, and he is probably counting on US and EU resolve to weaken as food shortages, inflation, energy prices get worse. Moreover, as both Russia and Ukraine believe they can continue to make progress militarily, we do not see a viable negotiating path forward, at least in the short term. The uncertain nature of the battle, which is developing into a war of attrition, combined with the reality that Putin faces a mismatch between his ambitions and Russia's current conventional military capabilities, likely means the next few months could see us moving along a more unpredictable and potentially escalatory trajectory. At the very least, we believe the dichotomy will usher in a period of more ad hoc decision-making in Russia, both with respect to the domestic adjustments required to sustain this push, as well as the military conflict with Ukraine and the West. And the current trend increases the likelihood that President Putin will turn to more drastic means.
So if you're tuning in, now we're live. You guys, this is the Stock Market Live with LCOD. This is the Director of the National Intelligence, Haynes, testifying on global threats in the Senate hearing. And this is moving the market, you guys. It doesn't sound too good already. This was a surprise testify. Well, I didn't know about it. It looks like the market was surprised too. The SPY did sell off here the first 15 minutes. They did fix up starting on the halt here, and it is starting to move here. We're seeing some movement here. We're still holding, you guys. We're probably about to get out here, though, shortly. We're just trying to see what this hearing is about first, this testimony is about.
To respond to public comments that the U.S. and NATO allies that suggest expanded Western goals in the conflict. And if Putin perceives that the United States is ignoring his threats, he may try to signal to Washington the heightened danger of its support to Ukraine by authorizing another large nuclear exercise involving a major dispersal of mobile intercontinental missiles, heavy bombers, strategic submarines. We otherwise continue to believe that President Putin would probably only authorize the use of nuclear weapons if he perceived an existential threat to the Russian.
SPY coming down, you guys.
But we will remain vigilant in monitoring every aspect of Russia's strategic nuclear forces. With tensions this high, there is always an enhanced potential for miscalculation, unintended escalation, which we hope our intelligence can help to mitigate. Beyond its invasion of Ukraine, Moscow presents a serious cyber threat, a key space competitor, and one of the most serious foreign influence threats to the United States. Using its intelligence services, proxies, wide-ranging influence tools, the Russian government seeks to not only pursue its own interests, but also to divide Western alliances, undermine U.S. global standing, amplify discord inside the United States, and influence U.S. voters and decision-making. And to finish with our state actor threats, the Iranian regime continues to threaten U.S. interests as it tries to erode U.S. influence in the Middle East, entrench its influence, and project power in neighboring states, and minimize threats to regime stability. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un continues to steadily expand and enhance Pyongyang's nuclear and conventional capabilities, targeting the United States and its allies, periodically using aggressive, potentially destabilizing actions to reshape the regional security environment in his favor and to reinforce its status quo as a de facto nuclear power. And the assessment continues to focus on a number of key global and transnational threats, including global health security, transnational organized crime, the rapid development of destabilizing technologies, climate, migration, and terrorism. I raise these because they pose challenges of a fundamentally different nature to our national security than those posed by the actions of nation states, even powerful ones like China and Russia. And we look at the Russia-Ukraine war and can imagine outcomes to resolve the crisis and the steps needed to get there, even though unpalatable and difficult. And similarly, we view the array of challenges Chinese actions pose and can discuss what is required, how we think about trade-offs. But transnational issues are more complex, require significant and sustained multilateral effort, and though we can discuss ways of managing them, all of them pose a set of choices that will be more difficult to untangle and will perhaps require more sacrifice to bring about meaningful change. This reflects not just the interconnected nature of the problems, but also the significant impact increasingly empowered non-state actors have on the outcomes and the reality that some of the countries who are key to mitigating threats posed by nation states are also the ones we will be asking to do more in the transnational space. And for example, the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic is putting a strain on governments and societies, fueling humanitarian and economic crises, political unrest, and geopolitical competition. Low-income countries with high debts face particularly challenging recoveries, now exacerbated in some cases by increasing food security resulting from the Russia-Ukraine crisis. And these shifts will spur migration around the world, including on our southern border. The economic impact has set many poor and middle-income countries back years in terms of economic development and is encouraging some in Latin America, Africa, and Asia to look to China and Russia for quick economic and security assistance to manage their new reality. We see the same complex mix of interlocking challenges stemming from the threat of climate change, which is exacerbating risks in U.S. national security interests across the board, but particularly as it intersects with environmental degradation and global health challenges. And terrorism, of course, remains a persistent threat to U.S. persons and interests at home and abroad, but the implications of the problem are evolving. In Africa, for example, where terrorist groups are clearly gaining strength, the growing overlap between terrorism, criminal activity, and smuggling networks has undermined stability, contributed to coups and an erosion of democracy, and resulted in countries turning to Russian entities to help manage these problems. Global transnational criminal organizations continue to pose a direct threat to the United States through the production and trafficking of lethal illicit drugs, massive theft, including cybercrime, human trafficking, and financial crimes and money laundering schemes. And in particular, the threat from illicit drugs is at historic levels, with more than 100,000 Americans drug overdose deaths for the first time annually, driven mainly by a robust supply of synthetic opioids from Mexican transnational criminal organizations. In short, the interconnected global security environment is marked by the growing specter of great power competition and conflict, while transnational threats to all nations and actors compete not only for our attention, but also for finite resources. And finally, the assessment turns to conflicts and instability, highlighting a series of regional challenges of importance to the United States. Iterative violence between Israel and Iran and conflicts in other areas, including Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, have the potential to escalate or spread, fueling humanitarian crises and threatening U.S. persons. Africa, for example, has seen 6 irregular transfers of power since 2020. And probably will see new bouts of conflict in the coming year as the region becomes increasingly strained by a volatile.
All right, here. This is not looking too good, but we are about to close this position here. Just done with it here. We don't want to get too greedy here. We held long enough. That's good enough here. So what you see is what you're about to get here. Congratulations, man. Yeah, we're out. We're out of this one, you guys. We're about to get filled here. So goodbye. That play's gone, you guys. See you later. So I sold it on the live stream. As you guys can see, as the profit's going to go up now, I free space for others. Now it's coming down here. So we're out of there, you guys, and we don't even care that it's going to continue to grind like that. We saw it long enough. They was halted. They was in a halt position here too long. Then the halt position, just didn't seem comfortable to just be continuing to hold all day like this. Like I said, I know for a fact it wasn't going to go back to my number, but it's just the simple fact, you guys, I'm trying to teach here so you guys can learn, so you guys can earn, and you guys can do the same thing that I'm doing here. The company's doing. But as I got out, they're already going up an extra 100 here, so that was a definitely free space type of situation right now. The SPY is bouncing back up here. This testimony don't sound too good here. As you can see, the contract's still going up right now currently, and we're already out of it, so that's cool. We just shorted ourselves like a little $100 right now, a little $110 right now, a little $120 right now. It's fine though. The high we saw on this contract it opened up this morning at about 27.85 anyway, so it looks like the most we're probably going to end up shorting ourselves is about $300. Maybe it might keep sliding, you guys. We might be shorting ourselves a whole other 1,000 here. I don't know. I don't care. I'm out of there. The name of the game is to book profits here, you guys. And as you've seen, as soon as we did that, they took it down here, straight down here. Sell signal just kicked in as soon as I got out, which is, it seems like they do that all the time. It just seems so weird. They do that all the time like that, but it is what it is. Got me for about a little 200 right here. You see, I sold for 24.70, 26.48 right now. So, but we don't trip, you guys. We don't trip here at LCOD. We book profits. That's the name of the game. That's the goal. And look at that percentage gain, man. Wow. Woo! Up over 800%, 2,000. Looking really good here today, man. Looking really good here today. So that was a wonderful play there, you guys. I got to stream that live for you guys. You guys got to see it. And, everybody got to see that. Everybody got to see that. And this is how it works, you guys. This is how it works. This is the opportunities you have in these markets, to make equity here. So, yeah. Let's tune back into that. This right here, like I said, doesn't sound good. Upstart is now starting to slide here. We saw right during the sell candle, kicked in right there at the VWAP, 35.75. We exited out. They're still dropping here right now. They're free falling. So it looks like everybody's selling here right at 9.55. But we're gone. We're out of there. So we're going to take Upstart off the screen. We might even look back into them maybe, but I don't know. At these rates, you just want to just hold on to your equity, right? But we're going to tune back into this. Like I said, this is very important. This is moving the markets, you guys. So let's tighten up and tune in.
The current nuclear force expansion is historic. The United States faces military and intelligence threats from competitors, particularly Russia and China, who have and are developing new capabilities intended to contest, limit, or exceed U.S. military advantage. State and non-state actors are selectively putting these capabilities into play globally and regionally. These capabilities also span all warfighting domains: maritime, land, air, electronic warfare, cyberspace, information, and space. They include more lethal ballistic and cruise missiles, growing nuclear stockpiles, modernized conventional forces, and a range of gray zone measures, such as the use of ambiguous unconventional forces, foreign proxies, information manipulation, cyber attacks, and economic coercion. Strategic competitors and other challenges are exerting increasing military pressure on neighboring states. Russia has invaded Ukraine. China is threatening Taiwan, and Iran, through its proxies, threatens neighbors in the Middle East and U.S. forces, while also enriching uranium to new levels. North Korea continues to threaten South Korea, Japan, and the United States.
A lot of you asking in the comment section, why did I sell so early? I could have held till Friday. Well, you're absolutely right, but the name of the game here, the nature of the business is to book profits, you guys, and the market's extremely green. I don't want to risk not taking the profit and letting it go into CPI tomorrow, you guys, so keep that in mind. That's why we as a company over here, LCAOD, likes to, book profits.
Anomalous health incidents, AHIs. My agency has the process and procedures in place to quickly respond to reports from employees or their families who believe that they have been impacted by AHI. We're also partnering with other members of the IIC to determine the origin and cause of the reported events. I am honored to lead DIA. My intent in this hearing is that this helps Congress and our nation better understand the threats and challenges we face from foreign adversaries and competitors. I look forward to your questions, and thank you for your continued support.
Thank you, General. Let me remind my colleagues that at the conclusion of this open session, there will be a classified session at SVC 217, and the witnesses may defer some responses to that classified session. Director Haynes, your description of the unfolding battle in the Ukraine suggests that it's moving to a battle of attrition over a long term, and that the objectives of the Russians are to destroy the Ukrainian forces and also disrupt the international coalition through economic pressures, gasoline prices, and other factors we're witnessing. That leads us to, at least to me, to the question of how effective are our economic sanctions, and what more can we do to bring pressure to the people of Russia so that they are less supportive of this effort.
Thank you, Chairman. I think from our perspective, the economic sanctions and the export controls have had a pretty significant impact on Russia. And among the indicators that one might look at are, for example, the fact that we're seeing close to about, we predict approximately 20% inflation. In Russia, that we expect that their GDP will fall about 10%, possibly even more, over the course of the year. We've seen not only the sanctions enacted by the United States and Europe and other partners around the world having these impacts, but also the private sector taking action on its own to remove itself. So things like the fact that production services and companies pulled themselves out will have an impact on Russia's capacity to produce, and that's a major revenue source, obviously, for Russia. We've seen other indicators of essentially the private sector impact in these areas. And on the export controls, we're seeing how things like export controls on semiconductors and so on are affecting their defense industries. So I think that's a very significant impact, essentially, although obviously time will tell as we move forward.
Are you sensing that any popular unease, perhaps, in terms of these economic factors that could translate into a political resistance to the regime?
Well, I know many of us saw the protests that erupted after the invasion, and then the crackdown that occurred essentially in Russia, including passing laws that would provide for very significant punishments in the event that one protested on these issues. And so we've seen those reduce, actually. And when we've looked at effectively, polling and so on that indicates where it is that the Russian people are, what we see is that the majority of the Russian people continue to support the special military operation. And I think it's just very hard, frankly, for information to get into Russia to the Russian people. They have a very particular perspective that they're being fed by the government during this period.
Thank you. General Verrier, what do you believe the Chinese are taking away from their close scrutiny of the Russian activities in Crimea, and not Crimea, but Ukraine, excuse me?
Senator, I think the Chinese are going to watch this very, very carefully. It's going to take some time for them to sort out all elements of diplomatic, information, military, economic that has occurred with this crisis. I think they're thinking about future operations, probably against Taiwan, and how difficult that might be. They're probably also thinking about the scrutiny that they would come under should they entertain thoughts or operations like that.
Thank you. And final question, Director Haynes. Do you, I think you indicated in your testimony that cyber interference in elections is a distinct possibility. Is that something that your agency or the agencies are following and taking preemptive steps?
Yes, absolutely, Senator. We are well positioned to essentially monitor for the potential of election influence, and including efforts through cyber.
Now, one other final question is that are you surprised that the Russians have not used cyber attacks against third parties or against the United States directly up to this point. I think that was a
Upstart still selling off, you guys. They're still selling off. They're at $33.95 now. So that's they're right at we're a little above that number where I wanted the first number this morning. I was trying to get it at 27.85. You guys saw it. It got halted. They didn't let me get it. But as you see, the MM's market makers, they're giving it out now. They feel like they got enough people out. And, you know what I'm saying? It's just part of the day. It's the nature of the business. That right there sometimes pisses people off when they don't get their number that they want, and then they get out, and then it keeps doing it, and then it's like, damn, I should have waited, and then they get mad, very angry because they left profits basically on the table. But you can't really cry about that because, like I said, if you can win once, you can win it twice. If you can win twice, you can win again and again and again and again, and you're gonna always continue to make profit. So you shouldn't be crying over money in this excuse me, in this market, you guys. You shouldn't cry over money. Like I said, this was an MM situation here. This was like the market makers literally rigging the system here. They halted it. Think about it. They halted it. So I mean, it was already about to fall at the open, but they had to halt it and stall it out and get enough people out. And now they're taking it down here. So like the contract I had is probably at about $30 now, 3,000. So I've basically shorted myself a whole. If it went from 3 to 600 now, they probably got me by a good 600 here. Just because it still dropped, it dropped another $3 from where, $2 from where I sold. So yeah, that's just how it works, you guys. And I'm just trying to go over it. Like I said, we are already out of that play. We exited when you free up space. Basically, more buyers come in, more sellers come in, however the case may be. But yeah, you guys, that's Upstart. You guys, they're down there $43 today, down 55% right now. So. Yeah, we definitely profited pretty well. About 18% here today off the the past hour. But I think that was a overall gain of about 18%. Yeah, about 18% this morning. We got out at about 10:05. No, we got out at about what time was that? That was probably about let me tell you the time. It should be accurate here. Like I said, this was just a learning play, you guys, so you guys can learn from it. Hopefully, you guys replay the live stream, or I'll, um, um, be teaching you guys, the newcomers. You know what I'm saying? I'll be showing you this stream. This will be the example right here. But yeah, we got out of that play about a good 10 minutes ago. So about 10 minutes ago, 10:55. It was actually at about 35.36 or 35.70. One of those numbers we got out in between like 35. So they only went down another $2. So basically top me, probably, like I said, took the contract up to about another maybe possible 30. Let's see. You can still check it too, you guys. If you didn't know that, you can go back and check these things just in case. Just in case, for your proof for insurance, basically. And not only that, just so you can also, learn from every play that you make, whether it's a win or a loss. Stocks are in the green here. Peloton plummets. AMC jumps, flying high. Woo! So AMC is up here. Yeah, AMC's up about $1. Upstart tumbles. The market's in a super green, you guys. That was another reason why I exited. The market's it's actually super green, but I mean, you just don't know when the market's that green. Any stock can show strength towards it. So, but Upstart's not one to do that right now. Obviously, they're down too much. They're gonna keep trying to pull them on down. That's the market makers. They're trying to force people to buy back in. But like I said, once it's been halted and once you done book profits, there's really no point of going back in. Well, that would be up to the investor, obviously, or the company, whoever's in charge. But some stock exchanges, not Robinhood, have temporarily halted trading of Upstart. So Robinhood didn't halt it, but some of them did this morning. And as you can see, like I said, I was trying to get the highest number, but they halted me, you guys, so I couldn't get the highest number. So I just felt the need to go ahead and book profits where I was at. But looking at this contract now, it's up about it went up about another $3. So technically, I got out at about 20. I sold it for a pretty decent low, about $24.70. And you know, they said the high was about $27.31. It's at the mark now. Is the mark now is the new high, $27.53. So I thought it went up to at least about $30 off of that drop right there. But as you can see, it started really picking up that many gains. It's being controlled by MMs. Keep in mind they halted it this morning. It'll probably start to pick up over time now. Keep that in mind because I think Upstart will not recover at these levels. They're going to continue to go down. They probably got another good $10 in them to go down. This is probably a $20 stock at this level. But yeah, we'll see over time. We can buy back. We can buy back right now if we wanted to for next week puts. We probably should look into that. But you know, considering they don't have that many choices for those levels, I don't want to really risk any type of profit. Even though this is not much, $3, a dollar, 37. But you know, real numbers here, that's 300. Real numbers here, that's 100. So I just book profits. I don't really want to give it back to Upstarts, and they try to take it. You know, we ain't tripping. We got other plays. So this is an example play, you guys. Like I said, something to go back and look at here for new clients coming in, and you know, for you clients that's out here already. You know, learn something, you earn something. You know, to each his own. Each one teach one around here at LCLD. So we don't trip at all about booking profits and being short on profits. We don't trip about that little stuff, man. Money is money, you know. You gotta date back to things like remember what you started with, and you know you gotta date back to your childhood, and you never knew any of this. So just be thankful, be grateful, be humble, and just know more money can come in each day that you do this. So you shouldn't be crying about one day of profit, or maybe you know you didn't get it your way, or whatever the case may be. Who cares? Who freaking cares? Just be happy that you've been able to, you know, process these things because everybody don't know how to do this. So keep that in mind, and you know, be happy that you're able to book profits because everybody don't know how to do this. Like I said, the market's in a turmoil right now. We're in a super bear market. It's really hard to make money in the bear market, but you know what I'm saying. If you're making something here, you should be very grateful. Right now, the market is like back then. It was like Trump, you know, making 10,000 a week was like 2,000. That was nothing when Trump was the president. But now that Biden's the president, man, if you make 2,000 in this market a week or a day, man, you're golden. Like it's like, how did you do that? It's like you know so a lot. So I mean, that's just the difference between the Republican parties and the Democratic parties. You know, that's the difference between that, and you know, that's the difference between Biden and Trump, I guess, or Trump and Biden, you would say. But yeah, man. Other than that, I just wanted to go over that play with you guys. I never did that before. I think I have with some other plays, but like far as like really giving you an example, like you know, step by step, what happened, boom, boom, boom. You guys should extremely know how to do this now. So some of you guys in my company, you know, I understand. I have patience. You know what I'm saying? I have patience. I'm not rushing you guys, but you know, you got to take the risk some way. Some of y'all complaining about you don't want to do the earnings, but I mean, you're not trying to day trade either, so or you're not trying to swing trade either. So what are you in the market for? You got to take a risk in this market, you guys. Whether it's earnings, day trade, swing trade, it's just buying shares. You must take a risk to make equity in this market. There's no other way around it. So some of you guys are asking for free plays and stuff, and I've already sent them out. And I send out a lot of information on Sunday night before the market even opens for the week. So you guys should be profiting pretty well. But I see it's a fear thing right now, and I understand that, and I have patience with you guys. I'm not rushing you guys or bashing you guys on the stream or anything like that. But you know, jump off the porch though. Take a chance. Take a leap of faith. You got to. It's a must. If you don't, I mean, your number will stay the same here with this company. We don't use anybody else's equity here at LCLD. So, you know, basically, if you invest with this company then and you don't do anything, it becomes an extra savings account for you because we're not going to touch your equity here, you guys. We're going to wait till you come up with an idea and we can take a risk here and take a shot at making some equity. So keep that in mind, you guys. But yeah, not every play is shared, and so like I said, everybody gotta use their own brains. Like we come together and use our brain power here to make buying power here. So that's what we like to do at LCLD. But I'm gonna hush up. We're gonna get back to this briefing. The market is in the green, you guys. So that once again is why I got out of Upstart. We are out of that play. See it starting to bounce back inside the channel here. It wasn't offering much as I thought. When I got out, I thought it was a little bit more, but yeah, it was about right. So that's fair. I'm gonna chop it up. We're gonna end it there. We ain't even gonna talk about it no more. Like I said, I might buy back into them, but at these levels, it ain't like they was like Shopify. Now that's the one I don't regret anything, but I ain't tripping about it. But if it was one I could have brought back into, should have been Shopify. But I ain't tripping. They had a little bit more room than Upstart here, considering they were already below 100. They was already a value stock. But again, like I said, we're gonna hush it up, tune back into the market and see what's going on. But as of right now, the Dow's up 87% here. That testimony, it doesn't sound too good. You see, the SPY's not really holding up too well. It did gap up to 406 and fill the void, but it wasn't the same equity as it was last week. So got sold off here, and it's in the channel right now. This testimony does not sound good. The S&P 500 is up 1.27%. This market can flip, you guys. Keep that in mind. The Nasdaq's up about 1.93%. The Russell 2000 is up 1.42%. The VIX is down today, but still high, $32.80, but down about 5.61%. So we're going to tune back in to this testimony, you guys, and let's learn something, earn something here. We might be scoping another play here shortly. We're going to check around the market here and see what we can find. But let's tune in live here. This is the Stock Market Live with OCAOD. Hope you're enjoying the live stream. It's been it's been 30 minutes. About 45 minutes now so far. Excuse me, you guys. About 45 minutes. We are live.
Have up to 700 deliverable nuclear warheads by 2027. The PRC likely intends to have at least 1,000 warheads by 2030, exceeding the pace and size the DoD projected in 2020, end quote. I know what you say is limited in this setting, but is it your assessment that China's nuclear forces will stop expanding when it reaches that point of 1,000?
It is my assessment that they would continue to develop the weapons they have.
Director Haynes, is that view shared by the rest of the IC? That China's arsenal is going to continue to grow past that point in time?
I mean, our assessment basically says that China will continue to essentially expand their nuclear arsenal and diversification for a period of time. It's unclear how long that will be.
But you anticipated it will continue past the 1,000 warheads that we have looked at in the past.
I think for us to get into numbers, we should do that in closed session.
Okay, thank you. General, as the statement notes, China's nuclear expansion is larger and more rapid than previous assessments projected. Admiral Richard has made a similar point, noting, quote, "When I first testified here, we were questioning whether or not China would be able to double that stockpile by the end of the decade, and they are actually very close to doing it on my watch," end quote. What are the implications of the fact that this threat is evolving faster than we've anticipated, and how should we factor that in our assessments?
Senator, we can get into much more detail in the closed session, but I would just say from a strategic competition perspective and nuclear deterrence, this makes it much more challenging for us to defend. And when you factor in Russian nuclear capability with Chinese capability, I think it's a problem for Strategic Command and the department.
Thank you. Also, General, if we can move to a different theater now, if ISIS and Al-Qaeda are able to operate in Afghanistan without consistent or effective CT pressure, how long does the intelligence community assess it will take for either organization to reconstitute their external attack capabilities?
We assess ISIS probably a year, slightly longer, and longer for Al-Qaeda.
Last October, we heard from Secretary Call. He told the committee that we could see ISIS-K generate the capability in 6 to 12 months. And then in March, we heard from General McKenzie that the capability might be 12 to 18 months. So I look forward to hearing more about how and why these intelligence estimates have shifted forward. I think that's important for this committee to know, and it's important to understand when we look at the dramatic reduction we've seen in our intelligence collection in the region since our withdrawal. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Fisher. Senator Gillibrand, please.
Director Haynes, thank you so much for your testimony. I want to talk a little bit about advanced persistent threats, and I want to know what type of support are you providing critical infrastructure providers to deal with APTs? Specifically, I'm concerned if this war in Ukraine does escalate, that attacks from Russia will come to American businesses and our critical infrastructure. I know this is generally the job of CISA, but in your engagement with critical infrastructure providers, what are the biggest areas of need that they have shared with you? And are there any additional authorities that would be helpful to you in enabling you to support critical infrastructure providers in securing their networks?
Thank you, Senator. And I know this has been a major issue of focus for you, and in fact that you've supported some of the things that have been done in New York with reserves, for example, in this area, which have been really effective. And I know that General Nakasone has been looking at expanding that and as around the United States in different ways. I think for us, look, we have quite obviously heightened awareness of cyber threats to critical infrastructure, and it's been a driving force behind a number of sort of cyber defense measures that we've taken in the intelligence community to support, in effect, as you say, CISA and FBI and others in doing their work. One is lowering thresholds for reporting. We've asked for network owners to really lower their threshold for reporting suspected malicious activity. That's critical from our perspective in order for us to be able to identify what the threat is. Another is just making more information publicly available. We're increasing the amount of information that we release to the private sector, both to help combat the rise in cybercrime and recently in our efforts to posture industry for potential Russian cyber attacks, for example, something that we've been trying to get out to do significantly more briefings on and help industry, in effect, get ready for things so they can take action that would make them more resilient in these circumstances. And this includes some close hold releases, so as to dampen malicious cyber actors' warning before mitigations can be put into place. Another has been our significant outreach to the private sector. DHS partners held over 90 engagements with more than 10,000 partners, just even on the Russia piece. And it includes sharing preventative measures to help these partners mitigate vulnerabilities. Another has been facilitating hunt teams on networks. And we've also asked company owners to actively hunt for Russian techniques, essentially, on their networks, and to facilitate this, have provided lists of vulnerabilities, indicators of compromise to look for on a company's networks. But those are just some of the things that are focused on helping on the infrastructure piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Do you need any additional authorities or resources to amplify this effort?
So we've asked for resources in our FY23 budget that are designed to help with this effort, and so absolutely in that sense. We haven't identified particular authorities that we need, but I will tell you that we will come to you if we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Haynes and General Barrier, I saw that the annual threat assessment notes that advances in dual-use technology could, quote, enable development of novel biological weapons that complicate detection, attribution, and treatment, end of quote. I've advocated for a One Health security approach where we incorporate people across multiple disciplines, including the intelligence community, to increase our biodefense and prevent the next pandemic. In the context of ongoing biological threats, how would you suggest we develop a multidisciplinary approach like this? Where can we prepare and prevent both naturally occurring diseases but also deliberate threats?
I can start on this. I'm very passionate about this issue. I completely agree with you. I think we have not in the intelligence community sort of been able to work with other parts of, for example, the federal government, even in the scientific community within the federal government, as effectively as we need to. And we have been developing mechanisms in the intelligence community to do so more. We're working more with the national labs than we ever have before. We're working more with HHS, with CDC, with others to try to make sure that we're also supporting their work and that we can understand some of the issues that they see as critical to our work. And so that's been a big piece of our effort in the intelligence community within the National Counterproliferation and Center. We have been doing a major effort on essentially working with global health, and we actually now have a new national intelligence manager that works on these issues specifically and is hoping to support that kind of outreach on this, and be happy to give you a brief at some point in more detail if that's useful.
Thank you.
Senator, for DI, I think it's about partnership. So it's a partnership between the National Center for Medical Intelligence, the Defense Counterproliferation Center, as well as NCPC. The role really for DI and NCMI is to provide warning on these pandemics. So I'm passionate about it as well, and I think it's an area that's going to expand in the coming months and years as we look forward to this. And I look forward to engaging you, perhaps at DI, on this topic.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand. Senator Cotton, please.
General, what's your assessment on the state of the fighting between Russia and Ukraine and eastern and southern Ukraine today?
Senator, I think I would characterize it as the Russians aren't winning and the Ukrainians aren't winning, and we're at a bit of a stalemate here. And what has been the most interesting evolution for me in watching how the Russian forces have misstepped is really the lack of a non-commissioned officer corps. When I think about small unit tactics and how this is unfolded between Ukraine and Russia, I think the NCO Corps is a big piece of this, and I think the Ukrainians have that about right.
Who faces greater risk from a stalemate, Russia or Ukraine?
I think we have to take a wait and see approach on how this evolves and what is in the decision calculus for Putin and his generals as this unfolds.
And a stalemate, to be clear, does not mean an armistice or peace. It means continued but indecisive fighting in which both sides are losing personnel, equipment, weapons, and vehicles, right?
I think it's attrition warfare, and it depends. It depends how well the Ukrainians can maintain what they have going on with weapons and ammunition, and how the Russians decide to deal with that, either through mobilization or not, and decide to go with what they have in the theater right now.
Which side do you think at this point is more capable of generating additional combat power in the form of trained and motivated troops, Russia or Ukraine?
Ukraine.
Even though it's 1/3 the size of Russia?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Because I think the Ukrainians have it right in terms of grit and how they face the defense of their nation. I'm not sure that Russian soldiers from the far-flung military districts really understand that.
Fighting to defend one's own home from a war of aggression is a highly motivating factor, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And Russians probably are not terribly motivated to be the next wave of recruits into Vladimir Putin's war of aggression?
I would say not, based on what we've seen.
If that's the case, and this stalemate, as you call it, continues not just for weeks but for months, which side do you think faces the greater possibility of a decisive breakout? The Russians with their ill-trained and unmotivated troops, or the Ukrainians with their supremely motivated troops?
Senator, I think right now with the stalemate as it stands, if Russia doesn't declare war and mobilize, the stalemate's gonna last for a while, and I don't see a breakout on either side. If they do mobilize and they do declare war, that'll bring thousands of more soldiers to the fight, and even though they may not be as well trained and competent, they will still bring mass and a lot more ammunition.
What are the prospects of a catastrophic collapse of morale and will among Russian forces?
Remains to be seen. I think the Russians still are a learning organization. If appropriate lessons could be applied with leadership, you might see that turn around.
Do you know the current count on how many generals have been killed in Ukraine on Russia's side?
I think the number is between 8 and 10.
You know how many generals we lost in 20 years of war in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Not many.
And those we lost were happenstance, right? The bad guys got a lucky shot at a convoy or a helicopter.
Yes.
Does the fact that Russia is losing all these generals and as you pointed out, they have no trained NCO corps, suggests to you that these generals are having to go forward to ensure their orders are executed in a way that General Barrier never would have to go forward if he was in a combat command, because he could count on the captains and the lieutenants and the sergeant barriers to execute his orders?
Yes.
Sounds to me like the balance of forces here are moving more decisively in Ukraine's factor and will continue to over time, as long as we continue to support them with the arms and the intelligence that they need. Thank you.
Well-led forces that are motivated and have what they need can do a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. Senator Blumenthal, please.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to pursue Senator Cotton's line of questioning, if I may. In my exchange with the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff several weeks ago, I commented that our approach to Ukraine seems somewhat schizophrenic. We say we want Ukraine to win, but we're afraid of what Putin may do if he loses. I have urged since 2014 that we provide more lethal weapons to Ukraine. When I visited Ukraine recently with some of my colleagues, a bipartisan trip, one of them asked President Zelensky, "Are you fearful about the Russian prospect of invasion?" It was a number of weeks before the invasion. He said, "The Russians invaded us in 2014. We have been fighting them since then." And in my view, the implication is that we have failed over a period of years under different administrations to provide Ukraine with the arms that it needs to counter and deter increased Russian aggression there. So my question to you is, do you agree that we should increase the kind of military aid, as well as humanitarian assistance and economic sanctions, that we've been providing by orders of magnitude that will enable Ukraine to win? And would you also agree that if we simply provide more of that kind of aid, tanks, artillery, armed personnel carriers, even planes, Stinger and Javelin missiles, all of the arms that Ukraine needs to fight lethally and defensively, that Putin may engage in sword rattling and threats and implications of what he might do, but enabling Ukraine to win ought to be our objective? Let me ask you first, General.
Senator, in your statement there, it really gets at national level decision making on what our policy should be with regard to arming Ukraine. My role as the director of DIA is to keep an eye on this conflict and provide information to decision makers so that they can make those kinds of decisions. In terms of what Putin might do to escalate, I think the best that we can do, rather than describing what those escalatory measures would be to understand what they might do and be ready in terms of indications and warning to be able to notify decision makers that was actually occurring or about to occur. So I take an intelligence perspective of the conflict itself and leave the policy to decision makers.
Do you, and I'll ask Ms. Haynes the same, think there is a serious immediate prospect that Putin would engage in the use of tactical nuclear weapons?
Right now, we do not see that, and I think that's a huge warning issue for us and something that we're very, very focused on.
Ms. Haynes?
Thank you, Senator. I think on the first part of your question, as General Barrier said, obviously we try to provide the intelligence to help policymakers like you make these decisions. And among the questions that come up in that discussion are whether or not, frankly, Ukraine can absorb additional assistance and how much of it. And that's very hard for us to tell. We have, in fact, more insight probably on the Russian side than we do on the Ukrainian side. But that's something obviously for the Defense Department to work through essentially as they go through this. But we also obviously get asked this question of whether or not certain actions will escalate things with Russia, as you indicate, and if so, how? And that really gets to the second part of your question, because I think obviously we're in a position, as you've identified, where we're supporting Ukraine, but we also don't want to ultimately end up in World War III, and we don't want to have a situation in which actors are using nuclear weapons. Our view is, as General Barrier indicated, that there is not a sort of an imminent potential for Putin to use nuclear weapons. We perceive that, as I indicated in my statement, as something that he is unlikely to do unless there is effectively an existential threat to his regime and to Russia from his perspective. We do think that that could be the case in the event that he perceives that he is losing the war in Ukraine, and that NATO, in effect, is sort of either intervening or about to intervene in that context, which would obviously contribute to a perception that he is about to lose the war in Ukraine. But that there are a lot of things that he would do in the context of escalation before he would get to a nuclear weapon, and also that he would be likely to engage in some signaling beyond what he's done thus far before doing so.
Thank you. My time has expired.
On behalf of the chairman, Senator Blackburn.
As soon as the market opened, like that shit started crashing. As soon as they started talking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much to each of you for being here today. Ms. Haynes, I want to come to you. We've talked a lot about Ukraine and Russia this morning and appreciate your frankness in this. But let me ask you about Wagner and the proxies and what you're seeing not only in Ukraine, but also what you're seeing when it comes to Libya, into other areas, in the aggressiveness of the use of the proxies.
Thank you, Senator. We can probably go into more detail in closed session,
Okay.
but I could just say more generally that we do see Wagner being used, in effect, in Ukraine. We see that that's
And how
something
about
that's
Africa?
Yes, absolutely. Wagner has been historically present in Africa, and it's a more recent event, obviously, in the current crisis that Russia deployed them effectively in Ukraine.
Okay. All right. General Barrier, do you have anything you want to add on that?
We, Senator, we track ISIS in Africa, Syria, other places. I think we'll get into a richer discussion on the closed session about ISIS, or excuse me, Wagner operations in Ukraine. Sorry.
Okay. That is helpful. Let me ask you also, and by the way, thank you for the China map. I will say this, I think we could have a picture of the globe and say that is where China is seeking to be aggressive. It is something that is not lost on me, that they are anxious right now to expand their reach. But let's talk about DIA and how is the DIA collaborating with our allies and our partners to counter Beijing's cyber espionage operations?
Senator, we're closely collaborating with our Five Eyes partners, in this case, our Australian and New Zealand partners, on this very issue, along with our partners over at the National Security Agency with General Nakasone. There is a concerted effort by the Five Eyes to understand these activities in cyberspace emanating from China. So we're working that very, very closely. We can provide more details in a close.
And can you provide us with some of the lessons learned from the Russia-Ukraine conflict that helped to inform some of this work?
Cyber activity?
Yes, sir.
So I think the key there would be information operations and disinformation operations and their level of effectiveness on the Russian side, or ineffectiveness on the Russian side, and then looking at the level of effectiveness on the Ukrainian side. When I compare and contrast information operations, I think the Ukrainians have been much more successful in the information operations in space. Russians have had some success with cyber activities in the Ukraine. And I think the PRC and she are looking at all of that as they sort of unwind this conflict and learn the lessons from that.
And Ms. Haynes, how is the Intel community utilizing AI and machine learning as they look at applications, look at how Beijing is continuing to move forward? So how are you preferencing some of the new technologies that can help us in this effort?
Thank you, Senator. So we are using artificial intelligence and in particular machine learning across the board for our mission set. And just to give you an example of the kind of things that we're able to do with it, I think it has been extraordinary in terms of helping us with analysis, being able to focus in on certain data sets that we're able to effectively manipulate more easily and without as many human resources effectively to identify patterns. We're able to use that then have analysts that are educated and experts take that information and use it in their analysis in different ways. We have something called an artificial intelligence unity project that is really looking across the intelligence community at different applications of artificial intelligence and machine learning, and then trying to leverage those so that we can actually allow other elements to build off of the work that's being done by, another element that they might not have thought of before, and also doing it at sort of a cheaper cost and so on. So there's a variety of ways in which we're doing it. It's hard to talk about it in an unclassified way, but we're certainly, this is a major area of effort and investment, and we can provide you with further
Thank you.
details if that's useful.
My time has expired. I will come to you for a written response on the recent article that quoted a senior Intel source saying they're about referencing the uptick in Al-Shabaab activity. So thank you very much.
On behalf of the chair, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Senator King. So it's paramount to our national security that we keep our most sensitive secrets properly protected and classified, particularly when protecting sources and methods. But I am very concerned about the levels of overclassification and pseudo-classification that we're seeing across the federal government. Everyone understands the need to protect information about our most sensitive capabilities from our enemies, but our classification system has spiraled out of control when it means, for example, that our own four-star generals can't share information with their fellow 3 stars. It is hard to see how that level of classification is making America safer. So overclassification also reduces public scrutiny of important issues, and it can hamper accountability. Director Haynes, you lead the intelligence community. You have years of experience in these matters. Do you think that overclassification is a national security problem?
I do, Senator. I've stated this explicitly. I do think it's a challenge. As long as I've been in government, frankly, there have been blue ribbon commissions that have looked at this, have said there's significant overclassification. This is a challenge, as you indicate, from a democratic perspective, but it's also a challenge from a national security perspective, because if we can't share information as easily as we might otherwise be if it were appropriately classified, then that obviously affects our capacity to work on these issues. It's a very challenging issue, as I know you know well. In other words, it is, there are technical aspects to it, there are cultural aspects.
So let's talk about that just a little bit. And I want to say, I agree with you that overclassification has been a problem across administrations. The Obama administration put out 2 different executive orders aimed at improving classification and information sharing, but that was more than a decade ago, and obviously the problem persists. So let me ask this a different way. Director Haynes, would you support the administration releasing a new executive order on classification practices to ensure that we are protecting national security information while keeping our commitments to open government?
Without knowing exactly what it would say, it's sort of hard for me to say I would support an executive order on that subject. I mean, I think I am constantly looking for additional ways in which we might try to help address this issue. And we have a number of ways that we're investing in the intelligence community on these issues. But I
appreciate that. And I'm not asking you to sign a blank
No, fair
check
enough.
here. But you're the president's principal advisor on intelligence matters. And I'm just asking if you would be supportive if the president wanted to take that step.
Well, I am supportive of what the president wants to take as steps within his authority and appropriate policy to do. So yes, in that sense, I would be.
Okay, so let me ask this then from one more perspective, and that is during the Ukraine crisis. We have seen that a well-functioning declassification system can be incredibly powerful. The work by the Biden administration to expose what the Intelligence Committee knew about Putin's plans seriously hurt Russia's credibility, and it strengthened our response to an illegal and immoral war. My understanding is that it took reshuffling of resources to make that happen, and I applaud that. But we need more of it. The most recent numbers that I've seen is that we spend $18 billion protecting the classification system, and only about $102 million, do the math fast in your head, about 5% of that number on declassification efforts. And that ratio feels off in a democracy. So with that in mind, Director Haynes, are there any lessons learned from Ukraine about how we can expedite declassification when there's a compelling reason to do so?
I think there are lessons to be learned from Ukraine, and it will be easier to talk about this in closed session, but I think there's some value that we could discuss in closed session on those issues. And I do think it has helped to help other people understand the value of ensuring that we are classifying things at the appropriate level and how declassification can support foreign policy in different ways. So I think that's all to the good.
Good. You know, in a democracy, we have a duty to be accountable to the public. And when we keep secrets from Americans, there needs to be a compelling public interest in doing so. And in too many cases, it seems that public officials err on the side of secrecy because the information could be embarrassing, or even worse, just because it's easier not to be accountable to the American people. So I urge all of our agencies to address this problem, and I look forward to working with you on it. Thank you.
On behalf of the chairman, Senator Tuberville.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning. Director Haynes, in your best assessment, does Russia intelligence closely monitor our Secretary of Defense?
I think Russian intelligence tries very closely to monitor all of our senior leaders.
Yeah, thank you. So you believe that noted that when he or said that Russia weakened and that the U.S. will move heaven and earth to arm Ukraine, do you believe that's right? He should say that?
Yes, I think the Secretary of Defense should say.
Do you believe Russia blames the U.S. intelligence community for helping Ukraine shoot down a Russian plane carrying hundreds of people?
I'm sorry, sir. Can you repeat the question?
Do you believe Russia blames us, our intelligence agency, for Ukraine shooting down a plane with hundreds of troops on board? Do you think Russia blames us for that?
Which plane are you thinking of?
There was a plane recently that was shot down, Russian plane, that 100 troops. Do you believe that they blame our intelligence agency for that?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. Do you believe that Russia blames our U.S. intelligence for sinking their flagship, Moskova? Do you think they blame us for that?
I don't know, sir. We haven't seen any direct report.
To what extent do you access that Russia believes it is at war with the West and the United States? Do you think that they believe they're at war with us?
That's all good. I know. I
Russia
got patience.
has historically believed that they are in a conflict, in effect, with NATO and the United States on a variety of issues, including in cyber and so on.
So you believe that they're fighting us, that they're fighting us as well as they're fighting Ukraine, correct?
In a sense, their
Yeah.
perception,
Yeah,
yeah.
because we're arming them and we're talking. Okay. General Barrier, does the United States or Ukraine have air superiority over the war zone? Which one has air superiority?
I would call it, Senator, I would call that an air standoff right now. I mean, the Russians can fly tactical aircraft over the line of troops in the local area, but they cannot expand into western parts of Ukraine without coming under an air threat.
But Ukraine is more than we are, the United States, obviously, because we're not involved in their airspace.
We're not involved.
Would you say that Russia possesses strong air defenses?
I think the Russians have very credible air defense systems.
Does Ukraine have any countermeasures to thwart Russia artillery, rockets, and long range? Does Ukraine have any air defenses?
Ukraine has air defenses. They also have counter battery radars that allow them to defend themselves from incoming artillery, or at least see it.
Would you agree that anyone in Ukraine right now is under serious threat? Obviously, they are.
I would agree they are, yes.
Okay. In the past 2 weeks, we've seen several high-profile visitors take trips to active war zone, or Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Speaker of the House, First Lady, and this is for both of you. What is our intelligence community doing to lessen the risk of a high-ranking official? How are we protecting these people going to Ukraine? Our people going to Ukraine? I mean,
Senator, I think that would be a discussion for the closed session.
okay. So we could guarantee that the First Lady was safe when she went to Ukraine. We could guarantee that 100%, correct? Both of you. I'm just asking.
I would not say that, no. I would not say
Thank
that.
you. Is it your best advice that we don't go to Ukraine right now? Any of us in here?
Senator, I wouldn't say that. I would say with proper planning and coordination that it's possible.
General, 100%. 100%. Can we guarantee going into a war zone that our Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State went on a train?
Senator, I don't think we can ever guarantee anything 100%.
Thank you. Well, that's kind of the point I'm making. We're kind of poking the bear here.
Woo! He said we're poking the bear here, you guys. The spot's coming down too. He ain't lying. He poked the bear. He poking the bear. He's clawing. That bear is clawing right now. Spot's coming down. The market's coming down here. We might have a reversal today, you guys. We're seeing the indices slim up here. The Dow's only up 30% now. The S&P 500 is only up 16%. The Nasdaq's only up 47%. The Russell 2000 is only up 1%. The VIX is only down 1.96%, up $34.07 now, you guys. We're seeing a slight reversal here. We're almost about to flip into the red on the S&P 500, you guys. We're about to get a kangaroo market here. Upstart is still selling off. They're still selling off. Now, I bet those contracts are going for about $30 a piece now. Maybe about $31 a piece now, maybe. So, yeah, it's definitely looking like now I probably should have. I could have actually held to the end of the day. Probably held to the end of the day. But at the end of the day, you guys remember, book profits, book profits. I'm not tripping. I'm just keeping track of my trade. You know, that's how you become a better trader. But let's tune back into this briefing.
And that's just the only point I want to bring up. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the chair, Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Haynes, again, looking at your office's 2022 annual threat assessment, it's clear there's a lot going on in the world right now, and I understand that resources are finite and trade-offs often have to be made. That is in, I think, a large part what makes your job very challenging. You know, clearly the situation in Ukraine is taking up a lot of bandwidth right now, and I would presume that INDOPACOM requires a significant amount of resources as well to fully understand the threat environment. And, you know, these two things are obviously related. But what about some other regions in the world? In light of the worldwide threats you have articulated here today, do you feel the intelligence community has the necessary resources in place to confidently understand the threat environment in other places such as Afghanistan, northern Syria, Pakistan, and Iran?
Thank you, Senator. I mean, I think, you know, like all good bureaucrats, that we could spend more money on these issues. There's no question. I mean, I think certainly that's true. But we are doing our very best, as you indicate, to ensure that we're not taking our eye off the ball, essentially across the globe, on issues that are also of critical importance among the ones that you've identified.
All right, thank you. Want to ask you a specific question about the MQ-9, the Reaper drones. So the Air Force has been reluctant to invest in upgrading the platform and proposes to retire it potentially like in 2035, even as the demand from combat commanders for the system remains high. You know, their argument, you know, has been that the platform's not survivable in a China-Russia scenario. I think it's pretty clear that it would be survivable in a Russian scenario now. Do you have an opinion on the continued utility of reconnaissance platforms such as the MQ-9, particularly as we face increased activity in the so-called gray zone below the threshold of armed combat?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No.
Senator, I have been the beneficiary of MQ-9 operations for the last 20 years. It's an outstanding platform. It's done great things. With increasing threats emanating from China, their ability to reach out and touch those kinds of things, I totally understand why the Air Force wants to divest of that platform. The efficacy of that in the coming years in low-intensity conflict, counterterrorism operations, it'll always be useful in a low air defense kind of environment. But in a high-end environment, I don't think it's very survivable.
But we have, looked at the, Russian surface-to-air missile threat environment as, high-end. Turns out, like a lot of things, day one of the war is much different than day 60 or 90 or 180 of any conflict. So I'm concerned that not only this platform, but sometimes we look at divesting, from platforms that could provide incredible utility, further along in the timeline. General, I got another question for you here in my last minute. Any satellite, a ban on ASAT testing. The administration recently announced this. It's a policy I agree with. Russia, China, they do not, share this goal, nor do they abide by any kind of similar policy. The Russians and the Chinese both over the last about decade and a half have performed ASAT tests. The Russians more recently. The DIA's 2022 report on challenges to security in space lists orbital debris as a significant challenge to space operations and concluded that the debris endangers spacecraft of all nations in low Earth orbit, including astronauts and cosmonauts aboard the ISS, but also China has a space station as well. Given the fact that both the Russians and Chinese conduct manned space operations, what would be your assessment as to why they continue to put their people in harm's way by conducting these dangerous tests?
Senator, I think they value that capability in space as an asymmetric advantage over our superior technology and continue to pursue those kinds of capabilities. Whether or not they would actually use it is another discussion.
Do you expect them to do more anti-satellite tests?
We have not seen evidence that they plan in the near future of doing more, but I would expect as they go through their development processes, they will do more tests.
All right, thank you, General, and thank you, Director Haynes.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. Senator Rounds, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by thanking both of you for your continued service to our country. Director Haynes, in April, Secretary Blinken told Congress that Iran's attempts to assassinate former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo were real and ongoing. And this month, Israeli press reported that an agent for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's Quds Force was thwarted from an assassination attempt on a U.S. general in Germany. Why is Iran apparently so emboldened right now, and how can the intelligence community and national security communities at large change this dangerous trend and deter Iran from these malicious actions?
Thank you, Senator. So I think we should probably pick this up in closed session. What I think I can say just in open session is a fair amount of their motivation in this scenario we assess to be in relation to Soleimani as part of their sort of efforts for revenge, and is a particularly challenging area, I think, to deter them from action in this space. But we can discuss what more specifics, I think, in closed session. Thank you, sir.
Very well. Director Haynes, once again, the crisis at the United States southern border has literally exploded under this administration and continues to deteriorate. Reuters reported that U.S. officials at the Department of Homeland Security are preparing for as high as 9,000 arrests per day. Now, as the economic and political conditions in Latin America continue to spark waves of migration that put pressure on our southern border, how serious does the intelligence community see this as a threat to our country? And also, how and to what degree is the intelligence community shifting resources to address the surge at our southern border?
Thank you, Senator. So we have stood up a migrant crisis cell, which is essentially a cell that helps to bring together intelligence from across the community to support DHS's efforts. And it's really looking south of the border at effectively migrant movements that may be coming towards the southern border so that we can help them to prepare, in effect, for encounters on the border.
Are you in agreement with the assessment that there could be as many as 9,000 arrests a day? Is that an assessment that you would concur with?
Sir, I don't look at those particular questions. That is within the Department of Homeland Security.
I'm just curious because when you're doing your planning to determine what your needs are, clearly, in order for you to do the planning, you've got to have an assessment of what the expected flow would be. I'm just curious if it's not meant as a gotcha question.
No, of course. So we don't assess our needs along the border because we don't actually have needs along the border. In other words, that's sort of the DHS role, is to figure out how can we plan for the number of incidents or encounters that they'll have on the border. And for us, what we're trying to do is understand what are the drivers, what are the ultimate flows that are likely to occur, and we try to set up intelligence so that we can actually provide some indication and warning of here is where you're likely to see an increase in the flow, either south or north, or how it is, and where it's coming from ultimately. Does that make sense? I don't. Yeah.
It does. It just catches me a little bit by surprise that in your planning, that most certainly you have to have a good communication with Homeland Security. I'm assuming there's a good communication there.
Of course.
And that based upon what their needs are is really what you're doing is providing them with additional resources. And you're also at the same time gathering intel based on the possibility, the strong possibility that individuals would try to come in through the southern border. And based upon that, I was just curious, and I know that we're in a public discussion, but nonetheless, I think it's something that's been talked about publicly, and the fact that we've got folks from all over the world that are using that as an entryway into the United States, and most certainly you're aware of that.
Absolutely. No, I'm not trying to sort of duck the question or anything. I think we see a very high flow. There's no question. What happens is the Department of Homeland Security, we have somebody who's a liaison that sits within their sort of spaces that tells us here are the requirements, and they basically are looking for indications and warning of, you're likely to see a flow along this part of the border, that sort of thing, as opposed to us being able to help them determine, okay, today you're going to see X number of people coming through the southern border as a whole.
Thank you. Just one other quick question here. The intelligence community and Congress are working to flesh out the Foreign Malign Influence Center's mission, the budget, and size, among other issues. But with the 2022 midterms almost here, we're probably behind the curve a little bit. What are the major roadblocks stopping the IC from standing up this intelligence center?
So we've just gotten appropriations basically through the FY22 budget, which has been great. And we're currently building up the Foreign Malign Influence Center. We already had the election threat executive. So we've been doing work on what the threats might be to our elections. That is now pulled Foreign Malign Influence Center under this context, and we've asked for funding for FY23, essentially to be able to expand it by about 3 people, but also to allow us to access expertise and knowledge that we think is critical, and really just to help facilitate what the community is doing across the board on these issues.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired.
Thank you, Senator Round. Senator Kane, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to our witnesses. I want to ask about 2 items. The first is undersea cables. 95% of global communication rely on a robust undersea cable network, 500,000 miles across the seafloor globally. Internet, global banking transactions, the SWIFT system, diplomatic cables, encrypted military communications are a few of the myriad applications that rely on this network. 2 NATO commands, the Joint Support and Enabling Command in Ulm, Germany, and Joint Force Command in Norfolk, are monitoring threats against undersea cables in the Atlantic, but the vast majority of these cables are controlled by private sector companies. In the US, France, Spain, Japan, China, these contractors, companies and contractors who work with them, such as Google and Amazon, oversee the planning, production, design, deployment, and maintenance of the cables. To what extent is the DoD and IC looking at integrating and communicating with these private actors so that we can monitor threats to the cables?
Senator, I'm going to take that one for action, do a little homework to get you a fulsome answer.
And I would like additionally to know whether China, Russia, or other malign actors have an organic capability to map our networks, to cut into or tap into them, to listen to military or other government communication. So I would like a response back to that. Here's my second question. Unless, Director Haynes, unless you have something to offer on the undersea cable.
Thank you, sir. I actually, I'd love to do it in closed session if that's all right.
I'll look forward to that.
Okay.
Now a question about our intelligence estimates of the strength of other militaries. I think there were a number of estimates that the Afghan military would perform much better than they did. And there were a number of estimates that the Russian military was much stronger than it is proven to be. So what are we doing to assess why we overestimated the strength of both of those militaries and recalibrating the way we assess military strength of other nations?
Senator, I'll start. We're taking a holistic view of how we do analysis and evaluate foreign militaries. You know, it starts with the relationships that we have with our foreign partners, understanding their militaries, understanding their understanding of adversary militaries, and working an all-source assessment to have granularity inside the capabilities of these militaries. Certainly the ANDSF was an issue. Certainly the Russian overestimation of Russian capability was an issue. But if you back up, if you look at Russia's growth since the early 2000s, their war in Chechnya, their war in Georgia, what they did in Ukraine, their operations in Syria, and you understand the reforms that they went through, we saw that from the outside. What we did not see from the inside was sort of this hollow force, lack of NCO core, lack of leadership training, lack of effective doctrine. So those are the intangibles that we've got to be able to get our arms around as an intelligence community to really understand.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Kane. Senator Wicker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Berry, let me quote from your prepared statement. Beijing appears willing to defer the use of military force as long as it considers that unification with Taiwan can be negotiated and that the cost of conflict outweigh the benefits. General Berry, I believe the United States should prepare Taiwan and send a clear message to Beijing that a military invasion would be too costly. I also believe the primary objective of the United States and its allies with regard to Taiwan should not be so much to repel a Chinese attack, but to prevent it from ever occurring. So, General, from your assessment of China's capabilities and timeline, as well as Taiwan's current defensive posture, what needs to be done? What can the United States be doing for or supplying to Taiwan in order to prevent a Chinese attack from ever occurring?
Senator, thank you for that question. First, I would say that I believe the PRC would rather not do it by force. I think they would rather do this peacefully over time. There are some things that we can do with Taiwan. I think they're learning some very interesting lessons from the Ukrainian conflict, like how important leadership is, how important small unit tactics are, how important an NCO corps is, and really effective training with the right weapon systems and what those systems with the right people would be able to do to thwart that. So I think we have to engage with our Indo-PACOM partners within the Department of Defense, the Taiwan military and leadership to help them understand what this conflict has been about, what lessons they can learn, and where they should be focusing their dollars on defense and their training.
Is their NCO corps where it should be at this point?
They have a largely conscript force. I don't believe it is where it should be.
And so the volunteer part of their armed forces, is that where it should be? The non-conscript?
They have a very short enlistment period. I can provide you additional details in a written response.
Okay, you also have written that the PLA Navy is the largest Navy in the world and has the capability to conduct long-range precision strikes against land targets from its submarine and surface combatants. You later have written that Russia is fielding its new, quote, ultra-quiet submarine capable of threatening North America from the Pacific Ocean. General, do you assess that China and Russia will continue to grow both of their naval fleets and invest in new capabilities?
Yes, I do believe they will both invest in new capabilities and grow their fleets.
And is the United States on pace to build and commission as many ships as China is building?
I would refer that question to the Secretary of Navy and Chief of Naval Operations.
But surely the intelligence community has an assessment of that.
DIA has an assessment of Russian naval capabilities and Chinese PLAN capabilities.
And DIA is familiar with what the plans of the public plans of the Navy are at this point.
Broadly, but I think that the Navy will make those investment decisions based on how they perceive the threat as well, and we'll certainly collaborate with our partners in the Navy on any of that.
Let me switch to Afghanistan. Director Haynes, you submitted the 2022 Office of Director of National Intelligence annual threat assessment on Afghanistan. The report says that the Taliban takeover threatens U.S. interest, that 500,000 Afghan refugees could attempt to cross into surrounding countries, and almost certainly terrorist groups will establish and expand safe havens from which to plot attacks. So, Madam Director, given these assessments in your office's annual threat assessment, would you assess that the chaotic U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan has left the homeland more susceptible to terrorist attacks?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 11:11. You better make a wish out there. You better wish this selling stop because it ain't right now. So far, the spot's coming down here back at 397 back test. We got a lot of back tests going on. We got Upstart still selling off over there. They're down 61% now. So that continuation is going on after they got unhalted this morning with LCAOD. You can catch the recap and check that out for yourself, the proofs in the pudding. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It's 11:11 a.m. You know what's coming up next. The European market is closed here. So apparently these guys are in national intelligence. They're testifying about global threats in the Senate hearing. So that's, I'm assuming, last week what happened with that little abortion situation, or big abortion situation, I should say. But yeah, that's going on. They say they're gonna have a private closed door briefing soon. This is open to the public, what they're telling us now. And you can see they started this right when the market opened, and the SPY just been coming down since they started talking. So this ain't sounding too good or looking too good. Headlines alert right now. Tech stocks lose over $1 trillion in value during 3-day sell-off. These are the headlines right now. That is an alert. Tech stocks lose over $1 trillion in value during 3-day sell-off. $1 trillion, T as in Tom, T as in D. T as in you get my point here. You're catching my drift. Trillion, you guys, not B, not M, not millions. We're talking trillions, you guys. So be positive, be mindful, be respectful. Let's tune back into this market because they're selling right now.
Information that we have that indicates that anybody may be disclosing classified information, without authorization.
I hope you will pursue that because I think sometimes leaks are embarrassing. We don't worry too much about them, but I think in this case, they were harmful and I hope that this will be an active investigation. A question to both of you. We all believe that the intelligence community did a really excellent job of predicting the invasion, alerting the world as to what was going on, what the disposition of Russian troops were, the involvement of Belarus, all of that. What we missed was the will to fight of the Ukrainians and the leadership of Vladimir Zelensky. And we also missed that in Afghanistan. Within 12 months, we missed the will to fight. We overestimated the Afghans' will to fight, underestimated the Ukrainians' will to fight. I realize will to fight is a lot harder to assess than number of tanks or volume of ammunition or something. But I hope that the intelligence community is doing some soul searching about how to better get a handle on that question, because we had testimony in this committee and in the intelligence committee that Kyiv was going to fall in 3 or 4 days and the war would last 2 weeks. And that turned out to be grossly wrong. Are you looking at this question of how to assess will to fight and domestic leadership?
Yes, Senator, you heard from General Barrier, obviously, a number of things that DIA is doing. For the intelligence community writ large, we have a process at the National Intelligence Council taking a look at these issues. It is, I would say that it's a combination of will to fight and capacity, in effect. And the two of them are issues that are, as you indicated, quite challenging to, provide effective analysis on. And we're looking at different methodologies for doing so and trying to get
Barrier, this is your lane, assessing military capability, and a big part, as you testified earlier, the reason the Ukrainian war is going the way it is that the Ukrainians are fighting for their land and the Russians don't have the same will to fight. I hope that this is something you're focused upon because, again, I think we failed on this question in Afghanistan. And in Afghanistan, we had testimony over and over that the government would last 6 months or a year beyond the departure of U.S. troops. It lasted minus 2 weeks. Is this something that you're focused upon?
Senator, I am focused on it, and I really appreciate this dialogue because I think there's an important nuance that we have to discuss. One is the will to fight, and the other is the capacity to fight. So in closed briefings, we talked about this capacity to fight, and given the correlation of forces that the Russians had and what the Ukrainians had, it was the thought of senior analysts that it wasn't going to go very well for a variety of factors. But there was never an intelligence community assessment that said the Ukrainians lacked the will to fight. Those assessments talked about their capacity.
Yeah, but there wasn't an assessment that they did either. The assessment was Ukraine would be overrun in a matter of weeks. That was grossly wrong.
Grossly wrong, but not a question of will to fight. It was capacity at that time, as the DNI just said. So we are taking a look at that.
Are you saying the Ukrainians' will to fight hasn't been an important part of this struggle?
No, I'm not saying that. I think it's been everything.
And that's what we didn't know, correct?
Well, we assessed their capacity to face the size of the Russian forces that were amassed on their border was going to be very difficult for them.
Well, all I'm saying is the intelligence community needs to do a better job on this issue.
I think the intelligence community did a great job on this issue, Senator, and we will.
General, how can you possibly say that when we were told explicitly Kyiv would fall in 3 days and the Ukraine would fall in 2 weeks? You're telling me that was accurate intelligence?
So we were really focused on the Russian forces at the time, and so when we backed
we
this
were
up,
wrong about that too, weren't we? We overestimated the Russians.
Well, the intelligence community did a great job in predicting and talking through
And
the
I
timeline
acknowledge
and
that
how
at
the
the
Russians
beginning of
would
my
use that.
question. I understand that. Yes, they did. What they failed at was predicting what was going to happen after Russia invaded.
So as I look at the totality of the entire operation, I think the enormity rests on the predictions of what the Russians were going to do versus whether or not the Ukrainians were going to be successful.
Well, if you don't concede there was a problem on this, then we've got a problem.
Senator, I didn't say that. We are going to take a hard look at this, but I think in the totality of the entire operation, there were a lot more successes than failures.
I won't argue that point. I'm just trying to make a point that I think there was a major issue that we missed that had a significant influence on how this has unfolded. And had we had a better handle on the prediction, we could have done more to assist the Ukrainians earlier. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator King. Senator Hawley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Haynes, General, is it your sense that Beijing thinks that it has a window of opportunity to invade Taiwan before Taiwan and the United States modernize and get into better position to deter any such invasion? Let's start with you, Director.
So, thank you, Senator. It's our view that they are working hard to effectively put themselves into a position in which their military is capable of taking Taiwan over our intervention, right? We can talk in closed sessions about timelines and so on for how quickly they think they may be able to achieve that, but I think that is something that they are trying to achieve, even as what General Berrier stated earlier is true, which is to say that they would prefer not to have to use military force to take Taiwan. They'd prefer to use other means.
General, do you want to comment on this?
Well, I know there are a lot of dates out there, Senator, 2027, 2030, 2049. Certainly, it's on their mind. We're not really sure what lessons Xi Jinping is taking away from this conflict right now. We would hope that they would be the right ones, but I think it's going to take some time to sort out whether or not he believes this is a window or that his timeline would extend.
Let me ask you about something that Admiral Davidson said when he was commander of PACOM. He told the committee last March that he worried about a Chinese invasion of Taiwan in the next 6 years. That's his testimony. His successor, Admiral Aquilino, has similarly said that he views the timeline to be shrinking. Based on the indicators, Director, let me start with you on this. Based on the indicators available to the intelligence community, do you agree that the threat to Taiwan is acute between now and 2030?
Yes, I think it's fair to say that it's critical acute between now and 2030. I think that's absolutely fair. What is hard to tell is how, for example, whatever lessons China learns coming out of the Russia-Ukraine crisis might affect that timeline, as well as you indicated, whether or not our capabilities, Taiwan's capabilities, other decisions that will have to be made between now and then that will affect the timeline.
Well, General, you said just a second ago that you hope China would learn some lessons from the Ukraine conflict. What is it you're hoping that they take away?
Just how difficult like a cross-strait invasion might be, and how dangerous and high risk that might be. We saw.
Well, don't you think that the Chinese military is significantly more capable than as it turns out? Just to pick up what Senator King was pressing you on, we pretty dramatically overestimated the strength of the Russian military. I'd be surprised, for one, if China's military strength proves to be so attenuated. So, I mean, don't you think that we're dealing with a significantly more formidable adversary in China?
I think China is a formidable adversary.
So, I mean, back to lessons learned. I think one lesson they can draw from the Ukraine conflict is that deterrence didn't work in Ukraine. I mean, Russia invaded Ukraine. I, for one, don't want to be having this conversation about Taiwan in any period of years, not next year, not in 5 years, not in 10 years. So my sense of urgency on this is we better figure out how deterrence is going to work in Taiwan, because if China is successful in a fait accompli, that's going to look a lot different than a Russian scenario in Ukraine. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
So just to that end, Director, let me come back to you. One of the things that the IC was able to give us lead time on was a potential Russian invasion of Ukraine. I mean, we're very clear on that there was a strong likelihood of that, and you had that months in advance, actually. I'm curious if you think that we would get similar strategic warning about a potential Chinese invasion of Taiwan.
I mean, it's too early to tell, honestly, whether or not that would be the case. And obviously, in a kind of classic intelligence way, we would sure as hell not, promise anything at this stage. So,
General, let me ask you about something that has long been a concern of mine and even more so now, and that's what I think of as the simultaneity problem, simultaneous conflicts in Western Europe with Russia and with China. So do you worry that Beijing might see an opportunity to invade Taiwan in the very near future should the United States get drawn into an actual conflict, a kinetic conflict with Russia?
I think that's a remote possibility, but I don't.
Which part's remote?
The part that China would see that as a window to open to take advantage of that, based on the fact that they probably aren't ready to do that right now.
So you don't think they have the capacity right now to invade Taiwan?
I didn't say that. I think.
Well, I'm trying to drill down on what you mean when you say that they would do it.
I think they probably have. Actually, can we take this into a closed session?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And my time's expired, so I'll take it up with you then. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hawley. Senator Manchin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just real quickly back on Taiwan again. Do you believe Taiwan is prepared to defend itself? Your evaluation of what Taiwan's been doing, the only thing I keep seeing, they want more F-16s, and we think they're going to be able to go to air war with China and defend Taiwan. I don't think so.
I think Taiwan could do more, sir.
Are you all strategically giving them different things that they can use, whether it be in the sea or on land, to protect their island?
I think they're in close consultation with our partners in Indo-PACOM and within the Department of Defense.
How about Ukraine? Can Ukraine win now that we've, as Senator King so rightfully pointed out and Senator Hawley followed up on, we misread that one. Are we reading it now? They have the ability to win if we continue to support without us being pulled into a land war with them on their own. Can they win?
I think that is a difficult prediction to make. Right now, I think where the agency is at is a prolonged stalemate should no factor change on either side. In other words, the Russians continue to do what they're doing, and we continue to do what we're doing for the Ukrainians. I see that as a stalemate, not
Dr.
necessarily.
Haynes, how do you evaluate this? I'm sure you've been kept up to speed on this and evaluating them. My other concerns you might want to answer is our ability to maintain and manufacture the weapons that are needed to not only help Ukraine, not only to backfill our allies, but also keep our own supply chains up. Are we running critically low? Could it be that we could put ourselves in a dangerous situation?
Thank you, Senator. So I think a few things. One is just taking your last question first. Something we can do maybe a little bit in closed session is talk about not just our military assistance to Ukraine, but also a number of other countries that have provided military assistance to Ukraine.
And ask the questions. Are you concerned about the ability to have the supplies that are needed for us, for our allies, and what Ukraine is going to need to sustain and hopefully win this war?
So that's why I was talking about the allies piece. No, I'm not concerned because I think, frankly, between all of us, there is the capacity to provide the kind of assistance that they're asking for.
Okay, and as you identify, can you identify other hotspots we're very much concerned about? And I'll give you, other than China, because we know China's challenges we have. Other hotspots that we're worried about could stem up or rise up during this very difficult time and the geopolitical unrest that we have in the world. What would you, in Iran, North Korea, some of the ones you're more watching and concerned about?
The agency's worried about North Korea for sure, and their ballistic missile development timeline, and as well as potential nuclear testing. We're always thinking about Iran and the actions that they have to pull malign influence within the region against our neighbors and certainly U.S. forces there. Always thinking through how to sustain partnerships to be able to keep a beat on these threats.
Director Haynes, are you concerned about basically the tensions that we have with UAE and with Saudis, and also their more visual movements, intentional movements towards China for support, or basically the yuan being used now as the currency that they're accepting for payment of energy? Things of this sort that could also put us in a more precarious situation with UAE and Saudis.
Thank you, Senator. I think obviously, as you indicate, we are always looking at efforts that both China and Russia make to try to make inroads with partners of ours across the world. And UAE and Saudi Arabia are examples of that in both respects.
Cybersecurity is my final one for you all. Cyber, right now, seems like it'd be just a convoluted area where people would report whether it's private companies in America that are getting hacked and what's going on, but also who is in charge, where do they go, what is the chain right now within the federal government and the military, especially on cyber, that you would consider the premier spot that we should be working with, or are we putting things together? Are we still so fragmented throughout our agencies?
I mean, in my experience, it's gotten better over the years. I mean, I would never say it's perfect. It is one of those things that continues to be worked through, but there's a very clear chain of command with respect to taking action.
Who's taking the lead? Who takes the lead?
So when it comes to offensive cyber operations to defend the country, obviously the Department of Defense does so. When it comes to defending helping to defend infrastructure and critical, right, exactly, resilience, it's Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, and it's and everybody has a role to play, and we obviously support in the intelligence community all of them in the work that they're doing.
About the national cybersecurity, how about the center? How do you all evaluate the National Cybersecurity Center?
You mean the National Cybersecurity Director, the new position?
All the stakeholders are involved in that. That's why I'm saying the convoluted. Who's taking the lead? Who is the lead person? Who's the lead agency?
Yeah, CISA is the main.
How do you evaluate that?
I think they're doing very well. Yeah.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you very much, Senator Manchin. Senator Sullivan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the witnesses for their hard work during a challenging time. I want to focus a lot on the issue of energy, and I'll relay a story I had with Senator McCain and a Russian dissident who's now been arrested, Vladimir Kara-Murza. He's in jail right now in Russia. About 4 years ago, I asked him what was the number one thing we could do to undermine the corrupt Russian regime, to undermine Vladimir Putin. And he said, the number one thing is easy, Senator, produce more American energy. Produce more American energy. So I want to talk a little bit about that. In your assessment, is energy independence, so a couple of years ago, we were the largest producer of natural gas in the world, largest producer of oil in the world, largest producer of renewables in the world. Is that good for America's national security, General?
Senator, thanks for the question. As we've watched this conflict unfold, what we're seeing.
I got a lot of questions. I gave you a softball. Can you answer the question? Is that good for America's national security to be energy independent in the world's energy superpower?
Certainly, energy independence is a good thing.
How about you, Director?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the straightforward question or answer. Now, in this conflict with Ukraine, what does our ability to produce energy do? How do the Russians view that? And how do our allies view that? And we all know Vladimir Putin uses energy as a weapon. How are you assessing the ability of the United States to fill the void that the Germans and others have with regard to getting energy from Russia to now get it from the United States? Is there a lot of interest in that? And is that a good thing for our national security? General?
I certainly believe that our European allies see this is a national security issue for sure, and they're thinking through new ways of developing and getting after their energy needs for sure.
How about getting some from the United States?
If the United States had excess capacity, I'm sure that would be something that they would welcome.
Do you see that, Director, similarly?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. True Colors is coming in right here, right now in the market, and we're about to see what's going to happen. Is the United States going to buy it up? It's 11:31 a.m. You know the Euro market is closed now. So the United States, they're either going to buy this thing up back here in the channel on the SPY, and trying to retest 400 as support, you guys, maybe. But right now I'm seeing 400 be resistance. They're getting rejected there. So going down here, he's bouncing below that, staying in the lower band. So they're going to have to make it back to VWAP 401 in the middle there. They possibly might do it, or they'll bring it back down here. We'll see a lower low pattern. Let's look at yesterday's close. I'm trying to see what the low was yesterday to be very accurate. Oh, they already tagged a new low today, so that was a lower low this morning, just now, actually, right there at 395.90. That was a new low here, you guys. Yesterday's low was 396.50. So yeah, you guys, we are down here at the lows of the lows. On the SPY, if this thing flushes here, it's gonna flush back to about 390, and now we're gonna be in crash mode. The market will panic. We're in extreme fear here, and it's ugly here, you guys. So yeah, just keep that in mind. But right now, yeah, just pay attention to the euro close. It looks like the United States want to retest some of that 395.90 level. This testimony ain't sounding good here. This about global threats in Senate hearing. They said this is for the public. They want us to hear this, and then they're going to do a private testimony. They're going to be testifying, talking privately here. So this don't sound good, you guys. This is not good, you guys. So just stay calm and stay cautious. Let's listen to what they're saying, learn something, earn something. Be positive and respectful.
Commitment, finally, to hitting 2% GDP, 2% of their GDP for their annual military budgets. I mean, we have now 100,000 troops over in Europe. I fully support what the president has been doing in that regard. But if there was ever a time that countries had to kind of wake up and say, you know what, for 40 years, we've promised to hit 2%, the wolf's at the door, or maybe the bear's at the door, or the dragon's at the door, or whatever metaphor you want. Are you seeing a shift? Because the Germans made a big announcement. My understanding is Canada still won't even hit 1% of GDP for their defense budget. Are you seeing a shift in our NATO allies to say, you know what, it's time for us to pull our own weight here? The Americans are doing it once again. And look, I support everything we're doing, but you know, 40 billion, that's a lot of money. My constituents got a lot of needs too, right? And we still have NATO allies, Canada one, who just freeload. And it's getting a little tiring. What's your assessment of our NATO partners' commitment to finally hitting 2% now that it's very clear that there's a brutal dictator on their doorstep?
I think we've seen, obviously, as you indicated in the opening to your question, that just a number of countries now announce an increase in their defense budget, and I think that is something that we're going to see them follow through on, at least in part.
General,
and I think it's had this has had a galvanizing effect on our NATO partners, and I think most of them will come around.
Thank you. And again, I didn't start by saying the intel that you were providing us and everybody else prior to the war was exceptional, and the intel ops that you did were also really impressive. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan. Senator Peters, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Haynes, the 2022 annual threat assessment states, quote, that China presents the broadest, most active, and persistent cyber espionage threat to the U.S. government and private sector networks, end of quote. The assessment specifically discusses the capacity for China to conduct surveillance as well as disrupt critical infrastructure. My question for you, ma'am, is does the ODNI believe that China would use their cyber capacity to shape other countries' decisions, such as the Russians are known to do? Do you believe that that's in the cards as well?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I mean, I think in the sense that, in particular, our assessment is that China is pursuing significant cyber capabilities in this area, in particular, to deter the United States from taking action in the event of a conflict, for example, in their region.
Media coverage during the weeks leading up to Russia's invasion often used open source evidence to support the administration's intelligence estimates. Examples here range from images provided by Maxar's commercial satellite network to Russian military communications that were intercepted by tech-savvy civilians. My question for you, General Barrier, is how is the proliferation of technology and information accessibility for average citizens impacting the realm of professional intelligence work within your agency?
From the perspective of this war between Russia and Ukraine, the plethora of open source data that's available to enrich our assessments has been amazing. Just think of the third-party damage assessment work that's happening right now using images, because most Ukrainian citizens have a cell phone. It's been really rich, and then you combine it with the other open source data that's available and publicly available and can be purchased. For us, it's been enlightening and will probably shape how we do intelligence operations and analysis going forward in the future. We just have to be careful that we use the right rules at the right time to make sure that we're safeguarding the information and that we're not violating any laws or policies.
Yeah, so that actually leads to the next question. And you mentioned you're looking at how you integrate that into how you collect information. Is there anything that Congress should be doing to help you better enable your abilities to harness the potential for open source information?
I think we're budgeted for it, Senator, and we're looking forward to the work ahead as we go forward on this issue.
Good. Director Haynes, the Biden administration has done an admirable job, certainly, of crafting a coalition of nations to impose sanctions, enforce export controls against Russia for their illegal invasion. This includes our transatlantic partners, many of them who are now giving up on Russian hydrocarbons, something that I think we all would have thought was absolutely unthinkable just a short while ago. As well as our global partners, Japan and Taiwan, actively engaged. What has been noticeable, though, is to see that much of the world is still not with us. They may not be with Russia. I'm not saying they're with Russia, but they're not subscribing to our call for a global coalition of democracies to stand against Ukraine. This includes India, Indonesia, Nigeria, South Africa, and particularly other nations in the global south, in which the U.S. certainly has very friendly relations with, but we have not yet been able to get them to join the Ukrainian cause. As the U.S. will need to certainly build even more robust coalition of nations in the future to counter potential Chinese aggression, I believe it's imperative that the U.S. understand how to win over these non-aligned nations living certainly in a multipolar world. So my question to you, in your view, what steps should the U.S. take to build a broader coalition for potential future conflicts similar to what we're seeing right now?
Thank you, Senator. So from the intelligence community perspective, we've done a lot of thinking about how we can help to facilitate, frankly, the policy community in this area, to your point. And one of the things that we did in the context of Ukraine that I think is possible for us to do in other areas and that we've discussed with the policy community about is basically working with key allies and partners who are influencers, in effect, within specific regions to try to get out to them as much intelligence as we can, obviously being mindful of sources and methods, but just to lay the groundwork so that then the policy community can work with those countries to effectively provide for the kind of coalition that you describe. And I do think it's an absolutely fundamental piece. I mean, the fact that the UN General Assembly managed to garner 141 votes, I think it was, against Russia on the Russia-Ukraine piece was pretty extraordinary. And I do think that our capacity to share intelligence in advance of that moment was critical to getting that kind of coalition together. And I hope we can do that in the future.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Peters. Senator Rosen, please.
Thank you, Chairman Reed, and really appreciate the witnesses. I appreciate you both for being here today and for your service. Director Haynes and General Barrier, given that the annual threat assessment was written before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, has Russia's loss and expenditure of military equipment, personnel, and resources in Ukraine, coupled with their, frankly, poor performance, changed our overall threat of Russia and their military capabilities? And like I said, this was written before that. How do you assess we may need to adjust our planning going forward, seeing as what we're learning?
I'll start with that one, Senator. I think, as we've watched the Russians falter here and the losses that they've sustained, we believe that they're going to be set back conventionally for a number of years as they try to recoup these losses and replace all of the equipment and soldiers that they have lost. So I think we should back up our assessment really for NATO and what that threat really looks like, also factoring in their nuclear capabilities and what that means for NATO going forward.
So I'll just add to this. I think, as we talked to the analysts about this, and obviously before each of the threat hearings, we discussed this because the threat hearings came after the Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And as you indicate, the assessment was done beforehand. And I think the overall threat level is not so much changed as it is, the question of how it's evolving, to General Barrier's point. I mean, I think our view is that the ground combat forces have been degraded considerably. It's going to take them years to basically manage to the extent that they're able to rebuild that in effect. And that may end up meaning that they have greater reliance in effect on asymmetric tools during this period. So they may rely more on things like cyber, nuclear, precision, et cetera. And that's obviously a shift in the way in which they are exercising their efforts for influence and so on.
Well, and knowing that, we also know, to everyone else's point here too, that the world is watching. So Director Haynes, how do you assess the threat level to Taiwan? Is it increased? Does China feel more emboldened now that Russia has invaded Ukraine? And then I will just give the second part of that to you, General. Does China see this as an opportunity, maybe this period, to invade Ukraine, as we might be distracted, the world might be distracted with the Ukraine crisis?
Thank you, Senator. So it's hard to tell, honestly, at this stage. What we see is that China is evaluating what's happening in the Russia-Ukraine crisis. They are still evaluating. The crisis obviously continues. So what lessons they learned during this period is not really, concluded yet. And so it's a little harder to tell whether or not it's an increased threat of their, accelerating their efforts towards Taiwan or less so. I would say that thus far we have not, the IC has not assessed that the Russia-Ukraine crisis is likely to accelerate their plan vis-a-vis Taiwan. And the kinds of lessons that we think are possible, that are relevant, just to give you maybe two. One is they were surprised by the degree to which the United States and Europe came together to enact sanctions. And that is something, obviously, that they're going to be looking at in the context of Taiwan. And the second one, I think, is this point that really General Barrier made earlier a little bit, which is to say that one of the issues for them is the confidence they have that they are able militarily to take action in Taiwan over our intervention. That will play into their decision-making over time. We think at seeing what happened in Russia, that may give them less confidence in some respects over what it is that's likely to happen.
Senator, the only thing that I would add is on a day-to-day basis with Chinese military activity, I'm not seeing anything that would tell me that they're thinking about trying to take advantage of this time that they think that they might have.
Well, let me ask one additional follow-up on that. What's your assessment of our ability to conduct military operations in both theaters should something occur?
We have significant capabilities in both theaters. It would depend what the variables were with each situation and what that meant, but that's why we have 4-star combatant commanders in USUCOM and INDOPACOM.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Rosen. And thank you, Madam Director and General. We have a vote scheduled at 11:45. We will reconvene in SVC 217 for the classified session at noon, 12 o'clock. And at this point, I will recess or adjourn the open session. Thank you very much.
the NCUA of a cyber attack, nor does the NCUA have the authority to examine those credit union service providers for cyber vulnerabilities, whereas traditional commercial bank regulators do have such authorities. Do you agree that empowering NCUA, and I'm developing legislation to do this, to examine credit union service providers for cyber risk and requiring mandatory reporting of cyber incidents would help protect credit unions and their customers from cyber risk?
So I'd be glad to have a detailed look at the legislation that you're proposing, and would be glad to provide technical advice. I'm not an expert in this area, but I am aware that NCUA lacks some of the ability to supervise, look at servicers that the bank regulatory agencies have. And if I understand that properly, that certainly seems like an important gap that deserves to be filled.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I'm going to ask you for your assistance identifying the appropriate official at Treasury or elsewhere in the administration for designation to work with parties in Georgia on a range of issues of concern to my constituents, and hoping that you can briefly commit as I work through these issues to helping me identify that official and working to connect them with the appropriate authorities in Georgia. I'm going to begin with...
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. I want to begin with the Port of Savannah and the Port of Brunswick. Senator Warnock and I worked with your staff in the White House and the Georgia Ports Authority last year to establish a pop-up container yard to relieve some of the congestion in the Port of Savannah. At the Port of Brunswick, we worked last year to add a roll-on, roll-off berth. There's a lot of car shipping through the Port of Brunswick. I've just introduced legislation to expand the navigation channel to expand capacity. Will you please work with my office to identify the appropriate official?
Every day in May right now. The market's mixed up, you guys. The NASDAQ is only up 12% here. The market is about to flip red completely. So currently here, the market lost its gains again here. It was green this morning, all. You know, it was like kind of a little gap up situation. People was basically sold at open, and it's back down here, you guys. The NASDAQ's only up 9%. Business impact of SEC's proposed climate disclosure rules. So they're talking about climate risk, you guys. Business impact of SEC's proposed climate disclosure rules. Around 50% not equipped to measure ESG outcomes or officially report performance metrics. Nearly 67% have no ESG management plan or just beginning to form a plan. So this is the most finance leaders unprepared for work regarding ESG. I'm assuming that has something to do with climate change, whatever ESG means. I'm not into that, but I do know of climate change and stuff like that. Yeah, so that doesn't sound too good. It's a lot of climate risk right now. You guys need to drink more water, man, and recycle out here. I don't know. I guess that helps climate. But let's tune back in here. The spot's coming down here right now. The United States is showing their true colors. It's 11:50 a.m. It's been about 20 minutes, and you were getting that initial move to the lower lows here. We're not even making it back inside the channel, you guys. The NASDAQ is about to flip red here. The Dow's already down 39% here. That's breaking news. Dow gives up 500-point gain, falls for fourth day. As selling returns back, the bears are clawing. The Dow is down 37%. The S&P 500 is down 36%. The NASDAQ just flipped red, 1% down. The Russell 2000 is down 1.10%. And the VIX, you guys, is down still about 1.9%, which is weird. Only still up to be $34.37, so still pretty high. The VIX is just taking us mini pullback here, chilling in the air, basically. But they turn around and go back up and flip green. And boy, whoo, it's going to get ugly. But we got the NASDAQ witching here, turning red and green, going back and forth here. So the market's mixed up here right now, you guys. But it looks like it's about to go red. So be cautious, man. You were warned already. You should have known that little gap up wasn't about to be it. Not with no data coming out. But let's tune back in live here. The Honorable Janet Yellen is speaking.
Under that program, the purpose of it was to ease financial conditions at a time when the economy appeared to require support when it was weak. By buying longer-term bonds, it tends to flatten the yield curve or push down the term premium in longer-term bonds and promote, spending on housing or other things that rely on long-term financing. But the program has ended and the Fed has announced that it's going to be diminishing its holdings over time, and that serves to tighten financial conditions.
Thank you, Senator Ossoff. Senator Van Hollen's recognized from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Madam Secretary. Great to have you here. I do want to start by recognizing the good news in the jobs market. Jobs have come roaring back much faster than anybody anticipated as a result of the American Rescue Plan. We have a tight labor market, and I want to associate myself with those of my colleagues who say one thing we could do right now is to reduce the cost of quality childcare so that more people could enter the workforce. My questions to you are going to focus mostly on the situation in Ukraine and the sanctions. I want to applaud you and the President for the actions you took at the G7 to further tighten sanctions. Of course, our goal is to make sure that Russia feels the pain of the sanctions more than others around the world. Obviously, the war is creating all sorts of economic repercussions. So we have to make sure that we target those sanctions and make it felt. Here at home, we are working to close any loopholes. As you know, I chair the subcommittee that on the Appropriations Committee that oversees the Treasury Department, and this emergency proposal we've made includes an additional $52 million for FinCEN as well as the IRS Criminal Investigations Group to go after any efforts at Russian money laundering, and we need to accelerate the implementation of the Corporate Transparency Act and the Anti-Money Laundering Act, and look forward to working with you on that. But I am concerned that as we're plugging these holes here at home, other countries are opening doors to more purchases from Russia overseas. And it doesn't do us a lot of good to batten down the hatches here if we're just opening up escape and pressure valves overseas. So I asked Secretary Blinken last week whether we had used any of our secondary sanctions authority, whether the Biden administration used any secondary sanctions authority to go after countries, banks, others that could be found to be evading our sanctions. His answer last week was no. My understanding is to date we've not applied any secondary sanctions. Is that correct?
Well, we make it clear when we put in place sanctions that any entity that provides material support to help a sanctioned entity evade those sanctions can themselves be sanctioned. And that is something that we're prepared to do, and we think our willingness and ability to do so is having a very substantial impact. When you look around the world, you find that financial institutions, whether they're in China or in other countries that may not be terribly supportive of our views on the war that Russia's waged in Ukraine, they are very worried about themselves being the target of sanctions for providing material help in evading sanctions. So,
Madam Secretary, if I could, I don't think, maybe it is, is it your testimony that no financial institutions around the world are providing material support to?
I'm not going to go so far as to say no.
Let me, if I could, because of a limited time, I just want to read you a couple headlines, recent headlines. BBC, wealthy Russians flee to Dubai to avoid sanctions. It reads, Russian billionaires and entrepreneurs have been arriving in the United Arab Emirates in unprecedented numbers. Property purchases in Dubai by Russians surged by 67% in the first 3 months of 2022. I have to believe that some Dubai banks that have connections to the United States banking system have been involved. Here's a Financial Times first sentence. China's independent refiners start buying Russian oil at steep discounts. New York Times, India finds Russian oil irresistible deal despite the diplomatic pressure. You have some countries that are actually increasing the volume of their imports of
Well,
Russian.
we haven't said that it's not a violation of our sanctions for countries to buy Russian oil.
Right. So that is my question. I thank you for raising that. You do have it. Here's the question. I hope you would agree that we don't want countries increasing their exports of Russian oil above what they were before the war. Would you agree that that's something that is not in our interest?
Well, I think personally, what I think is in our interest is depriving Russia of revenue from selling oil in global markets. And that's a somewhat different thing than saying that we wish to hold Russian oil off of global markets. Because when we do that, we can end up driving up the price of oil globally, which counterintuitively can be raise Russian revenues rather than lower them. So
No,
I
I
think
do
we have to be
appreciate that
very
balance.
careful about that.
I appreciate that balance. We are paying increased, prices for oil in the United States because of the global markets. Others are too. It seems to me we should be taking strong action against those that are sort of taking advantage and war profiteering effectively off of the situation. We're going to pursue this. I've had conversations with Senator Toomey about secondary sanctions. It seems to me we have enough flashing, lights here indicating that sanctions are being violated, that it triggers the material support provisions. And I look forward to following up with you.
We'd
and the
like to
team.
work with you on that. This is an important issue.
Thank you, Senator Van Hollen. I will now do my questions. I did not go in the round of questions. Secretary Yellen, we know how important financial stability is as we face the global uncertainty of pandemic, supply chain disruptions, and Russia's attack on Ukraine. Putin's price hikes causing pain at the pump and market distortions in our country. What are the long-term financial stability impacts of those Russia's illegal actions?
Well, they certainly are causing pain in the United States and around the globe. And we're very worried. The IMF issued a recent report showing there's diminished prospects for global growth and higher inflation. We're likely to see and are seeing tighter monetary policy all around the world. So we're in an environment of high inflation and rising interest rates. A global downturn would have many repercussions on the United States, which could impact the well-being of and earnings of financial institutions, including American banks. And in an environment of rising interest rates with high inflation, there certainly are risks to banks and to borrowers who are indebted. Our financial stability report looks at some of those risks. Generally, although debt burdens of companies are high, debt service ratios are not very high, which suggests good prospects there. Supervisors regularly evaluate banks with respect to interest rate risks. As interest rates rise, that tends to diminish the value of assets that they hold on their portfolio, but it has the contrary effect of tending to raise net interest margins. But there certainly are in parts of the financial system where there may be leverage. The Federal Reserve issued its financial stability report just yesterday and noted insurance companies and some hedge funds as leveraged entities that could be vulnerable in a rising interest rate environment.
Thank you, Ty. As you talk about the Fed's role in fighting an inflation caused by Russia's war, as inflation caused by the pandemic, caused by supply chain interruptions,
and distortions. And as interest rates rise and risk could bubble up on Wall Street, walk through why it's important for financial firms to have sufficient capital, liquidity, and other safeguards to protect against economic shock from those risks.
It's critically important, and I think we have Dodd-Frank to thank for the fact that banks have adequate capital and liquidity, and certainly look from the Fed stress tests like they would be able to fare very well in a stressful environment, and did very well when the pandemic struck in March of 2020.
And I know you recognize that banks did well through this pandemic. A number of banks did stock buybacks. Executive compensation was stratospheric. But I'm also concerned, as I know you are, from comments in the past about risks in the shadow banking system. So
Those remain, and they're high on our agenda to address, but they've not yet been addressed. Money market funds, maybe hedge funds, open-end mutual funds.
And thank you. My last question, you've warned a number of times that the last thing we need is for risky new financial products to crash our financial system. Stablecoin companies claim that they're backed by supposedly safe assets, but they've proven to be wildly volatile. Just look what happened yesterday in the markets, rife with speculation and fraud, no recourse for consumers who've been the victim of scams. Why is it critical for FSOC, the agencies, the member agencies of FSOC, which you chair, why is it critical for them to be united on a strong regulatory structure for stablecoins?
Well, I think it's important for us to agree on what kind of structure is needed to ensure that these are introduced in a safe and sound fashion and don't create financial stability risks, and are strong
Well, when you look at this, we're really busy here today. We got a lot of different people live at one different time. I just noticed this. I do apologize. We got Biden live right now. He's delivering remarks on plans to fight inflation. We're going to tune into that. The president is live right now. It looks like that last briefing ended first it was about national security, and now it's about financial stability. But let's tune into Biden. He's live now. He's talking about his plan. He has a plan to fight inflation and lower prices to American consumers. Let's tune in now and see what he's talking about.
My plan, the Democratic plan put forward by congressional Republicans, is a second alternative. Here's how each of us would tackle inflation. My plan is to lower everyday costs for hardworking Americans, and lower the deficit by asking large corporations and the wealthiest Americans to not engage in price gouging and to pay their fair share in taxes. The Republican plan is to increase taxes on the middle-class families, let billionaires and large companies off the hook as they raise prices and reap profits in record amounts. And it's really that simple. But let me explain why this choice is so important. Let me start with the Putin price hike, high gas prices, and energy prices. My plan is already in motion. I led the world and other countries to join with us to coordinate the largest release of oil from our stockpiles of all the countries in history, 240 million barrels to boost global supply. Here at home, U.S. oil and gas production is approaching record levels. In fact, we produced more oil domestically in my first year in office than my predecessor did in his first year. To further drive down prices, my administration is allowing the sale of gasoline using homegrown biofuels this summer, which wasn't allowed before. And to reduce our dependence on foreign oil and reckless autocrats like Putin, I'm working with Congress to pass landmark investments to help build a clean energy future as well. From tax credits for businesses to produce renewable energy, to tax credits for families to make their homes more energy efficient. I met with nearly a dozen CEOs of America's largest utility companies, and they, to a person, told me that, including Southern Company, American Electric Power, and 10 others, they confirm that if we pass the investments I'm talking about, we'll immediately lower families' utility bills by as much as $500 a year, according to their one estimate. That's why they're going to make their homes more secure in terms of heat not getting out and air conditioning not escaping because they have good insulation. Now, what's the Congressional Republican plan with respect to energy? First of all, their plan is to give oil companies a free pass. For example, right now oil companies are sitting on 9,000 unused leases, oil leases, which are the property of the federal government, on the property of the federal government. Under my plan, they would have to pay taxes if they don't use those leases to produce more oil. They just can't sit on it. Unlike under the Republican plan, they'd be allowed to continue to sit on this land without producing while shipping record profits back to their investors. The fact is, the average cost of a barrel of oil has been steady for weeks. So why do gas prices keep going up so high? Republicans have offered plenty of blame, but not a single solution to actually bring down the energy prices. You know, we have no plan. They have no plan to bring down energy prices today. No plan to get us to a cleaner, energy independent future tomorrow. So in the future, American families are no longer subject to the whims of dictators halfway around the world. The next thing is let's compare our plans when it comes to lowering everyday costs. My plan is to make concrete, common sense steps to bring down the biggest expenses that families are facing. Let's take drug prices. My plan will let Medicare negotiate prices for prescription drugs, like they do with the Department of with the military as it relates to what the administration is able to negotiate for prices for military. The cap, and I also call for a cap on the price of insulin, which 200,000 American children rely on because they have type 2 diabetes at $35 a month. It costs $10 to make the insulin. They make a significant profit instead of the average price of about $640 a month. Think of the difference it will make in millions of American families, like the family I met with in Virginia about 3 weeks ago, struggling every day, every single month to afford their son's insulin. And on this and other issues, I've laid out specific proposals to Congress to bring down the cost of everyday cost many American families face. And that's in addition to the work my administration has already done to lower prices. Another reason why prices are up for products people need relates to whether or not the manufacturer has access to all the materials they need to build a product. Think of the materials you need to build a house. If you can't get the materials from the ship to shore, from the shore to the home, the prices are going to go up. That's why we brought labor and industry together on the West Coast to improve operations at the ports, to speed up the transfer of products from abroad to shore, from shore to the location where they're going to be used, so that those products can move more quickly and cheaply. We haven't had enough truckers, for example, to deliver the lumber or other goods. That's why we are executing a plan to get more truckers on the job. It reduces the time it takes to move the goods quickly. Another problem we face is in some industries, there isn't enough competition. And I've often said that capitalism without competition isn't capitalism, it's exploitation. So we're promoting competition for everything from internet services to meat processing. We basically have 4 meat processors in the whole country. They process the meat that goes into the hamburgers you buy. So they set the price. When there's no competition, they can set the price higher and higher. So we're helping smaller companies get into the game to compete and help bring down the overall prices. The bottom line is easing these bottlenecks and making our supply chains more secure is a major focus of my economic strategy. So things move more quickly. Prices go down, not up. You know, some parts of my plan I've been able to get done on my own. I mean, just without congressional approval. Some parts are being held up by Congress. Well, all of my plan is focused on lowering costs for the average family in America, to give them just a little bit of breathing room. Now, what's the Congressional Republican plan? They don't want to solve inflation by lowering your costs. They want to solve it by raising your taxes and lowering your income. I happen to think it's a good thing when American families have a little more money in their pockets at the end of the month. But the Republicans in Congress don't seem to think so. Their plan has actually made working families, going to make working families poorer. You don't have to take my word for it. It's in writing. They've made their intentions perfectly clear. Senator Rick Scott of Wisconsin, a member of the Senate Republican leadership, laid it all out in a plan. It's the ultra MAGA agenda. Their plan is to raise taxes on 75 million American families, over 95% of whom make less than $100,000 a year total income. The average tax increase would be about $1,500 per family. They've got it backwards in my view. I proposed a minimum tax for billionaires. In recent years, the average billionaire has paid about 8% in federal taxes. Congressional Republicans have proposed increasing taxes on teachers and firefighters. 55% of the largest corporations paid net zero in federal taxes in 2020 on $40 million profits. It just isn't right. That's why I proposed a minimum tax for corporations. Their plan would also raise taxes on 82% of small business owners making less than $50,000 a year. But it would do nothing to help to hold big corporations and companies accountable. Think about it. Republicans in Congress are so deeply committed to protecting big corporations and CEOs that they would rather see taxes on working American families and try to depress their wages to take on inflation. Never mind the fact that many of these companies are recording record profit margins, even as they raise prices record amounts. Look, you've heard me say it before, I'm a capitalist. I'm not out to punish anybody. I have no problem with companies getting and generating reasonable profits. But in this moment of peril, with the war overseas and inflation surging around the world, the last thing we should be thinking about is rewarding companies for exploiting the situation. While families struggle to pay their bills, some corporate executives are on earnings calls with investors on Wall Street cheering their record profits and explain how they're using this period of inflation to cover the rise in prices far beyond what they need to do to cover their costs. And all this time, they're not even paying for a fair share of taxes in the first place. You want to bring down inflation? Let's make sure the wealthiest corporations pay their fair share. My plan asks those companies to pay their fair share in taxes. Congressional Republican plan, let them off scot-free. And if you weren't extreme enough for the Congressional Republican agenda, they put it in writing. It also calls on Congress to put Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid on the chopping block every 5 years. Now, if I hadn't seen it in writing, I think somebody's making this up. Their proposal is every 5 years, all those programs would cease unless they're re-voted. That the Congress comes along and says, yeah, we want to keep these plans, affirmatively voting for them. Well, imagine the changes are going to take place then, man. Imagine all the bargaining that's going to take place. You Democrats want to maintain Social Security, you got to give up such and such. Look, I want to give Medicare the power to negotiate drug prices and make it stronger and lower your cost. Republicans kind of want to make, and Congress want to make Medicare's very existence up for vote over and over again, along with Social Security and Medicaid. Really, ask yourself, how well are we going to sleep at night knowing that every 5 years, MAGA Republicans, if they're still Republican, as I said, this is not your father's Republican Party, if we're going to have to vote on whether you will have Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and what amounts you'll have in each of those programs. You know what they're likely to do? Use them as hostages every 5 years to get their way on other things. Think about it. Give us another tax cut for billionaires if Social Security gets it. Stop investing in clean energy, or we're gonna kiss your Medicare goodbye. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. I can't believe that the majority of Republicans buy on to Scott's plan, but that's a plan in writing, and he's in the leadership. Finally, let's do one more comparison. Let's compare our two plans when it comes to the deficit. Republicans love to attack me as a big spender, as if that's the reason why inflation's gone up. Let's compare the facts. Under my predecessor, the deficit exploded, rising every single year under the Republicans. Under my plan, we're on track to cut the federal deficit by $1.5 trillion this year. Let me say it again, $1.5 trillion by the end of this fiscal year. The biggest one-year decline in all of history for America. That's in addition to last year, we cut the budget $350 billion. The deficit, not the budget, the deficit, $350 billion. My Treasury Department is planning to pay down the national debt this quarter, which never happened under my predecessor. Not once, not once. Because unlike my predecessor, the deficit has gone down both years I've been here. That is not an abstraction. It matters. It matters to families because reducing the deficit is one of the main ways we can ease inflationary pressures. Look, the bottom line is this. Americans have a choice right now between two paths reflecting two very different sets of values. My plan attacks inflation and grows the economy by lowering costs for working families, giving workers well-deserved raises, reducing the deficit by historic levels, and making big corporations and the very wealthiest Americans pay their fair share. The other path is the ultra MAGA plan put forward by congressional Republicans to raise taxes on working families, lower the income of American workers, threaten sacred programs Americans count on like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and give break after break to big corporations and billionaires, just like they did the last time they were in power, when their top priority was the reckless $2 trillion tax cut, the majority of that going to the very wealthiest Americans, which ballooned the deficit and not a penny of it was paid for. Look, I know you gotta be frustrated. I know. I can taste it. Frustrated by high prices, by gridlock in Congress, by the time it takes to get anything done. Believe me, I understand the frustration. But the fact is, congressional Republicans, not all of them, but the mega Republicans are counting on you to be as frustrated by the pace of progress, which they've done everything they can to slow down, that will hand power over to them and enact so they can enact their extreme agenda. Look at their agenda. We'll put up on a webpage somewhere, I think I can do this, the Scott plan. It's in writing. We need a government focused on what families actually need. So I urge all Americans to think about the path I've laid forward. We're gonna have to do more beyond what I laid forward. But then think about the Republicans in Congress are actually proposing. Which path is right for you and for your family, and quite frankly, for America? Let's build on the extraordinary process and progress we've made instead of tearing it down. Let's focus on what matters. This really matters to average Americans. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and may God protect our troops.
Mr. President,
You're going to ask me about what I spoke about.
Mr. President, why do you believe so many Americans believe that your administration is not doing enough to combat inflation? And do you believe that you and your administration bear some measure of responsibility for the inflation that we're seeing across the country?
First is we're in power. That's the first thing. And you're justifiably right, we control all three branches of the government. Well, we don't really. We have 50-50 in the Senate. You need 60 votes to get major things done. I've been pushing the things I've been proposing here, and you've heard me speak to today since I got in office. And I need to get 60 votes to be able to even pass them, number one. Number two, I think that, they're not focused. All they're focused on, understandably, is the problem they're facing. They get a 5.5% raise, an average raise in their salaries, and yet inflation exceeds that. And they look around the world, and they know that a lot of it's extremely complicated. And so they're frustrated, and I don't blame them. I really don't blame them. There's a lot we have to do. But you know as well, I shouldn't say you, I think what I have to do is explain in simple, straightforward language what's going on. Like, the reason why 30% of the inflation last year is because automobiles cost more. Why'd they cost more? They couldn't get the computer chips to make them. People were making a lot more money. They wanted to buy the automobiles, they couldn't buy them because the cost went up so high because there were so few of them. The same way this year. The reason why prices are up. They understand, but they don't. Look, most people, the vast majority of Americans are hoping that their government just takes care of the problem. And they don't have to think about it in detail at the kitchen table, at the dinner table. And that's understandable, no matter what their background. But right now, it's confusing. There's a war in Ukraine. And they're scratching their heads like, what the heck is Russia doing? Should we be helping? They think we should be helping the innocent Ukrainians. Or have any other job. System thinks, wow, there's thousands of tons of grain in elevators in Ukraine. They can't get out. And Ukraine's one of the biggest producers of corn and wheat. I wonder whether that's the reason my prices are up.
Do you take any responsibility for the inflation in this country? Do you take any responsibility for your policies?
I think our policies help, not hurt. Think about what they say. The vast majority of the economists think that this is going to be a real tough problem to solve, but it's not because of spending. We brought down the deficit. The bottom line is, how much does America owe? How much in the hole are we going? We're reducing that.
One question on inflation. Still gasoline prices and diesel prices at record highs.
Yes.
You have yet to ask Americans to consume less. You're a train guy. Have you ever thought of your administration asking Americans to drive less, to take public transport?
Well, if you ever raised a family like mine, you don't have to tell them. They're doing everything in their power to figure out how not to have to show up at the gas pump. That's why, for example, one of the things that's going to help a lot, but it's going to take time, is our infrastructure bill. The truth is, they don't have that many options in terms of transportation around the country right now. If you live in the Northeast Corridor, you do. If you're driving back and forth between Baltimore, Washington, New York, etc. But you don't have many choices. You don't have a whole lot of choices to deal with other aspects of transportation in terms of local transportation. And so what happens is, and unless they're electric, we find ourselves the cost of flying, buying a ticket on a plane costs more because of gas prices. So this is a process, but it's a process that I've been consistent about, wanting to lower prices and shift to renewable energy so we're not as dependent. I have conversations almost every day. Well, that's an exaggeration. At least twice a week with one of my European counterparts, heads of state, on how can we help them, in fact, wean themselves off of Russian oil because they're so totally dependent. So we're working like the devil to help them transition, because as long as Russia's able to make money selling oil, they're going to continue to be able to do the bad things they're doing. So there's a lot. It's really complicated. I'm not suggesting American people can't understand it. They understand it, but they have, they're working 8-10 hours a day just to put food on the table. And so I think what's happened is we have, in a sense, I never expected, let me say this carefully. I never expected the ultra MAGA Republicans who seem to control the Republican Party now to have been able to control the Republican Party. I never anticipated that happening.
Mr. President, will you drop Trump's China tariffs?
Mr. President, a year ago, the administration was saying that inflation was transitory. That's obviously not the case now. How long do you think it will be until we see prices coming down?
I'm not going to predict that. It ranges depending on which economists you're talking to by the end of this year, and some say it's going to increase next year. But there's others say by the end of this year, you're going to see it come down by the calendar year. I don't know, but I know what we have to do to make sure that we can bring it down.
China tariffs? Will you drop Trump's China tariffs?
Do you support any restrictions on abortion, or what limits do you believe there should be as the Senate is
Because I want the story to be about inflation.
You called out Rick Scott a little while ago in your remarks. Earlier today, anticipating your remarks, he said, and I'm just quoting here, that the best thing, most effective thing Joe Biden can do to solve the inflation crisis he created is resign. He's the problem. The senator added later, Joe Biden is unwell, he's unfit for office, he's incoherent, incapacitated, and confused. These are his words. Offering him a chance to respond.
I think the man has a problem.
Can I ask you about let's wrap this up. Will you drop former President Trump's China tariffs?
We're discussing that right now. We're looking at what would have the most
So
positive
lower them or
impact.
to erase them?
No, I didn't say that.
I'm asking.
I'm telling you, we're discussing it, and no decision is made on it.
Mr.
Thank you, guys. That's a
how
wrap.
long should Americans be
Thank you
prepared
all.
to pay this much at the pump?
Thank you, President.
Are you concerned about a
All right, guys,
recession,
let's
Mr. President?
All right, that's your president, Joe Biden. His plans to tackle inflation, you guys. And they flooded him with questions. But he just said basically, gotta lower costs, pay fair share. He wants all the payments to be equal. He's lowering wages, he's lowering prices. That's Joe Biden. It's the Democrats. It's what they want. It's what they told us. They warned us. The last president warned you. So thank you for joining that. You know, that's his plan now. This is his plan. So that don't sound good going into the CPI data tomorrow, to be honest. Being quite honest with you. Looks like my photos is still not working here, so I'm not able to show you guys what's going on as far as the data today. I think there is a way I can pull it up on my iCloud, but looking at the time, you guys, it's lunch. It's lunch. It's Wall Street lunch. And LCAOD, we're going to take lunch here. But today we're going to take a full hour because, man, they just hit us with a lot of briefings. And I think that's going to be it here for about an hour. They'll be back at 1 p.m. LCAOD will be back about 1:30 p.m. And, you know, just pay attention to the charts and numbers, you guys, during lunch. This thing right here is sitting at the bottom on the SPY. I can't flush. Or I can't rush right back up to the VWAP here. At least 399 on the SPY. Is going to have to make it back, or you know, if it doesn't go back up to about 399 on the SPY, that is, you won't see the stocks pick up either. They're going to get lower here all across the board. So keep that in mind right now. Yeah, Upstart, they're still clapped, you guys. They're still down 60%. We do still have that winner. We did exit that position this morning. We see what they did. We did look up the profit that was left out on the table because this is something we like to do. We track our trades here at LCOD, whether win, lose, or draw. We like to, you know, track our trades. It makes you a better trader, better investor. So, you know, looking at it here live, I can show you guys before we go to lunch. Looks like they only got me for what it opened up for, so nothing too bad. But, you know, that's just how it is. That's the market makers doing their thizzle there. So it looks like it did get it for a high at about $30 a contract. Remember, I got it for about $24.70 there. And yeah, SPY's still coming down here. So they're marking it now at about $29.60 here. So that contract continued to pick up equity as it continued to fall after most investors sold there in this morning, the first 15 minutes. You know, because we actually got the previous close $3, so you can't really complain when you get a contract go from $3 to $24. So a hell of a play there, hell of a trade, hell of a flip. But that is a close position. Upstart is still selling, you guys. I'm noticing they don't have a lot of put options on their options strategies there. They don't have that many out the money put options there, so be careful with that, you guys. Be careful with that. I would look for more time. Give them more time. Just looking out. They'll probably add more contracts, especially after today. So give it some time. They'll add more put contracts, and then that price you'll be able to figure out which direction it's gonna go, or is it gonna bounce from here? This is the bottom. So we don't know. We're still finding out. As of right now, this is not the bottom. The SPY is still selling off here. We got a new low just hit 394.89. So the SPY is tagging new lows currently, and we're going to lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch here today. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We will be back after the lunch, 1:30 p.m. We'll be back live here. Tune into the charts and numbers as the break go on. Enjoy your lunch, you guys. The market is in the red. Be cautious right now. The Fed is not playing right now, man. The MM is not playing here. It's a bear market. Remember that. Unless you see a strong green candle to take the SPY back to 415, then we do not see a reversal, you guys. The market is still trending down here, so don't get excited over it if it makes it back to VWAP by lunch. Just kind of read it here. Just stay cautious. And stay calm, stay collective. Cool, calm, collect, you guys. And we'll be right back after lunch.
Hey yo, my man hit me up and said he got a plate for 2 P's. He said he feel like they tryna line him up, got me on ease. I grabbed the strap, hopped up in the Jeep, pulled up on ease. Put up my sleeve, man, these niggas acting like hot fish, I leave them grease. Yeah. Man, these niggas ain't G's, man, these niggas ain't me, they wanna be's. I don't think he got the money, can't you see? Is you blind? Blind eyes can't see. So that may be the case, homie. Nigga ain't got nothing, he acting phony. I ain't acting with a nigga, I keep it on me. I showed him a little cutie. That's all you want, G? Is that all you want, G? Ain't no coming back. It's all you gon' see. Yeah, that's all he never say. I'm in the whip patiently, smoking dope with the Migo, thinking patiently about who the fuck is these niggas creeping through the back door. The Migo hit the back door, I hit the side door. We walk around the back, we see 2 niggas skied up, we don't know how to act. Migo lost his cool, split both of them. We in the house, we laying everybody down. I told my nigga, get the weed, get the cash, nigga, we out. He ain't getting shit, nigga, we out. Yeah, we out. They on the drought. Hey, turn, make this left right here. Go straight, nigga, slow down. Don't crash, you been drinking that damn brown. We gotta get to our destination. We staying focused, they staying basic. Remember that, ain't that his peoples? Slow down, they got the people with them. But we got the drop, and we got the stash, and we got the guap. Step on it, go by 65. Go, go. life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Phone rings, are you okay? I'm so used to that shit, and I forgot to call on your birthday. That's another thing I've been bad with, and I think I'm so fucking done with all these bad decisions. I started a lot of the problems and don't know how I did it. Lost cause, don't think I like my image. I couldn't stand in the mirror. I hated every minute. Or a bag, or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Lately not anticipating all things to come. We've got blistered souls and bad decisions. We're trained to run, thinking about ourselves and no one else. But who loads the gun? Got me sitting, waiting, wishing about the things I've done. I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at.
Yeah, I say I'm smoking on the backwoods, yeah, I'm burning loud trees, smoking on that Pacquiao shit and I bag.
Da 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 da. And I reply, hit him with that 4-5 hey. Da 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 da. And I reply, hit him with that whole time hey. These bitches always asking, what is so squad? And I reply, bitches know I'm so squad hey. A nigga talking shit about my so squad. And I reply, hit him with that 4-5 hey. It be the niggas who be thinking that they go hard. They get hit with that stick, bitch, I'm so squad hey. Shots buried, hit him 704 times. And I reply, bitches know I'm so squad hey. And I reply, hit him with that 4-5. I know real goons, yeah, they kid broad day. I got niggas on the steps toting all nines. And I got more niggas with K standing in the hallway. I've been known to pass the rock to my whole team. Everybody green bean like we playing 2K. I'ma scream soul squad till the death of me. I've been getting money up, I ain't stepping today. Blowing gas, fucking bitches screaming soul squad. Matter of fact, it's a trap for my nigga Marley J. Niggas who be thinking that you go hard, I'ma pop and fade away like I'm Timmy Hardaway. These bitches always asking what is so squad, and I reply, bitches know I'm so squad. Hey, a nigga talking shit about my so squad, and I reply, hit him with that 4-5. Hey, niggas who be thinking that they go hard, they get hit with that stick, bitch, I'm so squad. Hey, shots buried, hit him 704 times. And I reply, bitches know I'm so squad, hey. And I reply, hit him with that whole time, hey. Pull up to your block, stop cocking, let it spray. Know a fiend, hit you with a dope line. And I know G's 83rd, all the way to 9 trade. That money gotta get it, ain't no time for bitches. but she can ride with me, give me head the whole way. I gotta keep that stick, I ain't got time for niggas. I shoot you in your face and give you three like D-Wade. These bitches always asking, what is so squad? And I reply, bitch, you can't be so squad today. And she reply, boy, you swear you so squad. And I reply, bitch, just know that's so squad the game. Bitches always asking, what is so squad? And I reply, bitches know I'm so squad. Hey, a nigga talking shit about my so squad never. And I reply, hit him with that 4-5. Hey, it be them niggas who be thinking that they go hard. They get hit with that stick, bitch, I'm so squad. Hey, shots buried, hit them 704 times, yeah. And I reply, bitches know I'm so squad. Hey, da 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 da. And I reply, hit on with that 4-5. Hey, da 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 da. And I reply, hit on with that whole time. Hey.
Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle. It's out top, man. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that blood high. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This the son, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. 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 This that son, sit down, go to school. School rocks, school rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, take care, take care, take care. Roll out, it's fair. Go up, go down, it's there, it's here. My mind be racing. I'm here, I'm there. You here, you there. We here, we here. I'm here. I did it, came up. I'm committed. You did it, I'm committed. You send it, I send it. We send it, you sent it. We sent it. We swipe, we win it, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though. It can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. Man, she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn. And they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' but it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step, with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his hands to the land. Rest in peace, that's my mans. That's my mans. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west, man. Yeah, we got it in the best, man. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trap.
Chase. It's been so hard for me to sleep. My exes keep on calling, I send them for it on repeat. Yeah. I keep some drugs and lean on me. Got an eighth in the wood that shit. Put me right to sleep. Yeah. Then I dream about a beat. Plug me in the socket and you know I'm gonna eat. Yeah. I'm gonna eat. Yeah. I'm gonna eat. Yeah. It's so hard. It's been so hard. It's been so hard. It's been so hard for me to sleep. It's been so hard for me to sleep. Yeah. It's been so hard for me to sleep. It's been so hard for me to sleep. I've been chasing my dreams, not thinking about reality. This ain't TV, so watch what you say to me. Cause nigga, I'm blanking real bad. And this beat hit my heart, so you know I'm blanking bad. Nigga, I don't need no pen and pad. I'm going off my top, talking about my mental past. Yeah, you know it's chase a bag. I've been at the chipper, nigga, hey, cause it's so hard for me to sleep. Got X and Molly in my drink, you know I'm drinking E. Hey, I don't even think what I say come to my mouth, and you know I let it speak. I'm a beast, and nigga, I've been in the streets. There's one wreck on me, there's two like tatted on me. Yeah, nigga, know I'm me, and I ain't going back. But nigga, I'm blanking B, and niggas getting sad. They going out like bees, yeah. They going out like bees, yeah. They going out like bees, yeah. And that shit gets so hard, yeah. It's so hard for me to sleep. It's so hard for me to sleep. I got that drugs and lean on me. That drugs and lean on me. I got that drugs and lean on me. Yeah. Just feel it, nigga. Just feel it, nigga. Just feel it, nigga. It's so hard. It's so hard. It's so hard. It's so bad.
Yeah, it's Leonard P. Seymour on the beat. I'ma be me, I ain't these others. I ain't tryna be nobody else. Yeah, it's Leonard P. Seymour on the beat. I'ma be me, I ain't these others. I ain't tryna be nobody else. I'ma be me, like no other. I ain't tryna be nobody else. Gotta stack cheese, like the governor. I ain't tryna ask for niggas' help. Gotta get green, like peas, cause these others try to take your wealth. Tryna deal, then you live in an image. Leonard P stay independent, no limit. Leonard P not talking if it ain't millions. They used to hang around me for my gimmicks, but now I got them mad, they on they pivot. And my head is still mad, they still live it. And my pockets ballin' like the Olympics. And I'm getting peas in from scrimmage. If you want it, you gotta wait a minute. This weed from her edgy, so she's smoking on physics. No mimics, I ain't perfect, I'm terrific. They can't tame us, Nipsey Hussle, I'm prolific. I'ma be me, I
ain't these others. I ain't tryna be nobody else. I'ma be me, like no other. I ain't tryna be nobody else. Gotta stack cheese, like the governor. I ain't tryna ask for niggas' help. Gotta get green, like peace, cause these others try to take your wealth.
Out of this technological terror you've constructed, the ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the...
Okay. Hey, I'm in disbelief. Oh, yeah. Hey, start from the beginning, this shit was a joke. They used to laugh at me. No, it's not a question, this shit that I touch becomes a masterpiece. I used to run from my problems. I was an athlete. I ain't know nothing about making it, just hoping the grass was green. Now going back's not even question. Oh, life before was purgatory, now it's painted perfect for me. Lesson I chose. Yeah, I've been worked on purpose, but I think it's self-learning. I ain't know I can live paycheck to paycheck and make it. I used to be fine with that. Now I'm invested in trying to be famous. I crossed where the line was at. I used to live for a little bit. Now I'm percentage this little is the part that's above where the medal is. If I want the money, I'm getting it. Life's not impressive. This shit is progressive. I'm in it for me. When I see $1, I'm moving the camera. I'm making a reach. Yeah, I just turned that into something. I did it. They hate what they see. They don't believe I can do it, but honestly, not to do it. I'm in disbelief. Done playing the victim. Life ain't what it seems. Gotta want it just to get some. Yeah, and I know that. Raise your gloves, we can toast that. Gonna throw back and come back and toe tag. Cost more shit than your own pad. Oh.
Crucial 808.
Up on the block with the pack and I'm pumping. Bad little bitch that he making the song. She's fuck from the back, little bitch, I ain't love it. Yeah. I'm the young nigga, got the stick in the function. Roll up the crash, dummy in the rush. Goes the Glock, little nigga, no touch. They get to the goal, little nigga, no fumbling. Up in the trap from sun up to sundown. Don't even try to run up, you get gunned down. Too high off the ops, I can't come down. Talk shit, up the Glock, you gon' run down. Cut open shot, little hits gon' shut him down. I ain't do fronts, we ain't bitch, I don't do fronts now. He kept on running, till it's not run down. I don't do dubs, I do apes and nuts now. If you worry, he gon' get paid when he touch down. They say I'm a dirty boy, got mud in my cut now. Pressure get glad, they quit the shutdown. Yeah, they quit the shutdown. She see I'm up, she wanna fuck now. Shit was depressing, it ran my trust out. If I ain't got my shit, he gon' get punched down. He did. Come caught what you need. Stay the fuck on the sidewalk, you not in the streets. I left him off on the block like some cleats. If he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma If he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma if he up on the block with the pack and I'm pumping. Bad little bitch that he making the song. She's fuck from the back, little bitch, I ain't love it. Yeah. I'm the young nigga, got the stick in the function. Roll up the crash, dummy in the rush. Goes the Glock, little nigga, no touch. They get to the goal, little nigga, no fumbling. Up in the trap from sun up to sundown. Don't even try to run up, you get gunned down. Too high off the ops, I can't come down. Talk shit, up the Glock, you gon' run down. Cut open shot, little shit's gon' shut him down.
Crucial 808.
6 chill for water, 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 drip. Drip. Yeah, go dummy, Kyle. Drip. Water, 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 splash. Water, 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 drip. Water, 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 splash. Water, 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 drip. Yeah. Keep the daddy on my hip. Drip. Water, 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 splash. Water, 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 drip. Water, 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 splash. Water, 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 drip. Keep the daddy on my hip. Chasing. Chasing. Water, 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 drip. I drip, I drip, I drip. Your bitch, she on me like a drip. Oh, water when I hit, yeah, she tunnel hit. That vision is on that money, yeah, I'm chasing it. Just chase a bag and yeah, I did it for my city, did. Shot the shots, very ride with me in they 30s. I don't give a fuck, I hurried up and chased that bag, homie. Just chase a bag, homie. Lenny rockin' with me on it. I do it for my city, who my opponent? I'm in my fucking opposition. Where they at? If you up, then diss me. Come on with it. If you up, you gon' but you get the picture. Fucking right. But you get the issue. The issue. And I can't get with you. If you want that pressure, come and get it. Then come and get you. What you want, nigga? I don't give a fuck. I'm on it, nigga. And I'm on it, nigga. With my homie, nigga. Stupid like written on me, nigga. Yeah, show me, nigga, that I've been down bad before. But nigga, I'm on it, nigga. I'm tryna get that bag, nigga. No, I ain't been stuck. Just know it's chasing bad, nigga. I'm tryna fuck on your bed. Where she at? I love that. Look at that. I'm lying, nigga. Get that hoe up at that hoe. Feel me, bro. Lenny up and with me, bro. You rockin', get me, bro. FOE, OTL, Stu like E. We the fucking best. One way. Drip. Water, 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 splash. Water, 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 drip. Water, 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 splash. Water, 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 drip. Yeah. Keep the daddy on my hip. Yeah. Drip. Water, 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 splash. Water, 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 drip. Water, 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 splash. Water, 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 drip. Yeah. Keep the daddy on my hip. Yeah. I ain't never asked a nigga for a favor from me. I ain't never chill with these niggas or their partners. I just did what I had to do and stay on my grind. Cause I had a little kid and that wasn't perfect time. So now I walk around dripping. Now I walk around splashing. Money all in my pocket. Money all in the bag. I ain't never gon' trap, but I'm always trapping. I be always seasoned, and I be always spending. But I spend and get it back, get it back, get it back. Stack season, that's a fact. Stack it up. I need this shit right now. I don't need to see that shit later. I need this shit right on my hands. LCA. School life. My girl love a Coca-Cola. She smoking cheese, yeah, my girl is stoner. She drinking lean and she smoking bogeys. She smoked that dough and still got her priorities. My girl in love with Coca-Cola. She smoking trees, yeah, my girl is stoner. She drinking lean and she smoking bogeys. She smoked that dope and still got her priorities. so ahead of myself. Sometimes I be scared of myself, but I love me to death. I gotta keep it pushing on that land mission. We weren't seeing eye to eye no more. You caught that tunnel vision, you on that cold ass shit. But I ain't taking pictures, but I'm painting them. You gotta see my vision. I'm trying to go platinum. Fuck your recognition. This ain't no audition or no chords, nigga. I got hella bitches. Who got hella bitches? I ain't worried about no pussy. I'm dropping records, nigga. I'm trying to find me a label, and I ain't signing with you. Checking niggas, throw the flag in. I gotta make this shit my passion, and that's 100, that's 1 rag in, and I be stacking. Gotta keep the money coming, never lagging. Like I'm down on my last, like I'm done with my last. I don't need you no more. It was good, it's in the past.
My girl in love with Coca-Cola. She smoking trees, yeah, my girl is stoner. She's drinking lean and she smoking bogeys. She smoked that dope and still got her priorities. My girl in love with Coca-Cola. She smoking trees, yeah, my girl is stoner. She drinking lean and she smoking bogeys. She smoked that dope and still got her priorities.
Hey, I ain't doing nothing but tryna get some bread. I'm on my road running shit. Yeah, I'm tryna stay ahead. If you get in my lane, you gon' end up dead, nigga. You heard what I said. It's Coca-Cola shit. It's whipping in that pot. It's whipping till they lock. It's whipping till they rock. On that, all I know is straight drop. Fuck a eye. The more you niggas hate, my paper gon' flop. And I'm headed to the top. And your bitch, she give me top. That's another level. You know I keep my Glock in this heavy metal. I remember back when shit was all good. It was me and my little niggas taking over the hood. Not a nigga on the street could fuck with us though. Not a bitch on the street, we ain't fuck on the low. Unless she full of that smoke, unless she full of that dope, or maybe full of that coke. Then I'm serving that hoe, cause I love it bad. I gotta get it for sure. I'm steady stacking up. I ain't got time to blow, I ain't got time to waste on no petty shit. I got niggas out here that's already rich.
My girl in love with Coca-Cola. She smoking trees, yeah, my girl is stoner. She drinking lean and she smoking bogeys. She smoked that dope and still got her priorities. My girl in love with Coca-Cola. She smoking trees, yeah, my girl is stoner. She drinking lean and she smoking bogeys. She smoked that dope and still got her priorities.
It's bad. You rockin'. Yeah, I say I'm smoking on the backwoods, yeah, I'm burning loud trees, smoking on that packy out, shit'll knock you out. I'm really trying to get it. I shoot your lights out, call me Kill Bill, cause I'm wiping niggas out. I say I'm smoking on the backwoods, yeah, I'm burning loud trees, smoking on that packy out, shit'll knock you out. I'm really trying to get it. I shoot your lights out, call me Kill Bill. Cause I'm wiping niggas out, taking niggas out. I ain't gon' play no games with them, now I'm on the mount. Then I cop a range on them, boy, you in the drought. Now your clout done came to me, I ain't gon' point you out. Boy, ain't no lame nigga, definitely ain't no cane nigga. I got that shit to open up your drain, nigga. I'm off the chain, nigga. Stay in your lane, nigga. Cause I'm wiping niggas out like this pain, nigga. If you got pain, nigga, I got things that bring you back to this earth and never change, nigga. Insane, nigga. I'm really on my brain, nigga. This shit got me too turned up. Now it's stupid like the movie, now the roof went up. Yeah, I'm on that Molly shit, yeah, the roof went up. Hey. Cause I'm too turned, I never change, nigga. Smoking backwoods in the range, nigga. Say I'm smoking on the backwoods, yeah, I'm burning loud trees. Smoking on that packy out, shit'll knock you out. I'm really trying to get it, I shoot your lights out. Call me Kill Bill, cause I'm wiping niggas out. I say I'm smoking on the backwoods, yeah, I'm burning loud trees. Smoking on that packy out, shit'll knock you out. I'm really trying to get it, I shoot your lights out. Call me Kill Bill, cause I'm wiping niggas out.
Yeah, you can't get knocked off for $1. You just get knocked off, it ain't the problem. Well, I say money ain't the issue.
I had your mama crying for some tissue. Nigga, you a stain. Nigga, you is not in my lane. I make it rain with that 30 or the 40. Nigga, I got mid-range. I shoot a nigga out his fucking Jordan. Think I'm playing. Nigga, you don't get the picture. I don't give a fuck about no fuck nigga that ain't with us. I been blowing dope. Used to ask to smoke my pack. Don't act like that, boat.
Hacho Pitón.
I'ma draw down, I'ma take me a risk. Yeah, my brother, while I'm trying to stay distant. This hood, they so childish like infants. Is it cause my color look crispy? Is it cause I got the cream, don't frisk me? I'm my shit to the T like brisk. Don't be that guy, don't get put on that list. The struggle real shit got me pissed. I'ma draw down, I'ma take me a risk. This on my radar while I'm trying to stay distant. Fuck hood, they so childish like infants. Is it cause my color look crispy? Or is it cause I got the cream, don't frisk me? I'm on my shit to the T like brisk. Don't be that guy, don't get put on that list. The struggle real shit got me pissed. Niggas out here playing on social media, I ain't with that. I'll call a nigga up and get his click whack. If I try a nigga, click clack. I ain't with the fuck shit, I can't get it back. Nah. If you rob me, good luck. Had them young niggas nuck. If you fuck, crime mob, I ain't took. I be with that fucking 9, you know it's took. What the motherfuck? Niggas, I am on that petty lame shit, I ain't with that. LCAOD, we buy business in the streets. We go do what we gotta do, we call that undefeated.
Yeah, I woke up like, what's up? I gotta get my cash right. Cause it's time, man. I'm reaching for that limelight. I'm steady grinding, ducking all them fed lights over the night. This time, I'ma make it right. Gotta get it how I get it. Ain't no stopping me. I know them feds be watching me, but I'm grinding, can't waste time. That's for you broke niggas, but right now, I'm even broke niggas. But I'ma get it in. When I do, you niggas gon' be hating, cause I'm fucking on your lady, and I know that drive you crazy. I'm just thinking about some other shit. Go ahead with that petty shit, you don't wanna get your brain real. Don't fuck with me, cause I gotta get this paper, and I gotta get my weight up, but I'm definitely not gon' wait, bro. And that's on me, like I'm yellow busy. But please believe me, I'm spizzy, chase a bag, I'm from the stool. And that's one rack, I'm cheesy. One rack. Nigga, you already know what the fuck going on, man. It's very good shit, nigga. Lady rocking on this bitch, bad, nigga. Fuck you mean, nigga. One rack. It's bad.
I'ma try to make it. 25 acre Dutchies, man. Yeah, I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, though. Please stop all the faking. You know that I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. I'm headed to the money, though. 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 Yeah, I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, though. I'm headed to the money though. Headed to the money though. I'm headed to the money though. Yeah. I'm headed to the money though. I'm headed to the money though. To the money though. Headed to the paper route. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, the paper route is gonna take me out. Yeah, take me out the hood. Have me eating good. Yeah, yeah, I wish you would. Try to take my meal. Try to take my paper. Come out of the ground like I am an undertaker. Yeah, my nigga, no, I'm never faking. Yeah, I sing too. Yeah, I ain't just draking. Yeah. No, I'm never faking, yeah. Run up on me, you mistaken, yeah. Yeah, what you taking? No, I'm never faking. Yeah, I'm with the crew, doing what I do. Yeah, I'm on that earth. Yeah, I'm smoking true. Yeah, I'm in the crew, doing what we do. Yeah, no love, yeah, to you. Ooh. 'Cause you know I'm gon' make it. No, you not gon' take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money though. Yeah. I'm headed to the money though. Yeah. I'm headed to the money though. Yeah. I'm headed to the money though. I'm headed to the money though. Yeah. I'm headed to the money. Don't look at me funny. Leave your brains looking runny. Sunny side up, yeah, I'm on that lane, yeah, you know I'm double cut, yeah, I got the green, yeah, you know I'm rolling, yeah, you know I'm smoking on the yeah, I roll that gas, yeah, I'm smoking on that perk, yeah. You know I'm trying to make it, yeah. You know I'm trying to make it. You know I'm trying to make it. And you will never take it. Yeah, stop the faking. Yeah, stop the faking. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. Yeah, I'm gonna get you. Snap back for you get fitted. Yeah, boy, I'm not kidding. Oh, I'm not kidding. I'm tryna make it out. Tryna make it out. Yeah, I'm 22, but you not gonna take me out. Yeah, you not gonna take me out. Yeah, you not gonna take me out. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and we are back from the lunch break. Wall Street been back for about 30 minutes. As you can see, they all made it back into the channel officially here. Some stocks bounced off their bottoms, but not that much movement still. Nothing to be, it's coming back bullish range here. They didn't even make it to VWAP. So, struggling here right now, you guys. Nothing motivating this action right now besides headlines of Young Thug is starting to race across. Headlines of Young Thug's YSL got charged with RICO. But, that don't really got anything to do with the market too much. But other than that, though, let's see. More human remains found in Lake Med. Just a lot of headlines, different headlines coming out right now about different stuff. But nothing really, nothing live going that's moving the market like you saw earlier. A lot of Fed speakers today still going on. We do got Secretary Jen going live at about 2:30. That's an hour from now. We'll have that pulled up here ready when she walks to the podium. But really, man, it's so chill. It looks like the spot just actually might make it back to VWAP here, might make it back to $3.99 on the spot. So still chilling here today, still up about 17% total. Could have been up about 20% today, but they kind of cut us short on a different play from what we paid. So we decided to just hold and hang on tight. But we still got a lot of time, so we might see that 20% soon. Might see more than that. the goal is to manage it at that rate. See more than that, or see it soon. Not go backwards. That applies to risk management. That's how you avoid that. So it's what we do and follow here at LCAOD, you guys. But right now, man, excuse me, I got a little cold here. Weather changing on me around my city here. Allergies. But yeah, man. 1:30, 1 p.m. Amazon is picking up for real. Let's see here. Nothing going on though, for real at all. Let's see what color the indices are. The futures looks like they were still mixed up here. The Nasdaq turned around on us during the lunch. The Nasdaq is up here in the green, up about 95%. The S&P 500 is up 16%. The Dow is still down about 31%. The Russell 2000 is down about 1.23%. And you got the VIX still down at 4.69% at $33.12. So mixed up here. Nasdaq is leading this traction. Had bounced to the on the SPY back to the VWAP and the S&P 500. So Triple Q's bouncing here too, back at 301, above 300, looking pretty good for them. It looked scary for them. They didn't see that 3 number no more. They saw 29. Oh, they panicked. But it looks like someone brought the dip here, and things are okay, man. Just relax right now. Might be an opportunity to exit. However you may want to take it here, but it's definitely getting back to the middle where it can go either way, you guys. So, but it's still in the bear market, so just stay calm, stay cautious. Really, just gonna continue to take a quick break. I'm still trying to fix this error, you guys. My photos are not popping up here. It looks like we're having a malfunction here, a technical difficulty here due to time constraints. We'll be right back.
I'm texting a thought right now, nigga. I'm in the studio, man. Be patient. You know what I'm saying?
Pro Beats Productions.
Digging her down while I'm grabbing her head, and I'm pulling it right now. Hitting it from the back. She like it like that. She like it like that. She telling her man she go for the night. She ain't coming right back. She ain't coming right back. She ain't coming right back. Giving me top, straight off the top. Damn. I love that shit, nigga. It excites me, bitch.
Pro Beats Productions.
Good water. Hella wet. Mouth cold. All she made me think about is when I get home. Is you home alone? Can I come over? Fuck in the shower, ayy. Hit you on the couch, yeah. Hit you in the room, yeah. Nut on the pillow, damn. I left them right there. Hey, now my kids is napping. Right on your face. Ooh, I just hit it today. Ooh, I just hit it today. Picked up a new pack yesterday. Ayy, smoked the 8th with her. Now I can't leave her alone. Head is a babysitter. Damn. Hold up. Stop. Don't think I'm slipping in here. I got that rocket in my sock. Ooh, kick the door if you want to. I might have to squeeze on you niggas. Ooh, here is who is you? Lay it down, money in your pockets now. Bands on me like I got a lot of bands. Bands on me cause I keep a lot of bands. Add 'em up, nigga, what is you saying? Your girl over there screaming right now. I just whacked some nigga, he ain't know it. Now I gotta leave you here shaking. Now I gotta leave you here shaking. Pull off, that's another jewel. Just hit my side hole up in Charlotte. Told me to come through right after I leave over whatchamacallit. On a highway 85, smoking no good threats. I just got a new pack. I just got a new pack. Don't forget that. Pull up on my mama. Ooh, she like it like that. Hair long, I like it like that. Red bone, I like them like that. Yeah, and she naked. Water dripping all over her body. No lotion, Just straight hydraulic pumping up in her stomach. Up in her stomach. No cartoons, real nigga. I'm up in her stomach. She all open, soaking wet, water dripping. Damn, she wet. Fuck her good, cause you know she the best. Fuck her good, cause I love her dick.
That's cool. You got a shirt long enough. Yeah, you got a shirt long enough.
Yeah, I got a new shirt. I just bought it.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Okay, get a shirt long enough. I'm just saying, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mama's old friend. You feel me? This ain't gonna be like, you gonna see people in the hospital.
Get money. Hey.
No love for the plug. Bitches in it for the thrill. Young nigga kid is still. Shoot the chopper at will. Shoot the chopper at will. Hey, no love for the plug. Bitches in it for the thrill. Young nigga kid is still. Shoot the chopper at will. Shoot the chopper at will. Hey, young nigga. Smoking Cali bud, counting Cali money. You niggas know what's up. Since a youngin', tell them pull up at the Wendy's. In the back, I show you Grammys. Then I'm driving off in Granny's whip. Hey, still rolling up. Hey, I still know some plugs. You can get what you want, just come and shop with us. I feel everything that I drop on this beat. Smoking good weed. I already told you that. Come pull up in the 4, I'll show you where that dope be at. We smoking good threats. Ain't no love for the plug, he can't get nothing back. Hey, ain't no love for the plug, bitches in it for the thrill. Young niggas keep the steel, shoot that chopper at will. Shoot that chopper at will. No love for the plug, bitches in it for the thrill. Young nigga keep it still. Shoot the chopper at will. Shoot the chopper at will.
Yeah. Shoot the chopper at will. Shoot the chopper at will. Yes, I will. If you try me, fulfill that steel. That's metal. You don't want that. But I'm peace like meta. So I fall back on everything though. I got a letter to me. Yeah, that means you cannot reach my beat. Hey, that means that I'm on the beat. And you better hear me listen, cause I'm spiritually. Hey, yeah, got the choppers at will, cause Trump put us in this situation, yeah, he put us all here. Hey, it's the law and that's facts, hey, so better watch what you say, hey, yeah, some on this shit, yeah, like this, nigga try this, yeah, be real, represent, and never ever switch. Young niggas still getting paid, young niggas still getting laid like Frito-Lay, them chips made, I don't care about what they say, I don't care about what they say, talking down on my damn grave and I ain't even there yet, I ain't even there yet, God got me, I'm going to heaven.
Hey, I wish y'all out there, though. Just passing, say, I miss y'all. Just how I little cousin teammates, you know. Hey, the market is bouncing back up here. Made it back across VWAP. The spot's back at 401, you guys. We're starting to see things turn around here. Don't know what's causing this, but we'll see soon. Maybe Jen got something to be saying. You know, we don't know. We'll see. Nothing causing it right now. It's just a little slight bounce, a pick up here. Maybe an opportunity to, reshort here. That's how it's been lately. But, just never know, depending on the action here today and how it's been. I would stay cautious and just stay calm, really. Play the long game right now. It's really a small risk to reward there. small risk to a big reward there. You playing long. Keep that in mind. Weekly's data IV's getting crushed here. And then CPI coming up tomorrow will have a lot of volatility towards it. We got a lot of Fed speakers speaking right now currently. They're going to be speaking all day. I don't have those briefings pulled up, but I know they're quoting them, and throughout the day, you'll see quotes by the end of the day. It looks like breaking news right now, something about Twitter ban on Donald Trump after deal closes. So we just got some breaking news. We're across the scanner. We're about to read and see what it says. This might be causing the SPY to pick up here. Let's check with Tesla. I see Elon Musk's name. It says Elon Musk says he would lift Twitter ban on Donald Trump after deal closes. Oh, that definitely just lit the whole entire market up, you guys. That is bullish. For real, though. You got to understand what that means. That means a lot of Republicans are back on that platform, and a lot of Republicans it's easier for them to invest together as one unit. Elon Musk says he would lift Twitter ban on Donald Trump after deal closes, you guys. This is breaking news here. It's 1:42 p.m. Tuesday, May 10th. It's 1:42 p.m. Tuesday, May 10th, you guys. That is breaking news that Elon Musk just said that S&P 500 rises in volatile trading as market tries to recover from 3-day losing streak, you guys. So we're starting to see a recovery here. They're saying a little slight bounce. The market is off the ground. I'm not seeing a recovery, but I do see it off the ground. So it is off the ground. We're going to say that when it's still a bear market. That's what we're going to say here at LCAOD. We like to stay very, 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 very cautious, you guys. So the SPY is picking right back up here, you guys. So we can make it. I think the high today is 406.8 you guys. So if we get there, they gain momentum and push through there. What I think is happening is forming up for the CPI data tomorrow. It's gonna be real volatile, like I said. It's gonna push it higher here or lower, depending on that data specifically. So that's what the market is anticipating here. And they're just saying, Dow gives up 500-point gain, falls for a fourth day of selling returns. Some of the gains coming back in slightly, not all, some slightly. But this is what it is here. If this is a bear market, history shows stocks have a lot further to fall. So that is a fact. And that's what you want to be cautious about. S&P 500 rise in volatile trading as market tries to recover from 3-day losing streak, you guys. So the SPY is bouncing right now, currently 401 above VWAP a little bit here. We're getting a lot of buy signals coming in here. Like I said, that breaking news with Elon Musk, that's crazy. Tesla picked up as soon as that happened. Notice that movement with Tesla over there, right at 800. Remember last time now in March, this was the bottom. Keep that in mind now. Keep that in mind with the Tessie over there. Beep, beep. So, This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. The market just flipped back green here. Dow's up 20%. S&P 500 is up 77%. The Nasdaq's up 1.71%. A lot of volatility. Right now, it works both ways here. They flipped green here. The Russell 2000 is down 90%. The VIX is down 5.58%, but still up at $32 and about 81 cents, you guys. Upstart is starting to get off the ground there and lose those shorts. I told you guys they wasn't really trying to go bankrupt today, so they don't have a lot of put contracts. It was a clear indicator they had to go up there, but not to say, like I said, there will definitely be puts added after hours. So keep Upstart on your watch list, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Out of this technological terror you've constructed, the ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the...
Okay. I'm in disbelief. Hey, start from beginning. this shit was a joke, they used to laugh at me. No, it's not a question, the shit that I touch becomes a masterpiece. I used to run from my problems, I was an athlete. I ain't know nothing about making it, just hoping the grass was green. Now going back's not even questioned. Oh, life before was purgatory, now it's painted perfect for me. Blessed I chose. Yeah, I haven't worked on purpose, but I think it's self-learning. I ain't know I can live paycheck to paycheck and make it. I used to be fine with that. Now I'm invested in trying to be famous. I crossed where the line was at. I used to live for a little bit. Now I'm percentage this littlest. The part that's above where the medal is. If I want the money, I'm getting it. Life's not impressive. This shit is progressive. I'm in it for me. When I see $1, I'm moving the camera. I'm making a reach. Yeah, I just turned that into something. I did it. They hate what they see. They don't believe I can do it, but honestly, not to do it. I'm in disbelief. Done playing the victim. Life ain't what it seems. Gotta want it just to get some. Yeah, and I know that. Raise your gloves, we can toast that. Gonna throw back and come back and toe tag. Cost more shit than your own pay. Oh.
Trend that we have been seeing for the last decade, especially with the feds. Not only just hip hop lyrics, we're talking about hip hop lyrics as well as music videos, as well as social media. So a lot of that is going to play a huge role in this prosecution, and which I believe that they already have chosen certain of those lyrics in order to go forward with this indictment. And what I can see also possible cooperators in this case.
All right, A.R. Sharp, Bernardo Violona, thank you both. Coming up, Ukrainian officials say Russian forces have fired several missile strikes into the port city.
Because the 2020 election. And that is where he is trying to purge over the course of this year several of these incumbent Republicans as he potentially weighs his own 2024 presidential run. And that is where you have seen others, including the Republican governor, Jim Justice, back McKinley, the West Virginia native. You have also seen, though, the likes of Democrat Joe Manchin even cut an ad for McKinley. Take a listen.
David McKinley has always opposed reckless spending because it doesn't make sense for West Virginia. Alex Mooney has proven he's all about Alex Mooney. But West Virginians know David McKinley is all about us.
Morgan, there is a skepticism towards Alex Mooney. He actually served for about a decade in the Maryland State House before moving to West Virginia to run for Congress. But ultimately, what we're going to be talking about tomorrow is Trump's endorsement, what ultimately puts him over the line and secures him a win, despite McKinley's presence here as a public servant for more than 4 decades.
Vaughn Hilliard breaking it all down for us from West Virginia. Vaughn, we appreciate it.
Now, because both West Virginia and Nebraska are predominantly Republican, the winners of today's primaries will be heavily favored in November. And today's outcomes could decide whether supporters of former President Donald Trump and his false claims about the 2020 election will hold congressional and statewide offices now. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is joining us to help break this down a little bit. So, Mark, I want to start with Nebraska here. There's a 3-way race there for governor, for the gubernatorial, or rather the Republican nomination for governor. President Trump endorsed Charles Herbster, who's been accused of groping multiple women. That's an allegation that he denies. How much of an edge do you think Trump's endorsement is actually giving him?
It certainly helps rather than hurts, as we ended up seeing last week in that Ohio Senate primary that J.D. Vance ended up winning. Donald Trump's endorsement helped Vance in the rural Appalachian counties in Ohio. And you could see kind of a similar effect in West Virginia, that the Trumpiest parts of the state, and again, West Virginia is pretty Trumpy, Nebraska could end up being helped. But at the same time, as we saw in Ohio, 68% of Ohio Republicans went with someone else other than J.D. Vance. And this Nebraska race is really competitive. Observers say that it is a jump ball between all three candidates right now. There hasn't been very much public polling, but it's going to be a really close race, Aaron.
Let's talk a little bit about West Virginia, too. I mean, obviously, we talk a lot about Senator Joe Manchin, usually involving Congress and the president's agenda. But here, Manchin is actually endorsing a Republican congressional candidate. What kind of impact do you think that's going to have?
Yeah, really what we're seeing in West Virginia is kind of an establishment versus Trump divide. And so backing David McKinley in this member versus member race, not only do you end up having Joe Manchin supporting McKinley, but as Vaughn Hilliard was just also mentioning, you end up having the Republican governor Jim Justice supporting McKinley. Justice, who had actually at one point had been a Democrat, now is a Republican, versus, though, of course, the Trump candidate in this race, and that's Alex Mooney. And as Vaughn was just describing to you, Alex Mooney isn't really part of that West Virginia establishment. He was a former politician in Maryland, and of course is a current member of West Virginia's congressional delegation. But I really see almost as the establishment Democrat versus Republican establishment against the Trump.
Leave us in a quandary as we're reducing our supplies, javelins, stingers, and we still haven't got the right size fleet to man up with the Chinese. So I would say we need some caution as we go forward.
All right, Jason Beardsley for us. Jason, as always, thank you so much.
Black Lives Matter fundraising is under fire.
Coming up next, what a co-founder now admits to doing at the $6 million mansion that was actually bought with donor money. Stay with us.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding.
Wow. Ooh, Black Lives Matter. Donor money. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm with JoJo off the Doja, chopper scene like Billy Ocean. In the streets just like an ocean. I'm a shark, gotta watch my motion. And I hit it in slow motion, and you know. Hey, I'm with JoJo off the Doja, chopper scene like Billy Ocean. In the streets just like an ocean. I'm a shark, gotta watch my motion. And I hit it in slow motion, and you know I'm fucking toting on the block with my motherfucking soldiers.
I'm on the block with the soldiers, on the block with the shooters. Boy, they talking big gun, they scared to use them.
I'm with Savage blowing cabbage and he shooting like a maverick. Me and JoJo steady pacing like a Pacers. Like the Pacers, we gon' chase him, we gon' hit him with the laser. He gon' have to jaw down and erase him.
Glock 23 with the laser, boy, I ain't gon' miss you, but you know that shit is gon' fucking take me.
I smoke gas that smell like piss. When I see the bitch I diss, I don't really got time to taste it. But if you see, I'ma take it with these bands. I make it turn the thigh into a model while I bake it. He gon' bake it, he gon' shake it. I had a little cuz come through and fucking take it. He gon' take it, got that clicker. I send you to your motherfucking maker.
Good gas, good lean, nigga roll good, bang, bad bitch, fat ass, and she like to lick the team.
She can't roll with the team unless she toting on the beam, and I got a bad bitch for the team. Pass it off like Elliot, who store it up and he gon' hoop, swear to God on truth. When I shoot, you gon' shoot, we gon' lace you like a boot. You already know how we fucking do.
How we do what we do, Magic Gang, we the crew. Got your boo, and she rolling on that boo, hey. Yeah, my niggas, we got lean in the cuts, hey. Dirty duck, double cut, nigga, what the fuck? Like, fuck is up, if you wanna bust, I don't discuss. Just up and butts.
We up them posts, underlay, let's go. Got shooters up the road, my niggas, they gon' score. Hey, ain't this for show, ain't that some bro? I gotta take care of the fam, gotta get it how I go. Gotta get it how I go, get shit in the bowl, so you know I'm coolin' with my fucking load. Major game, that's for sure. We gon' send them at your nose. You talking slick, we gon' send them at your throat.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory's gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news, NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Well, one of the most iconic pieces of pop art in American history now has a new owner who shelled out a fortune for it.
A fortune indeed. Andy Warhol's iconic 1964 portrait of Marilyn Monroe sold for just under $200 million, making it the most expensive piece of American art ever sold. Here's NBC's Ann Thompson to show us what makes this painting picture perfect. This was an auction for the ages. It took just under 4 minutes of bidding to set a new record high price for American art at auction, propelled by our endless fascination about the subject behind me and the iconic artist who created this work.
We will require the use of a special paddle.
Marilyn Monroe's image hung over the auction, creating a frenzy of interest from the curious and the very wealthy bidders alike.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the American dream, Warhol's sublime depiction of Marilyn Monroe.
All coveting the 40 by 40-inch silkscreen of the Hollywood star by Andy Warhol, what Christie calls a Mona Lisa for the 20th century. This morning, the painting holds the distinction of bringing the highest price for any American piece of art and 20th century art at auction.
It's selling here
a whopping $195 million, just short of the $200 million mark some thought it could bring.
Close to $200 million. Let it sink in. It's quite something.
Aside from its subject and artist, the work has a lore of its own. It is one of the shot Marilyns. So called because a visitor to Warhol's factory studio in New York City fired a revolver into a stack of 4 Marilyn paintings, including this one, which was not damaged. Titled Shots Age Blue Marilyn, it is a pop and artistic sensation, previously exhibited in New York, Zurich, London, and Paris.
There's no other painting that represents this diversity in emotions and this like really capturing what the...
Wow, you guys, a painting costs $195 million. Marilyn Monroe. Wow.
Years after her death, Monroe is having yet another cultural moment. On the Met Gala carpet last week, Kim Kardashian wore Monroe's dress from 1962 when she sang Happy Birthday to President Kennedy. And Netflix is running a new documentary, The Mystery of Marilyn Monroe, The Unheard Tapes, looking at her life and death. A fascination pushing the price of American art to new heights. Now, this piece comes from the collection.
That is crazy state of the art in the art world.
Brother and sister Swiss art dealers. The money raised at the auction will go to children's charities around the world. And Bloomberg reports this morning that the buyer is art dealer Larry Gagosian. Back to you.
And good Tuesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist in New York.
And I'm Morgan Radford on assignment here in Miami. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with breaking news and the new push by the White House to help keep more money in your pocket.
President Biden has just laid out a new plan to lower gas prices, which just hit their highest point in 22 years. You take a look here, the national average for a gallon of regular unleaded, now $4.37. That's 17 cents more than just a week ago. Leading us off this hour, NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece. So Shannon, we just heard from the president there. Walk us through what we heard.
Well, inflation has clearly been a top issue for voters for months now. The president did not announce any new proposals, any new steps he is taking, but he did seek to highlight some of the steps he says this administration has already taken. Like, for example, with the gas prices, he talked about releasing supplies from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and efforts the administration has taken on things to increase usage of ethanol. He looked to place the blame for this high inflation on two things. One, the disruption caused by the pandemic to global supply chains, to shutdowns, to changes in consumption and the way people are buying things, as well as more recently, of course, the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the way that that has driven up food and oil prices. It was clearly the president on the defensive to some extent. He sought to contrast his plan with that of Republicans. A number of times he called out Senator Rick Scott, who's put out a rather vague, I would say, plan about how Republicans would address some of these things that includes a minimum tax, something the White House and the president have really tried to focus in on. But here's a little bit more of what the president had to say.
My plan is to lower everyday costs for hardworking Americans, and lower the deficit by asking large corporations and the wealthiest Americans to not engage in price gouging and to pay their fair share in taxes. The Republican plan is to increase taxes on the middle-class families, let billionaires and large companies off the hook as they raise prices and reap profits at record amounts.
So clearly an effort here today by the White House to show they are focused on inflation. They are trying to take some actions to address it. And most importantly, I would say ahead of a midterm election, an increasing message we are seeing coming from the White House trying to compare and contrast what they are doing to what they say Republicans are doing.
So let's talk a little bit more about that, Shannon. Obviously, the president, as you said, went after Republicans on their economic plans. We did hear from some GOP members proactively before the president spoke. Walk us through some of that.
Well, Republicans, for their part, have been trying to blame Biden and his policies for inflation, calling out the stimulus payments and the spending that came from that COVID relief plan back in his first year in office. So they are very aware that the president and the White House have been increasingly trying to go on the defense here, trying to attack Republicans' plans or efforts they have suggested. So that's why we are now getting into what you can expect much, much more of into the summer before a midterm election, this back and forth blame game between two sides over what is clearly at the moment the number one issue for voters.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece for us in Washington today. Shannon, thank you. We are following breaking news in Ukraine now. Russian forces launched a rocket strike on the critical port city of Odessa. Ukraine's military says at least one person was killed there. It also claims 7 rockets were launched in the attack.
President Biden is calling on U.S. lawmakers to immediately approve his $33 billion aid package for Ukraine, and the House plans to take up the legislation later on this afternoon. However, 2 legislative aides also tell NBC News that House Democrats are working on a larger, nearly $40 billion package. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley, who's live for us right now in Ukraine. Matt, look, we understand that dozens of bodies were found less than 100 miles from where you're standing right now. So what more do we know about what exactly happened?
Yeah, I mean, this was a building, a 5-story building that collapsed. And this is the really tragic part here, is that these people, dozens of them, as you mentioned, were found underneath. They had clearly been sheltering in the basement. So it's unclear exactly what happened. It seems as though maybe they were trapped. But these dozens of bodies, and authorities are saying there could be more, though we don't exactly have a firm number yet, were found after weeks. This building collapsed back in March, and it wasn't until April 1st that the Russians took over that area. And then weeks later, just recently, have the Russians been pushed back. So this has actually been weeks and weeks that these bodies have been lying underground there. And it just goes to show that actually the Ukrainians have been managing to get some ground around where I am here in Kharkiv. But for a lot of people, it's just too late. Guys?
I mean, let's shift then to that new Russian strike on Odessa. I mean, have we been able to gather sort of any more information about what happened there?
Yeah, it sounds like it struck a shopping center and a warehouse, according to local officials, with at least one person who died. Now, it's really unclear exactly what the goal here is in Odessa. We had heard from a Russian general weeks and weeks ago, not necessarily a leading Russian general, who gave the only real indication of what Vladimir Putin's ambitions were in Ukraine, and those included the port city of Odessa and taking the whole southern coast. But we keep seeing that Odessa gets pounded and pounded by cruise missiles and other forms of weaponry, but at the same time, troops are actually pretty far from that city. So it looks as though there's one theory that we keep hearing, this one from the United States, that it could be that the Russians are trying to actually make Odessa a target so that the Ukrainians will post troops there in order to defend it, to distract them from fighting where I am right now.
Are very concerned about the 2020 election. Some people say it was stolen. Some people say it wasn't stolen. I think one of the biggest problems is that there's a fair amount of mistrust. And because of that mistrust, people are looking at the federal government, people are looking and they're saying, how can we get trust back into the system? That's what we're really shooting for. I voted this morning. It was wonderful. I love to see the people in line, the voting booths, democracy in action. It's very exciting. That's what we want. Is we want to regain that trust, which is so important to us in living in a republic, the United States.
Yeah, that's a great point. I love voting in person too. But what we really want, of course, is the most accurate and representative elections we can. So voting by mail does help that. Many states obviously do that. But let's turn to dollars and cents. Now, McKinley voted to support the bipartisan infrastructure package that President Biden had. He's been attacked for that. There is some appetite for voters to see bipartisan deals being done if it means roads and bridges, things they can see and benefit from in states that need them, even if it means granting President Biden a political victory. Do you think that'll cost him? How do you read West Virginia's voters on that?
Well, we all know West Virginia needs infrastructure. There's no question about that. Mountains tend to be hard on roads. And so the need for infrastructure is great. At the same time, West Virginians get really concerned as the budget deficit goes up and goes up and goes up, seemingly without end. This is a debt that has to be paid. And so we've got some people who say the infrastructure is, if we needed it so much, it needed to happen. We've got other people who say, no, not at the cost of ballooning the deficit and everything else which the Biden administration is doing. And so, but quite frankly, Mooney and McKinley made the best decisions that they could at the time based upon their values, and that's what they were both elected for.
So there is the claim by the president that the deficit has actually gone down. I mean, I guess it's gone down, growing slower than it had. But let me ask you about another issue, this big one with the Supreme Court's leaked draft opinion. How do you think Roe versus Wade and last week's release of that draft opinion is mobilizing voters one way or the other?
So in West Virginia, we are pro-life. We believe in pro-life. We believe that you can't take abortion and make it look like anything but what it is, which is the ending of a life of a baby in utero. You just can't. Now, there's a ton of great things we can have. Adoption. We can have a lot of other things that we can do to support moms and babies. But the thing that we can't do is kill the baby. We just can't do that. West Virginia is big into that. And we understand that it's necessary to support people when we can, but we cannot kill. We cannot end a life without this. I think that it's an issue.
Yeah. Well, I'll let you get that, Mark Harris, chairman of the West Virginia Republican Party. Was that your phone that I heard? You can.
It actually was. I think my daughter got it, so I think we're good.
There
Thank
you go.
you.
All right, good. Look, thank you very much for being with us. Hope the primary election goes smoothly and well, and that the opinions of Republicans and Democrats in West Virginia are reflected accurately, and we have a good old-fashioned election. Thanks very much, Mark.
Thanks. Excellent.
Well, we're going to be bringing you those election results starting tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern on ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis. And we have some breaking news here. Elon Musk has said he would reverse the permanent Twitter ban of Donald Trump if he takes control of the company. And in the interview, Musk said the ban was, quote, a morally bad decision and foolish in the extreme. Twitter has accepted Musk's $44 billion buyout offer last month, but Musk says it's still not a done deal, but could be finalized in the next 3 months or so. No real surprise there. It was pretty clear he's going to open Twitter back up to President Trump and other people. That's his idea for the platform. Well, on Capitol Hill, the Senate voted unanimously to step up security around the Supreme Court justices after the leak of that draft decision that could overturn Roe versus Wade. Tensions are running very high across the country, of course. And there is still fencing surrounding the Supreme Court, unscalable fencing to keep protesters back. Congressional correspondent Rachel Scott has the latest on this.
As the battle over abortion rights rages on, protesters gathering outside the home of Justice Samuel Alito overnight.
Alito is a coward!
On the heels of protests outside Justice Brett Kavanaugh and Chief Justice John Roberts' homes. Now the U.S. Marshals stepping in to protect the members of the High Court, and the Senate quickly moving to pass legislation that would extend security to family members. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell accusing demonstrators of trying to intimidate the justices.
It is an attempt to replace the rule of law with the rule of mobs.
This, as McConnell also indicates, overturning Roe could just be the beginning, saying it's possible Republicans could pursue a federal ban on abortion if they take control of Congress. The White House sounding the alarm.
We're at serious risk. You noted Mitch McConnell and other Republicans in Congress are talking about a national ban on a woman's right to choose.
In just 24 hours, Democrats will force a vote in the Senate to protect access to abortion. It's all but certain to fail. Senator Lisa Murkowski, the only Republican who said she would consider the legislation, now says she's a no.
Nothing's going to change. The vote's going to be the same.
If Roe versus Wade is overturned, as that leaked draft suggested, 26 states would ban or severely restrict access to abortion. Terry, Democratic-run states say they will not wait for Congress to act. New York and Connecticut are moving to set up funds for out-of-state patients traveling into their states. Meanwhile, you have Republican lawmakers in Louisiana that have advanced a bill to classify abortion as a homicide. It has left some fearing that if it is passed, it could also restrict access to emergency contraceptives like Plan B. Terry?
And that is for sure. Rachel Scott, thanks very much for that. That divisive issue really going to be front and center in the midterms. Coming up, Ukrainian officials say Russian forces have fired several missile strikes into the port city of Odessa. More on the impact of these strikes when we come back.
The Grizzlies had to play without John Morant. He was
streaming news.
Now streaming on ABC News Live 2020. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime 2020. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
Yeah. I like that.
That's your
Top Squad. Yeah, crazy ass world, all this shit that's going on. I can't even lie. Real nigga, yeah, I do some wrong, but this shit that's going on ain't even right. Seeing people dying every night. Niggas fighting for their lives, trying to get the stripes like Adidas. These niggas spot your ass out like a cheetah. And they smoking on that reefer. Niggas popping pills, lose their mind, blow your top. Run up in the house, shoot everybody for that fatty wop. These niggas tryna ball while I'm a jock. Yeah, I'm on your ass, put blood in your shoes, call your ass a red sock. And I ain't from Chicago, but my niggas blow. Yeah, this the Windy City.
get these shots buried, what they throwing up them foes. They kicking in your doors, they fucking all your hoes, and they stealing all your weed and all your coke. I cannot tell these niggas sit down. Shit, sometimes I'm provoked. Wanna run up in the house and slit these niggas' throat. It's hard to be different when you see the same shit. Niggas on the corner, niggas scheming up a lick. Other niggas whipping up a brick. Shit, bitches popping pussy, man, it's some sick shit. This the shit that we see every day. I don't know what to say, so my blunt, yeah, I blaze. Sometimes it get hard to look further. Man, I be worried that a nigga might come and serve me. Or the feds, yeah, they might give me 30. This bitch I'm fucking with, yeah, she might do me dirty. Police get behind me going fast, yeah, I'm swerving. Young nigga spinning, getting cash, yeah, I'm splurging. Damn, this the life that I chose. This the hoe that I chose. And I ain't doing no blow. But the niggas that I'm with might set me up. Shit, I don't know. That's what's going through my mind every time that we roll. To go and roll, you never know. Look at motherfucking Alpo. Look at Kanan Lynch. Nigga, you come up with, be out here trying to fuck your fucking bitch. Look at nigga boss. Man, fuck this shit. This shit crazy. Niggas out here fucking this shit, man. Niggas out here lost their motherfucking mind.
I get the pet for the cheaper. I got this shit off a river. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, then we tweaking. Bust his head and leak him leaking. Yeah. Bust his head and leave him leaking. I got the pack for the cheaper. I got the shit off for reefer. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him clean. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowing semen. Baby sitting on the weekend. He hit us, he gon' jump. I got the shit for the cheaper. I got the shit off for reefer. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him rocking. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowing semen. Baby sitting on the weekend. He hit us, he gon' tweak. Yeah. That nigga might be in his feelings. I just be smashing the hoe, ain't no cuffing no hustle. No fuckers you talking about with us. I'm trying to get to the bitch. I'm trying to see me a billion. I'm trying to stack and provide for my children. I got some niggas doing time locked down in the bed. What you know about send off a pack of bread and make it home. Jack boy, back door, run down and take everything you got in your home. All I know, keep me a phone. Try me a map for your zone. Try me nigga, then it's on. All I know is taking get to that dough. My mama need her better home. For real. They tryna see me to an early grave. I got some niggas that's gon' cut away. I got some niggas, so I roll up the dope. I think about my niggas. niggas every day. I got some niggas doing time in the feds. They keep their head up, you could be home one day. You'll be home one of these days. I see my niggas and pray for bad days. My niggas bringing that pressure home. Can't trust a nigga who changed on this brother's song. That bitch wasn't loyal. Same niggas say that they lay your profile for your mother. You 6 feet on the dirt and your face on the shirt and you riding the hearse. I come from the struggle, disrespect my brother. I'm riding this right. I got the pack for the cheaper. I got this shit off a reefer. Fat Cali pump full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him clean. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got this bitch swallowing semen. Baby sitting on the weed. He hit it, she gon' tweak it. I got the shack for the cheaper. I got this shit off a reefer. Fat Cali pump full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him leaking. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got this bitch swallowing semen. Baby sitting on the weekend. He hit it, she gon' tweak it. You gon' tweak it. You gon' tweak it.
Girl dress like I'm Medusa, make your nigga fall in love. My money run like rulers, boy, fuck you, where your plug? My nigga bitch, some shooters, I advise you don't run up. I'm counting blue hundreds, I ain't fucking with no dubs. Girl dress like I'm Medusa, when they shake, he fall in love. He fuck me, flight to Paris, smoke a blunt and get some brunch. No Vato, this shit hitting, type of weed that had you sprung. He coming back like replay, cause he know that I'm the one. These other bitches corny, no Fritos, ain't got no chips. I been swagged out, these bitches dipping in my drip. They wonder what I'm smelling, cause I know that I'm that bitch. Consistency and timing make a young nigga rich. Green dress like I'm Medusa, when they shake, he fall in love. My money low like rulers, boy, fuck you, where your plug? My nigga bitch, some shooters, I advise you don't run up. I'm counting blue hundreds, I ain't fucking with no dubs. Green dress like I'm Medusa, when they shake, he fall in love. You want me with my bag and I ain't fucking with no scrub. If you got it, that ain't nothing, you ain't fucking with no bum. Bitch, I bet I'll flip a sack and watch my niggas run it up. They bring me back my profit, I ain't gotta do shit. Ugly hoes always talking, bitch, your legs must smell like piss. Young boss, bitch, coming straight from out the bottom. These hoes we make believe, they don't really got no problem. Can't fuck no regular nigga, they be looking for some clout. Can't put shit near this pussy, cause they can't close they mouth. They be talking like they bitches, no real niggas, it's a drought. When I come across one, I be sure to point them out. Green dress like I'm Medusa, thick red bitch, I hear you love. She cry just like a baby, damn, what you wanna hug? I gotta make it happen, you can't get no handout. Everybody watch me struggle, left me starving in a drought. Green dress like I'm Medusa, when they shake, he fall in love. My money long like rulers, boy, fuck you, where your plug? My niggas been some shooters, I advise you don't run up. I'm counting blue hundreds, I ain't fucking with no dubs. Green dress cause I'm that bitch, I make your nigga fall in love. Yeah, bitch.
$750, $730s, quick, sharp 700. You see what I'm saying? CPI data coming up. If it's bad.
Diamonds hitting, they so bright she sucked the dick and move it right. I'm sipping on acne, hit with Sprite. I'm fucking your bitch, we go all night. I be that man when you sit back. I rock with Chauncey, got kicked back. When they lay low, I say get back. I throw bitch force, do it for racks. I can't let all these niggas be capped, big cap and rap. Draco gon' cut, she moan it well when I hit from the back. Pressure go hit one hit, you jack. I got two hoes, they ate me up. Run up on me, you test your luck. She fuck with ball, she like this, so I'm on the hill, I got it took. Big Don shit don't hang with lame. In a fast car, I'ma switch lanes. She got good head, she gave me brain. Bitch, I'm black heart, I'm so insane. I said my blood run through my veins. Time of business feel like Kane. Fuck nigga, play around with gang. Let off 2 shots, we hit a stain. Let off 2 shots, we hit a stain. I feel like Travis, make it rain. Can't fuck with you if you ain't gang kid. Got a shot or let it sing. They done fucked up, now look what happened. I'm in the store and I be snapped. I be with Luke, let's get it crack. I know some niggas really trap. I'm off a bin right now in the whip. Big Glock, let off it real. I'm about to guap, nigga, about my chips. He think he took, he saw the clip. I be in malls, I'm posted up. We walk in malls, I got big racks. I'm in the party, I'm fucked up. She shaking ass and throw it back. I been that nigga, look bro, hit on with the blicker. Caught him lacking, hit a switch. Bitch is stupid, I can't kiss her, I won't miss you. I'm on a mission, my wrist cold, you see the difference. Man, that crack gon' have them itching. Diamonds shining, bitches pissing. I can't fuck with none of these niggas. Niggas hate cause I say trash. It's a few I call my brothers. Fuck your niggas, fuck a friend. I can't fake it, I'ma make it. Tryna pull up in the Benz. If I want it, I'ma take it. Fuck a hers and fuck a his. I'm a stepper fully loaded. Got her screaming, now she choking. Got a roller, bitch, I'm focused. Niggas rest based on emotion. I'ma pop up like a notice. When I pop out, it's a scene. Tell me who can really do this shit. I'm only 18.
Oh, she made it.
This is spirit, I'ma call this line. When I die, just meet that night. When a song just hit my line. When a fight just come outside. Foley, but he out of luck. Like AD, give his ass a buzz. Put a brown in a double cup. Put a brown in a double cup. Big dog, y'all with some pups. Ain't forget, I'm still gon' slide. Ain't forget, I'm still gon' ride. Run down, nigga, where's your pride? Boy confused, go get him a guide. Little nigga, you can't hide. Here's thing, I can't retire. Here and now, this ain't your night. Red dot looking kinda bright. Talking to her till we see the light. Fuck a gun, we could just fight. Little baby ain't my type. Pick a hole like the price is right. I'm different, shorty like some Ike Nice. Whole time I want the mommy. Feeling me, yeah, she like the Tommy. Fuck a good, all in the tummy. Target practice, yeah, you a bunny. Get some fame, now you acting funny. Fuck a fame, I take the money. Curious nigga, I come with the George. Fuck is a knob, fuck is a dope. Fuck is a homie, I shot by my lonely. Switch on me, should've learned from Tony. My bitch TTG like she stony. You fake and you a phony. Making these moves like Pablo. Y'all can't hold me like Chavo. Shorty scream my name like Chavo. Foreign bitch call me Poppy. Little shorty call me Daddy. She eat the dick like candy. Then clean it up like a nanny. She need me like Handy Manny. Fuck a car till they free talk. Free my brother Tajay. Always on that hot shit. Before real, I never switch. Tell me up like he get the switch. Got him froze like he said a pig. Shut up, nigga, just beat this stick. Huh? Nigga on the dock, nigga on the dock, nigga on the dock.
This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We are back from the quick little break here. We're just waiting on Secretary Jen, you guys. She's about to begin here in a couple minutes. And the market just, it did make a rebound here. It got back above VWAP. It actually touched the upward band, but now it's starting to pull back here, right back at VWAP in the middle. Can go either way from here. We expected that. Touch the laptop. Yeah, we expected that though, due to Jen coming up. You know, she's a market mover, and it can go either way after she talks or when she talks. So yeah, here that's where it's kind of that's where it's at right now. We're on market here. Stocks are mixed up here. No, we're in the green actually. Everybody's in the green here, but the stocks are mixed up, so there's not a correlation right now. But the overall market, the indices here, the Dow's up 37%, the S&P 500 is up 60%, the Nasdaq is up about 1.52%, the Russell 2000 is up 0.75%. Oh, the Dow just flipped red, down 1% now, so it is mixed up kangaroo market. The VIX is down about 5.32%, but at $32.88. That's still high. Keep that in mind. Stay cautious. So, this is what we're waiting on right now. It is Jen, Secretary Jen. She's going to, give us a brief overall of what to expect tomorrow, CPI data and all the rest of the day, and what Biden was saying earlier about his political plan, tackling inflation and everything, all in one package here. That's the secretary. That's her job, to break it down to us and break it down to the market here. She's a market mover. But we're going to see what's going on here. You see what the headlines are a little bit. Elon with the Tesla situation. Well, not Tesla. Really, it was Elon with the Trump situation. But Tesla did move when that came out. Amazon is starting to come down a little bit. They're pulling back. They did pull back there. They did. So, yeah, you guys, we just sit here chilling. When we see Jen walk up to the podium, we'll go live. In the meantime, between time, we're going to take another quick break. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I hope you're enjoying the live stream.
Yeah. Cloud9. Gang. 25-8, nigga. No sleep. Roll up, nigga. Fuck it. What's that Dutch? I be high. I'm on cloud. Yeah. Cloud9. Gang. 25-8, nigga. No sleep. Roll up, nigga. Fuck it. What's that Dutch?
Percent.
I
So
be
this thing's
high. I'm on Cloud9.
Warranty claims.
Ain't got no mind. I ain't worried about mine, cause I'm getting it. I'm chasing bags, I'm spitting. I'm chasing fast, I'm living it. You know it, you living. You know it, nigga, I'm living. I'm on Cloud9. I'm really high. I'm on Cloud9. I'm in the sky. I'm smoking sky. You niggas buy. But I'm up with that gang shit. Nigga, I'm with that gang shit. I ain't with that bang shit. But you can't get banged, bitch. And I ain't playing, bitch. Know what I'm saying, bitch? I'm with the gang, bitch. 25-8 click. No homo, bitch. But we with that shit. Yeah, we fucking up. Yeah, we chasing it. You know I'm talking bags. I got a lot of them. You know I'm talking mags. You know I got them.
You know I got him. You know I got him on Kyle smoking cookie at the jar with my partner. Hey, I'm in the cut, I ain't on Ocean Drive. I'm riding through the hood, probably east side. Might just catch me on the west, Papa Zan. Fuck it, I'm in the hood, Papa Zan. I keep it on me, got some young niggas off Sands. Hey, I'm on Cloud9, I can't get no higher. We smoking Scott at the jar, you a liar. If you say you smoking big dope, little boy, we smoking big dope. In the cut, bro, I'm with the big bro, I'm with the little bro. You should already know we on the Cloud9. Hey, I'm getting high.
Yeah, I've been working third, so I boss ain't getting no sleep. Freaking on my man, engine running till them pipes leak. Inhaling the gas, Cloud9 is where that pack be. Catching every play, fuck around and play some rugby. I don't give attention, so them hoes been screaming fuck me. But if I was a nigga, bet them hoes would pay to suck me. I've been on the low, I really feel that y'all can't touch me. My feet up on Cloud9, and if you get close, then you lucky.
Yo, yo. Yo, yo. What's going on? This is the Stock Market Live. We are live, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, continue to just pay attention to choice of numbers here. SPY is bouncing off VWAP. We're waiting on Secretary Jen, and we will begin shortly. We'll be right back. Yo, yo.
Out of this technological terror you've constructed, the ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the...
Okay. I'm in disbelief. Hey, start from beginning, this shit was a joke. They used to laugh at me. No, it's not a question, this shit that I touch becomes a masterpiece. I used to run from my problems, I was an athlete. I ain't know nothing about making it, just hoping the grass was green. Now going back's not even questioned. Oh, life before was purgatory, now it's painted perfect for me. Lesson I chose. Yeah, I haven't worked on purpose, but I think it's self-learning. I ain't know I can live paycheck to paycheck and make it. I used to be fine with that. Now I'm invested in trying to be famous. I crossed where the line was at. I used to live for a little bit. Now I'm percentage this little is the part that's above where the medal is. If I want the money, I'm getting it. Life's not impressive. This shit is progressive. I'm in it for me. When I see $1, I'm moving the camera. I'm making a range. I just turned out into something. I did it. They hate what they see. They don't believe I can do it, but honestly, not in it. I'm in disbelief. Don't play in the victim. Life ain't what it seems. Gotta walk just to get some, and I know that. Raise your glow so we can toast that. Gonna throw back and come back and toe tag. Cost more shit than your own pay. Oh.
I know. I need to be looking at that. Have you ever heard of like Shiba and Dogecoin? Oh yeah, facts. That's what you're doing. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm looking into it though, bro. Yeah, I've definitely heard the whole I'm honestly looking at the overall both sectors here, stock and crypto. You got to put it in two right now because of how things are. Everything's getting regulated, so I ain't gonna just, buy the dip nakedly. But yeah, man. Nah, that's a good decision though, man. That's you the first I ever heard. This is live here, so you're recorded here, man. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and you're saying basically Ethereum is not profitable in the future. That's kind of hard to say there. That's a big statement. It might be a pie in the face with what you just said, but you know how life takes things. I mean, numbers don't lie to me, honestly. I mean, that's the second closest thing to Bitcoin. So I mean, I wouldn't, if that tanks, are we? Or is Bitcoin? Are we mad late for that? I think we're more mad late for that.
That have the potential of all running thousands of percent is a way better risk to reward than waiting on something that's $2,000 to turn into $12,000. You can make a 500% return on HBAR from going to 60 cents to $2.50.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Think about
It's cheaper. It's a cheaper risk. I get your point.
Yeah, and if Matic ever does take off, Bitcoin was at $8 when I started looking at Bitcoin.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can't fathom my mind of buying that right now at that level because it's like it's no way.
If Matic did something like Bitcoin, think about getting in at $1. Think about HBAR turning into a 600. Look at Solana. That was the last big one that happened. I had Solana at $2, bro. $4. Like.
Yeah. Nah, no doubt. When you go in crypto, I mean, you want to find the ones. You want to find your cent players. I understand that, and you want to build it, make it to $1. I get that, and make it to thousands. But all I'm saying is, at Ethereum or Ethereum, however people pronounce it, ETH, USD. It's just more of a chance of if you got 2,000, like you said. If Ethereum goes up another 2,000, you get 2,000. It's that simple. If you can afford one coin. I mean, if Ethereum goes up right now, you buy a full coin and it goes up $200. You just made $200 today. So I'm not seeing. I see faster growth at Ethereum than I do the other ones. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I can see that becoming a Bitcoin, bro. At that pace, it reminds me of Bitcoin. That's why I really think that would be the next one. There, I mean, it's
Now let's say this. You used the 2,000 point, right? So
Facts.
Ethereum gains $2,000 in a day. You made 2,000. You had 2,000 to invest in Ethereum, right?
Yeah, that's just one coin, though. That's an example of one coin. Yeah.
But now, on the same extent, if you have $2,000 in Matic at $1 and it goes to $2, you just made $2,000.
Facts. That's facts.
So it's the same thing. It's just like, which one can we pump quicker? And I see altcoins giving the opportunity to be pumped quicker.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's a possibility. Yeah, you're right. I just think they all move at the same correlation. You're probably right. It is gonna go up, but I think Ethereum is not gonna just go down because the altcoins are gonna go up. I think they're all gonna go up together, and then you're gonna have to pick your poison at that point. Because right now, you're absolutely right. You're correct. They're at discounts right now. The whole crypto market is discounted.
Yeah.
So you can really buy anywhere right now, and be profitable in the future.
I agree.
But
I think that a lot of these big coins that people are investing in, I think that they're gonna die. There's gonna be one Bitcoin that dies off.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? I think it's Bitcoin. I think you're saying it. I think it's Bitcoin. You feel me? I think you're saying it. You're saying you think it's going to be one Bitcoin. No, I think it's Bitcoin itself. I mean, it might be them. They might start over just the simple fact to try to match Ethereum. You just never know, man. You don't know right now. Times are hard.
I'm ready for ETH too.
Yeah. So yeah, man, the crypto market, the crypto world is insane, man. The thing I love about it, though, the thing I love about the crypto world is it's always open. It never closes. It's open 24/7. It only closes a little bit, maybe 30 minutes to an hour. Take a little break to reset throughout the day. I think twice, but that's it. It doesn't close, you guys. Crypto, it just stays open. So
for anybody who reads charts to trade with, thank you, sir. For anybody that reads charts to trade with, if you're on the weekend like me, antsy as fuck, this market's not open, y'all need to open a Binance US for me to Binance out of the US if you're Binance, and then open a KuCoin if you live in the US. And you need to open a leverage account, a crypto leverage trading account. What you're doing,
free game, y'all.
A certain amount of money to leverage, and you're just playing the chart on a 10x, 20x. You could potentially see a reversal in a chart. You could play almost like a call option on a crypto, and then you can play a 1 to 100x. So if you're investing in leveraging $100 and you're playing at 50x leverage, moves, you make $50. It's weird. It's super weird to explain.
But that's free game right there.
Well, I would say you heard
that's free game right there from Aaron Thomas. I'm gonna make sure everybody replay that here on the live stream here. I'm gonna make sure I go back and listen to that myself. But appreciate that free gem right there. Right now, Secretary Jen just started live. She has on purple. We're going to tune into what she's going to say. She's a market mover here. Power hour is approaching. Let's tune in, you guys. Secretary Jen is live.
They're released to ensure there's more supply in the global markets to reduce the price of oil, which is exactly what it has done. He's also taken steps that are definitely smaller, but meant to do anything possible, including issuing a waiver for E15 so that thousands of pumps in the Midwest could have gasoline that make it available to Americans so that that's 10 cents less. But he also is noted, and we would note, and he noted this morning, that oil companies should also do their part in ensuring they are not price gouging customers at the pump. As oil prices come down, so should gas prices at the pump, and that's also something that we are going to continue to watch closely and continue to call on steps to be taken.
But given that the steps taken so far have been able to bring down prices, can Americans be confident that some of the steps that you're outlining now will be able to have an effect, or are prices just going to stay this way? Is Putin's price hike going to stay until Putin's war is over?
Well, we certainly won't accept that. But what I think is important to note is the oil market is global, and what the president can do and will continue to do is ensure he's doing everything in his power to ensure that supply in the market meets the demand out there in the market. But the point is, when there is enough oil out there in the market, oil prices come down, as we've seen them come down, and gas prices should also come down. And that is something that Americans should be watching closely and be clear about where we're seeing price hikes come from.
There's a question on messaging. Who came up with this phrase ultra MAGA? Why the need to kick it up a notch? Well, MAGA wasn't enough. I mean, why now use this phrase?
I will tell you is the president's phrase, and the president made those comments himself just last week, as you know. And I think what has struck him is how extreme some of the policies and proposals are that a certain wing of the Republican Party that is taking up too much of the Republican Party are for and are advocating for. And you've heard the president talk about this. But it's not just obviously putting at risk a woman's right to make choices about her own health care. It is also, as you heard him talk about this morning, Rick Scott's extreme plan that will raise taxes on 75 million Americans making less than $100,000 a year. It is Rick Scott's plan to get rid of, eliminate, that's what sunset means, get rid of, Medicare and Social Security, something people over 70 in this country rely on. And it's also the obsession with culture wars and wars against Mickey Mouse and banning books. President thinks that's extreme. That is not what the American people care about or what they want. And so to him, adding a little ultra to it, give it a little extra pop. Go ahead.
So then who is an ultra MAGA Republican?
I would say people who support that portion of the Republican agenda.
So Rob Portman, Susan Collins, Mitt Romney, would they be ultra MAGA Republicans?
They can all make their own choices, Ed, and we can let others evaluate that. But I would say that the president's view is those who support a plan by Rick Scott, by Chairman Scott, that would raise taxes on 75 million Americans and get rid of, sunset, eliminate, whatever you want to call it, Medicare and Social Security. That's a MAGA position. And that includes the chairman of the Republican National Committee. That's a MAGA position. That is the chairman of the party. So that's what the president considers. But also, obviously, given 2/3 of the American people, according to a Fox News poll, believe that that Roe v. Wade should be protected. If you're on the other side of that, you're supporting an ultra MAGA position in the president's view. So we don't need to name call individuals unless they have positions that are aligned with what he feels is the ultra MAGA wing of the party.
Two other quick on foreign affairs, just to follow up on Josh's question. You said invites to the Summit of the Americas haven't gone out yet.
Yeah.
Can you confirm, though, that someone from Venezuela, someone from Nicaragua, someone from Cuba will actually be invited to the summit?
I can't, because a final decision has not been made yet.
Don't rule out that those three countries might be exempted.
We haven't made a decision about who will be invited, and no invitations have been issued yet.
And then last night at a fundraiser in suburban Washington, the president said this about Vladimir Putin, quote, "He is a very, very, very calculating man, and the problem I worry about now is that he doesn't have a way out right now. I'm trying to figure out what we do about that." Can you describe how that process is going? Does it involve, for example, considering the Italian Prime Minister's suggestion that there be a temporary ceasefire for talks?
Well, I think to be clear, we've long supported ceasefires. It requires both the parties, including the party that has invaded the other country, to be a part of that, and they haven't shown a willingness to sit at the negotiating table. So I think there have been efforts, as you know, humanitarian ceasefires and others in a limited fashion in the past couple of months, which the Russians have failed to implement. What the president meant by this, and I talked to him about exactly that this morning, or what he was referring to, is the fact that, as we all know, and we all have seen, and you all have reported, this war has not gone as President Putin has planned. He has seen his military be demoralized. He did not march through the city of Kyiv yesterday. The NATO and the West are united, and right now he's dealing with crippling financial sanctions in his country while he has become a pariah in the world. So what the president's point was is that we have to be clear-eyed about the impact that has on a dictator that has invaded another country, a sovereign country, that it hasn't gone as planned as he thought it would go.
If he's so concerned, why not try to directly engage Putin himself?
I would say our role right now, we feel the most constructive role is continue to support the Ukrainians' hands at the negotiating table and support them militarily. And I would note that our support, obviously their bravery and courage has been what has helped them win the Battle of Kyiv, but our military assistance, the assistance of our humanitarian and economic assistance is a close second. Go ahead.
So today the president said that a majority of Republicans have signed on to Senator Scott's tax plan. That does not seem to be the case. Senator Scott said that today. Mitch McConnell had said that the party is not behind this. Are there any Republicans that you can think of or the president might be referencing that is currently behind this?
Do you count the chairman of the Republican committee as an important Republican?
He is the chairman of a committee, but if no other Republican...
It's actually a she, the chairman of the Republican Party. So Chairman Ronna McDaniel praised Senator Scott's proposal as a, quote, clear plan for Republicans that offers, quote, real solutions. She's the chairwoman of the party. Rick Scott is not a random senator. He is literally in charge of winning back the Senate for Republicans and what the plan is. So he is the person who's put forward this plan. Senator Ron Johnson has called the congressional GOP plan a, quote, positive thing. Senator Mike Braun has said he was, quote, glad Rick did it. Senator Tommy Tuberville said he was, quote, on board with the congressional GOP plan. Congressman Matt Gaetz said he was, quote, proud of Senator Rick Scott for providing this bold agenda. So not only that, which seems to be quite a range of Republicans, but there isn't an alternative plan they've put forward. So it's either this put together by the person who is leading the effort to win back the Senate or nothing. And the president this morning talked about what his plan is. If they have an alternative plan, we would welcome them putting it forward.
They did say one was coming in this summer. And as far as Senator Scott goes, he acknowledged today that a majority is not behind him. He says this is his individual plan for this. I do want to ask as well, I mean, the Department of Justice was very swift in responding to school board members who felt like they were being harassed and intimidated a couple months back. Does the president feel that the demonstrations outside of, say, Justice Alito's home, are those attempts to interfere or intimidate?
Well, I think I said yesterday, but I'm happy to repeat because I think it's important for everybody to hear, that the president's long-standing view has been that violence, threats, and intimidation of any kind have no place in political discourse. And we believe, of course, in peaceful protests. What I do find is interesting, and I think many people have noted, is that there are voices on the right who have called out this protests that are happening while remaining silent for years on protests that have happened outside of the homes of school board members, the Michigan Secretary of State, or including threats made to women seeking reproductive health care, or even an insurrection against our Capitol. So I know that there's an outrage right now, I guess, about protests that have been peaceful to date, and we certainly continue to encourage that outside of judges' homes, and that's the president's position, but the silence is pretty deafening about all of the other intimidation that we've seen to a number of people.
This is a pending court case, though. That's where the federal law comes into place. This is a pending court case.
Well, but I think that intimidation and protests and intimidation outside of the homes of school board members, the Michigan Secretary of State, intimidation and threats against people seeking legal reproductive health care and against our capital and American democracy also warrant some outrage. And we haven't really seen that. Go ahead.
Jen, you mentioned this a bit yesterday, but the situation has changed since then. We've now heard a bipartisan Senate proposal, resolution from Senators Blumenthal and Graham, who are urging the Biden, or would be urging the Biden administration to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism under Vladimir Putin. Is there any new information from your view on that? Is that something the president supports? And if not, why not?
Well, we expect certainly, and Speaker Pelosi said this yesterday, that this is a topic she will raise, or we'll leave it to her if she wants to raise it when she meets with the president today. I would note, as the president has said in the past, this is a legal process that the State Department goes through and reviews. And what they look at, it's defined by statute by Congress, actually. They take a look at the law and undergo a review of whether somebody has violated or a country has violated international terrorism laws. And that is what they look closely at. I would note, and when Speaker Pelosi spoke to this yesterday and others, they expressed a desire and an interest in making sure we were doing everything we could, maximum efforts to hold Russia accountable. And they looked at, understandably, what has been done to other countries that have been labeled state sponsors of terrorism. Only 4, of course, have been designated that way. And we have been doing already what has happened to those other countries. So extensive financial sanctions, export controls, also working diplomatically to limit investment by other countries in the pariah states, the other 4, and certainly Russia. So we've already been taking those steps. There'll be an ongoing review at the State Department. That process should see itself through, and that's where the president thinks it should be.
On the Ukraine aid package that the president's proposing, Congress is now, working on such a package. We heard from Mitch McConnell on the Hill a short time ago saying the Republicans don't want, in his words, extraneous items to be included. Does the White House believe that the Afghanistan Advancement Act should be included in there? Ukraine refugee aid, oligarch sanctions. I'll start with Afghanistan Act.
Well, I think as you're touching on here, but just to get others up to speed on where it stands, the House proposal that they're expected to introduce is about $40 billion, which is larger than the package that we had proposed, about $7 billion over our initial request. So while it has $3.4 billion more for security and humanitarian assistance, it's not expected to include some items, including, as you touched on, providing a pathway to permanent status for Afghan refugees, something we certainly support, right?
So do you believe that should be included in this package?
There'll be a negotiation and a discussion in Congress. I'm not going to prejudge that. We've supported that being included, but obviously there's an urgency to getting this funding done, given we have 9 more days until we run out of money.
I guess the question is, if this is to delay your ability to accomplish this within 9 days as the president, would he be okay with that being not included in the final
package? If what were to delay?
If this were to delay the 9 days, you said, until money runs out, if you were not to include the Afghan aid, for example, the president would be okay with that being out as well?
Well, again, this hasn't even been formally introduced by the House. We have supported that, but the president has been very clear. It's not being discussed upstairs. It's being discussed with Speaker Pelosi when she comes, sure. But the president has been clear we need to get this funding and security assistance funding so that we can continue to provide assistance to the Ukrainians.
Let me ask one last question, because I asked the president earlier and he said it was being weighed. This was as it related to dropping the China tariffs right now to help the domestic economy here. Is the president sensitive that doing that would be a political liability if it may help Americans in the near term in terms of their pocketbook, their costs?
Say that.
Does the president have concerns that basically lifting tariffs on China, which could be used as a battering ram by political opponents saying you're being soft on China, would be a political challenge for him, even if it would help Americans in terms of their pocketbook issues in the near term?
Well, we already announced some tariffs that we were lifting back in March. So it's been an ongoing review, and we expect to do more. And
he's weighing new ones. So
he's weighing new ones, yes, because it's an ongoing process, and there are more that are still in place. And we didn't feel that the ones that were in place when the president took office were all advantageous and were doing what they needed to do to make clear what our positions were on China's approach to investment and economic engagement, which we've obviously been clear about our issues with, and we have, but we are continuing to review where it would be advantageous to take steps that would help, reduce wages or increase wages and help certain industries that are impacted by these tariffs in a way that we don't feel is effective. So there will be more, and he's continuing to weigh them. But Ambassador Tai is leading that effort.
Jill Biden going to be in the Situation Room for that meeting, given her experience?
Dr. Biden, I don't know that she will be in the meeting, but she and the president obviously had a number of conversations since she returned. He was talking just this morning about how proud he was of her trip and how grateful he was that she traveled there. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff.
Jen, just to follow up on the tariffs, do you have a sense of the time frame for when the next round or when the next decision on lifting the tariffs could come?
I don't have a prediction of that. What we're looking at is how to evaluate what's working for American workers, industry, farmers, and consumers, and change what is not. I mean, I expect we'll have more to say in the coming weeks, but I don't have an assessment for you on how expensive that will be or how many decisions about tariffs there will be at that point in time, but we expect we'll have more to say in the coming weeks.
Okay. Elon Musk today said that he would reverse the decision to have Twitter made to ban President Trump. Wondered if the White House has a reaction to that and how that would impact this White House's dealing with misinformation.
Well, I would say it's the decision by a private sector company to make on who will or will not be allowed on their platforms. What I will say, broadly speaking, is that our effort is to, of course, make sure that freedom of speech is protected across the country, but that also these platforms are not used for forums for disinformation. And we have seen a history of that, not just on Twitter, but also on Facebook. The president believes there's more that needs to be done in reforming Section 230, and there's a lot of bipartisan interest in that. So this may be a reminder of the urgency of doing that.
Lastly, the United States is about to hit a grim milestone of 1 million COVID-related deaths. How does the president plan to commemorate this? And looking back at the last 2 years, why has that number gotten so high in this country?
Well, we've been battling a historic pandemic, Jeff, I think. And while we have more than 75% of the country vaccinated, which is a significant number, we still know that far too many people have not been vaccinated, have not taken the maximum protections, even if they're vaccinated, not yet boosted, to massively reduce their likelihood of hospitalization and death. It is still incumbent upon us, and we are still working every day on increasing the number of people vaccinated, the number of people boosted, and expanding the protections. In terms of how we're going to mark that moment, the president will certainly be marking that day. I expect we'll have more to say soon. We look at the CDC data and the Johns Hopkins data. I know different news organizations evaluate it differently, but in terms of when we will mark it, it will be aligned with when that data hits the number. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Last November, President Biden asked the Federal Trade Commission to look into whether oil and gas companies were playing a role in keeping gas prices high. Has he gotten the results of that investigation?
Well, they're independent, so they would make any announcements about any intention to take steps on their own, of their own accord, out publicly to all of you, and obviously they have not done that. But what we can certainly see and watch, Caitlin, even without any announcement or indication by the FTC, is as we see the price of oil, barrels of oil come down, the price of gas should also come down at the pump. And we haven't always seen that trend take place, and that is something we are also closely watching, and certainly the FTC would be watching as well.
Is the White House's understanding that they're actually investigating that?
Again, you'd have to speak to them. They're independent. The president sent a letter. He's spoken about this a number of times publicly, but they would speak to any intention of investigating given they're independent.
And what's the White House's expectation for the inflation report that is expected to come out this week?
I don't have a prediction. I know I sometimes do, but I don't have a prediction on it at this moment from here. Obviously, once it comes out, I expect we'll have more to say, and our focus continues to be on taking steps to lower costs. And obviously, the president addressed this morning and outlined this morning what his plan is to do exactly that. Go ahead.
Question on Ukraine.
Yeah.
The president's comment last night that he's worried Putin does not have a way out of this that he can see. What does he believe Putin's goal is right now?
Well, I think what the president was referring to is the fact that this has not gone as President Putin planned. And that while he had predicted in a very public speech, we all talked about at the time in February, that he would not only subsume Ukraine and to make that a part of Russia, he would be marching through the streets and maybe he'd do more from there. And that obviously hasn't happened. The Ukrainians won the Battle of Kyiv. He also thought that NATO would be divided, that the West would be divided. That has not happened. And he certainly did not predict he would be facing the level of crippling sanctions enforced by all Western countries together that he is today. So the point he was making is that we have to be clear-eyed about the fact that this war is not over. That he still has ambitions, and he is still fighting the war. And we've seen that on the ground every day. But even as the Ukrainians have had successes, as Director Haynes said today, this is going to be a long war, and we need to prepare ourselves for that. Go ahead.
On Monday, you tweeted out that the president strongly believes in the right to protest, that such protests should never include violence, threats, or vandalism, and you specifically mentioned the ability of judges to be able to do their jobs. Is the administration worried that abortion rights protests may turn violent, and was there any specific group of protesters that tweet was geared towards?
Well, I think to be very clear, the protests outside of judges' homes have not turned violent, and I don't think we need to make a prediction of that from here. Just because people are passionate, it does not mean they are violent, and that's probably why you're asking the question, Ashley. But I think it is important the president felt it was important for us to be clear that as people's passions are high, as people are fearful about their own health care, that should never resort to violence, should never resort to vandalism, and we have seen some elements of that, vandalism, and he wanted to be clear that his position was to call for peaceful protest.
Similar theme, Senator Collins called the police over the weekend after someone wrote a non-threatening abortion rights message in sidewalk chalk in front of her house in Maine. I was just curious sort of what you made of her response.
I don't have any specific comment on her response other than to say that even as passions are high, even as people are fearful, even as people are scared and frustrated, which is understandable, no one should resort to violence, of course, nor threats, nor intimidation, nor vandalism, and that those are not effective means. I'll let others define that, but there are lots of ways to peaceful protest. What's also important to note here is what I would call the hypocrisy of the silence on the other side when there have been intimidation, protests, outside of the homes of school board members, the Michigan Secretary of State. There have been countless women who have dealt with and navigated through threats made as they're seeking reproductive health care, which, by the way, has been legal for 50 years. And there has been no outcry about that. There has been outcry about protests that have been peaceful outside of judges' homes, which, again, have been peaceful and have not been violent. And the president has been clear about his view on them. Yeah.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you another aspect of what the president might call the ultra mega agenda, which is election denial. More than 140 House and Senate Republicans voted against certifying his victory in January 2021. There are many more candidates running for seats in this election that have pledged that they would have done that and may do the same in the future. The president's ramping up his rhetoric and going after Republicans on economic policies, tax policies. Is he planning to go to voters and tell them that their vote this November could impact their ability to have their vote counted 2 Novembers hence? Or is he not concerned that a Republican House would refuse to certify a Democratic victory in 2024?
Well, I think the way you can expect, without getting into the politics of it, which I have to be careful of from here, the president to talk about voting and voting rights is about his view and belief that we should have people elected across the country who stand up for protecting and expanding access and not questioning and making it more difficult or oppressing people's right to exercise their right to vote.
It seems more and more that a tenet of the Republican agenda is to denigrate him as illegitimate or worse. Is it hard for him to hear these things? What's his reaction every day to hearing that there are people referring to the administration as the regime and talking about him as if he's a dictator? Is he bothered by that, or does he just see it as politics as usual these days?
I haven't heard that one as much, but I would say that you heard the president, Ed asked him earlier today about Senator Scott's comments about him. And, the president's response was he has a problem. And his view of a lot of these comments is that people are freaking out in some capacity, because if you look at Senator Scott, his plan that is going to raise taxes on 75 million Americans, even some people in his own party, not enough, but some people in his own party are backing away from. So, I don't think he spends a lot of time worried about people's angry tweets or or angry verbal, missives. He spends time on laying out the contrast of what he's going to present with what their plans are. Go ahead.
Jen, briefly to follow up on the questions about gas prices.
Yeah.
Can you give us a little more specifics about any new policies the administration might be considering to address high gas prices? And how seriously is the administration considering calling for a suspension of the federal gas tax?
Well, I would say in the federal gas tax, that is an option on the table. It would lower gas, I think you can check me on this, I think you know the answer, about 18 cents, I believe. And certainly that's something that remains on the table. There are a lot of ideas in Congress about steps that can be taken to lower gas prices, even temporarily, or provide some relief to Americans. So we're in a constant discussion about that. He does continue to view the challenge as one being about ensuring there's supply in the marketplace. And obviously he's taken the steps he took with the historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We'll continue to talk with big global producers about what steps we can take, and he's going to continue to look at steps we can take to provide relief to Americans. I would say the other piece that's very much on his mind is that when we look at inflation and what the impact of inflation is on Americans, we know that it is driven at this point 60 to 70%, depending on the data you're looking at, by energy prices. And so in addition to addressing that, he wants to think about how to bring down costs for Americans in a range of ways. And a couple of weeks ago, he announced fixes to the family glitch in the Affordable Care Act. He's announced a pause on the repayment of student loans. And if you're a family at home, trying to figure out how you're going to pay bills, you're looking at what your costs are incoming, and he is going to take every step he can to provide relief as people need it in this moment, and he certainly recognizes that.
Speaking of inflation, is he concerned at all that widespread loan forgiveness would actually increase inflation, further exacerbated by pumping money into the economy?
I know some economists, and I don't have an official assessment from here, but I would say that Jared Bernstein, who is one of our economists, has spoken to this, and he's talked more about the impact of pausing federal loan repayments, and the fact that in his view, and you can quote him directly, would be something like 0.001%, which in his view, the impact of that, the impact of giving people relief who need relief, who are stressed and can't repay these loans right now as they're having higher costs in other areas, outweighs that impact. But again, I don't have a projection here on specifically what the inflationary impact would be. Go ahead.
Just two things. Can you offer any further details on what the Women's Health Policy Council has in mind on executive orders for abortion rights, as you all seem to towards that issue?
Sure. Well, we've talked about, it may not all be executive orders. I mean, there's a lot of this is ensuring that we have increased access and funding so that women who are living in the states, if Roe were to be overturned, would be able to have expanded access and capabilities. And some of that could be from the Department of Justice, obviously, which they would make final decisions about. We've said that we weren't going to preview until there's a final opinion because we're still speaking about a potential opinion that has not yet been released. But what I would point you to is what we did around SB 8 and the law in Texas, which was to take steps, including by creating new grants to increase funding, given the fact that we know that 75% of women who seek an abortion are under 200% of the poverty level. So increase funding to ensure we're making it more, making sure that funding is available to people. HHS has also started a number of programs with the exact same objective, intended to protect patients and providers in response to the law. And the Department of Justice has also issued statements in response to SB 8 that reaffirm their commitment to using existing federal law to protect the safety of patients seeking access to reproductive health services. So what we're looking at, what we're trying to address is our assessment and understanding of what the impact will be. That 13 states have trigger laws, 26 states have indicated that they could overturn or ban or take immediate action should this be the final opinion, and we know who would be most impacted. So I don't have anything to preview at this point. As we said, we wouldn't before there's a final opinion, but those are the factors we're looking at.
Just one more question. Where does the White House stand on whether the DOJ antitrust chief Jonathan Kanter should be recused from Google cases?
I will check and see if we have a position on that or if it's just something we'd punt to the Department of Justice. Go ahead.
With the COVID funding now separated from the Ukraine funding, what is the path for the COVID funds to pass? And also, should Americans start preparing for shortages of tests or vaccines or treatments this fall?
Well, on the second part of your question, I think we don't want to sugarcoat it, that we need more money. We don't have a plan B here. We will use the few funds we have remaining to continue getting tests, treatments, and vaccines out to Americans for as long as we can. And we're going to continue to work the phones, hold briefings, and make our case publicly and privately with lawmakers, imploring Congress to act immediately to help us on our long overdue COVID needs. I will say that we are having conversations at a bipartisan level with bicameral about what the impact will be, which the President said in a statement yesterday. More Americans will die needlessly. And why? Because we're going to exhaust our treatment supply. We'll lose out to other countries on promising new treatments. We'll lose our place in line for America to order new COVID vaccines. We'll be unable to maintain our supply of COVID tests. And our effort to help lower-income countries get COVID vaccines into arms will stall, which is especially relevant given the international summit we're hosting. So we will use the remaining funds we have to kind of spread it as we can, but we need more money in order to continue to effectively run the programs we've been running to date.
If it takes a vote on Title 42, would the president be okay with a vote happening to try to block Title 42 going away in order to get a vote on the COVID funds?
I know there's a lot of talk on this out there, and so I understand why you're asking, but right now there's a lot of steps that would need to happen before that came to the president's desk. I would say his view continues to be that the lifting of Title 42 was a decision made by the CDC. It was the authority given to them by Congress. That should not be holding up funding that's necessary to save the lives of Americans. But again, there's ongoing discussions in Congress at this point. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I have two questions. Oil and inflation. Oil first. President referred to the strategic reserve, and then there's this, we talked about that again, but the rallying our allies to release the additional 60 million barrels of oil from different countries.
Yeah.
How successful has he been on this very convincing allies to release more oil?
Well, I would say it's the largest historic release ever by the global community, so I'd say that's pretty successful. In terms of the status of when the releases would happen, we said at the beginning that it would be over the course of time. What we're trying to do is fill the needs for the next several months until a number of oil companies have said they would be able to pump more.
Have you had commitments on that? I mean,
we announced commitments just a few weeks ago.
Countries.
Yeah.
Countries. I'll go back in my notes then. As for inflation, I just want to check something with you because, as you know, the 8-foot 2x4 goes to between $6 and $7 each these days. So construction is getting more and more costly. I was reading a report from Habitat for Humanity saying 30,000 houses are $30,000 more expensive because of the cost of material. As you know, the tariff on Canadian softwood is still over 11%. Is that a way to get rid of part of the inflation by getting rid of these tariffs, which actually Canadian softwood, secure, strong, easily accessible?
You love some good Canadian lumber. I don't have anything to predict in terms of tariffs on Canadian lumber. I will say that obviously taking steps not just to address the supply chain, but to manufacture more at home here in the United States is part of the president's longer-term plan to address these increasing costs over the long term. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Would you have a comment on the presidential election in the Philippines?
Sure. On the presidential election in the Philippines, I believe I have something in here. It's a lot happening today. If not, we will get you something right after the briefing because I believe we may have something on that. So why don't we venture to do that?
I had one on Afghanistan as well.
Sure.
There were like dozens of women today in Kabul protesting the latest restriction, which is that they now must fully cover their faces and bodies in public, and this is just the latest in a series of restrictions. Is the administration surprised that this is all happening, and what is the administration doing to assist women and girls in Afghanistan?
Well, let me give you a comment on the Philippines first because I found it, and then I'll get to your Afghanistan question. So this is not very exciting. I'll just preface for you, but we are monitoring election results. We look forward to renewing our partnership and to working with the next administration on key priorities, including strengthening our alliance, advancing a free, open Indo-Pacific, and promoting human rights. We understand that vote tabulation is well underway, and that candidate Ferdinand Marcos Jr. stands in the lead, but we're going to wait for the official call before we have a more formal comment. In terms of Afghan women in the street, I would say, even as the president made the choice to pull our troops out of Afghanistan after a 20-year failed war that cost thousands of American lives and spent billions of dollars of American taxpayer dollars, we still have committed to be supporters, humanitarian supporters, through a range of NGOs and other organizations of the amazing courage of Afghan women and girls. And does it surprise us that they're protesting in the streets? No. These are women who have been courageously standing up against oppression, against the Taliban for decades. We will continue to be supporters through any means possible of their efforts and their bravery and courage they're showing today. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Nancy asked you a little bit about the substance of some potential abortion deals, but I want to ask you about something Majority Leader Schumer said just a little while ago to reporters on the Hill. He said that President Biden is meeting with what he said was a group of people today to discuss possible executive action on abortion. Is there such a meeting on the president's schedule today?
Well, I would say that one of the steps we've said we've been taking all along is having the Gender Policy Council, our counsel's office, and the Department of Health and Human Services come up with options and proposals for what we would do were this opinion issued to be final or a version of it to be final. So those are ongoing internal meetings.
That's who you're meeting with today?
I'm not aware of a meeting today, but these are ongoing meetings, including with the president, that have been happening for the last several days.
Potential abortion EOs, is that something in terms of the timetable? Is it safe to assume that that's something that you wouldn't do until after you get the Supreme Court ruling, or maybe sooner given the things that have already happened?
I think we've been clear from the beginning that we are not going to announce specific steps until we have a final opinion. Go ahead.
Also on abortion, Jen, we've seen the president speak out against states that have passed laws that he disagreed with, voting rights especially. But last year he supported calls for Major League Baseball to move the All-Star game out of Georgia because of their voting laws. Would the president support private businesses pulling out of states that are passing or will pass restrictive abortion laws?
I haven't had that discussion with the president, so I don't have anything to comment on at this point.
Abortion?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So thanks, Jen. So the president said today that inflation is his top domestic priority. Has that replaced climate change then for this administration? That's the top priority.
Well, I would say first that inflation and the rising costs for people across the country has long been the top issue for in every poll we've seen, and certainly has been the number one issue for the president for some time. When he came into office, he said that his agenda was going to focus on 4 major priorities. That includes addressing the climate crisis, of course, and he will continue to do that. But we are certainly aware that right now in this moment, that inflation and reducing costs is what is most on the minds of Americans.
So the president was also asked if he took responsibility for any of his policies related to inflation, not just gas prices, but inflation. When he took office, inflation was 2.5% year over year. It's now 8.5%. The invasion didn't happen until about 1 year into his term. So why doesn't the president take any responsibility?
I think the president said today that he's president and that we control all 3, obviously Congress, the House and Senate as well. What is also true is that the pandemic was going on before he took office, that fighting this historic pandemic, which has been front and center for his agenda, we know, and every economist will tell you this, has been the major driver of inflation over the past year plus, and we've continued to fight the pandemic since then. We've also heard Chairman Powell, Secretary Yellen, and others convey, and we've seen this in nearly every element of data we've seen on inflation since President Putin invaded Ukraine, that energy prices account for the majority of inflationary increases over the past several weeks since the war began. So you don't have to take my word for it. That's what economists and data have told us. What our focus is on, and you heard the president say this today, is not whether inflation is or isn't an issue. We all agree it's an issue. What our plan is and what the president's plan is to address costs and bring down costs is what he outlined this morning. It's a multi-step plan. What are we seeing on the other side? We're seeing the plan proposed by Chairman Scott, which would instead raise costs on the American people and sunset or end, whatever you want to call it, Medicare and Social Security.
But last week, Chairman Powell did say that partly what the Fed did, as well as spending from Congress, is the reason that we're in this high inflation environment.
He also talked about energy price, the invasion and the impact on energy prices, did he not? Well, that seems like an important part of context, doesn't it?
But it wasn't until 1 year into the presidency that the invasion happened.
And you're asking me about recent inflationary data, which we know 60 to 70% of is because of energy prices, which even Chairman Powell quoted and said was because of the invasion of Ukraine, right? Okay, go ahead. April.
Jen, a couple of questions, one on abortion, following up on these meetings. Has the president in recent weeks been more deliberate in his conversations as to who he's talking with about the issue of abortion in this leaked draft that came out on the opinion, possible opinion?
When you say more deliberate, do you mean have we been having more conversations, or tell me more about what you mean?
The president of the United States been more deliberate in who he's talking to, abortion advocates or pro-lifers, pro-choicers. He's been talking to more deliberate talking to Schumer. Has he been more deliberate in his conversations about the abortion since this leak?
Yes, but so has the entire administration. And he has asked the Gender Policy Council, the Department of Health and Human Services, his counsel's office, to put together a plan and proposal, which he's been engaged in meetings about, to discuss what we should prepare to do to protect women's basic fundamental rights that have been the law of the land for 50 years. I think there's no question, not just for Americans who care deeply about this, but for the president as well, that this leaked opinion, whether it's final or not, which we know the Supreme Court has said it's not, and they need to issue a final one at the appropriate time, has raised the alarm bells about what is at risk here. Even though we have seen prior to this, a number of 288 Republicans sign on to the amicus brief on the Mississippi case. So it's not that the effort to overturn Roe v. Wade is new. That has been ongoing for decades. But certainly this leaked draft raised the concern, raised the alarms, and certainly has heightened our focus on preparing what options are possible.
Right, but since 1973, there's been a stronger fight since all this happened. But now you have people like Elizabeth Warren and Senator Schumer who are pushing this hard. Has he been in conversations with both of them, and is he planning on talking to them before tomorrow?
We've been in touch with a range of senators. We don't read out those conversations as it relates to him from here. I understand we don't read them out per his ask. So he has a range of conversations. It's rare that I'm in the Oval Office and he doesn't pick up the phone and call a member of Congress. So I can assure you he is in touch with a range of members, and obviously this is front and center on their minds, as are other issues. But certainly we will continue discussing directly with Congress.
Please.
Go ahead, April.
So the next question on inflation. The president has drilled down, and administration officials have drilled down on issues of price gouging, going back to Kate's question, but this is more on a broader scale. The agriculture secretary came here a few months ago talking about price gouging. He called out Tyson Foods. People who are profiting.
Record profits yesterday.
Right. What's happened across the board? You have gas companies that are profiting. You have food companies that are profiting. Consumers are having a hard time dealing with what's at the grocery store and at the pump. Is the president going to start putting more of a focus on this profiteering or price gouging issue? Because you're seeing these numbers from Tyson. You're hearing about what's happening at the pump. And he even talked about, he asked local gas stations to look at the prices and see if they can make a cut themselves. Is there going to be an extra focus or a more concerted focus on this issue of price gouging?
Yeah, you heard the president talk about it this morning, and tomorrow he's going to be traveling to Illinois, where he's going to be talking about how we need to continue to help small farmers on agriculture. So we have talked about this, we have elevated it, and we want to make sure people across the country understand that some of these conglomerates, you mentioned the meat industry, but also oil and gas industry, should not be raising prices on consumers while they are making record profits. Okay, let me do Lynn Sweet, because I have a soft spot for her. Lynn Sweet, go ahead. Lynn Sweet, let's hear it. Lynn Sweet is going to ask a question.
Thank you, and this relates to his visit to Kankakee.
Lynn, thank you. I should have phoned a friend on the pronunciation. I practiced it. I didn't get it right. I should have seen you here. Go ahead.
Okay, so I visited Kankakee in Chicago I have noticed, as others have, that the language that you used today in recent days on calling this Putin's price hike and ultra MAGA. I'm curious, when you go to the IBEW to talk about supporting the new jobs infrastructure, energy issues, and the record on those issues, is this effective language to use in that kind of audience? Because when you go to Kankakee, it's really your event, and it's clear. You don't have to worry about an audience reacting one way or the other. Could you speak to that?
Well, I think when he's visiting a family farm in Kankakee. How did I do there? Okay. And so when he's there, he's really going to talk about the role of American farmers and the amazing agricultural sector we have in this country and the role that all Americans are playing in standing up for democracy and against autocracy. We think of it often as weapons, and obviously he went to the Javelin plant last week, but it's also about providing American food that's produced here in this country, and what can we do more to produce more. So that's what those remarks will be more about. I have not yet looked at the remarks he will give at the IBEW tomorrow afternoon, but I can tell you will, whether it's tomorrow or in days and weeks ahead, you will all continue to hear him talk more about his concern about ultra MAGA Republicans and their agenda. And of course, this is not the last you've heard from us about Chairman Scott's tax plan. That will raise taxes. Okay, thanks everyone.
All right, that's Secretary Jan. Thank y'all for joining. So I hope you guys got a better point of view of things there. She basically broke down everything she needed to break down. The market's starting to break down too right now in power hour. We got 30 minutes left here. The market is about to close. We're going to take a quick break here. You guys, I can't show you the earnings list today, man. That sucks. We do got some earnings after hours, man. But my photos, we're still having technical difficulties here. So due to time constraints, we'll be right back.
Motherfucking feel this shit, boy.
Yeah. I say I'm riding real low when the 6-4. Looser than the goose, yeah, my top hanging real low. Smoking on some gas, my nigga Sansa got that endo. Gas a little cheaper than the good stuff. Come get it, gone. Pressure. I say I'm all about that bag. I keep them blue strips, yeah, that honey tag. Go ahead and shake that monkey, girl. I'm blanking bad. Go ahead and shake that monkey, girl. I'm blanking bad. Really, I'm really leaning. I'm off them bars, codeine. I was dreaming about a double cup. I'm codeine, thinking if I pour it up, she drinking. I pour it up. She said I brought some freeze, I brought some more cuz. She said it ain't on me. No more get free. She throwing that ass, she say it's more than free. I'm a double G. I'm sipping Easter pink. I'm dripping lean on me. No sauce on me. Just a bag of cheese. And I'm like, getting bad. So don't tell on me. Man, I've been chasing. Cause I get a lot of paper. And I don't care what you thinking. I got that lean on me. So please don't lean on me. I call it HIV. Cause I'm sick with it. I ain't tripping no crib with it. I'm just blanking bad this nigga. Spizzy. Chase a bag with it, hey, and I'm just mad with it. I'm blanking bad, and I'm just drinking, leaning, microphone. Yeah, I'm up there. The Easter Peen. I be serving all these damn junkies in the morning. I don't give a fuck about nothing if it ain't the money. I don't care about shit. Niggas talking all this shit. Niggas still on my dick. It's been 6 yeah, or 2006. I been grinding, making money, getting paper, yeah, bitch. What you be talking, niggas always doing shit, but ain't never get money that don't exist. Over here, we get money over here with the motherfucking essays and 6-4s drinking beers.
Hey, nigga, this is yeah. Hop out and get cut him. Yeah, y'all niggas know what the fuck going on. Y'all niggas ain't fucked up. Money gang. All y'all niggas lame. Y'all a nigga dirty. If they come begging me for a track, thanks. Fuck, nigga. Fuck the other side. probably young and stuck, you probably wanna earn some stripes today. We out here wrecking shit, we come around, they put their ice away. We don't fuck around, you fuck around, we take your life away. You can think this shit sweet, we gon' see about that. Load up the K's, it's time to spank, we gon' creep out that. Send my youngin' to do 'em bad, she gon' sleep out that. Hey, when it's beef, bitch, we gon' eat, bon appetit about that. Ain't no pressure, bitch, it's extra. If it's beef, we comin' with it. 50 rounds of ammunition in the drum that's on the glizzy. We ain't shootin' for no reason. When we up, we tryna hit 'em. All the cousin playin' gutter. I might make my auntie miss 'em. Had them niggas with you, pussy, yeah. All y'all niggas, bitches, catch them slippin'. Show no mercy, leave them sleepin' with the fishes. Damn, the shit y'all pull was petty. We comin' heavy, be ready. Chopper kickin' like it's second. My little niggas be steppin'. Ain't no slippin', ain't no missing. It get wicked bout that gang. Drug dealers, lots of killers and gorillas out that gang. Hey, you know what the fuck going on, nigga. 502 to the 204. You know what the fuck it is. Free my little nigga Goose, bitch. Double G, bitch, yeah, we with that glitter scene, so ain't no get back. My little niggas on them jiggers, don't invite him to no kickback. He a lick, we gon' get him. They get greedy with the guys, leave him shitty in this city. Ain't no missing with the eyes. I might tax her for the dick, stun the killer for the five. Smoking kick with A Miller, pistol gripping on the 9. Never tripping, nigga, wicked, we gon' kill him when we slide. We the takers from Vegas, she get silly for the guys. Hey, 502, hey, to the 12, pull up to your spot, all my youngins on go. Hey, 502, to the 12, got your bitch at the trap, going door. Hey, 502, hey, to the 12, I got eyes, nigga. Yeah, tell me what you want. Yo, 502, yeah, to the 12, niggas know what the fuck going on, man. Checking out this bitch. Niggas know we ain't playing about none of that shit. Y'all little niggas gon' pay for that pussy shit, man. Yeah. And I'm in this bitch getting heavy. With that iron.
We just chillin' in the spot, get smoked out. Country boys making noise, bring the 2 strokes out. It could be about who you know or what you know about. Plant seeds in the soul, waiting on the sprout. They don't understand. I just feel like the man, feeling like Nas. Be what I wanna be, I know I can. Anxiety kicking in, need another Zan. I need some food, mom, some food with them pots and pans. TAC in my system, all different strands. These niggas acting like hoes, I only fuck with fans. They keep me safe, keep me sane, and keep me in my zone. If you fuck with one of them, I hope your team's strong. They been sleeping on me, it's time to wake them up. I'm sipping purple and yellow, Lakers cup. If you nod one more time, I'ma take your cup. This shit way too expensive to be wasted, girl. Sometimes I really feel like I'm on another level. All the shit I done been through, my heart made of metal. Keep it positive and keep it hot, just like a kettle. Unless it's 12, officer, I don't know what to tell you. I'm back, this rap shit is way too easy. Pop a bar and spit some bars and then I'm way too sleepy. But I'm grinding hard, I got a family to feed. So I'ma try to drop some hits that the streets gon' need. Yo. Been struggling for a while, trying to find my way out. Even had thoughts of grabbing the stick and laying niggas down. Had to get my mind right, had to get my mind focused. I done made my mistakes, I done made some bad choices. I'ma keep my head up, if you ain't noticed. Keep a smile on my face, while I'm puffing on this hope. Plant seeds in the soil, I'm just waiting on the sprout. This shit here's from 93, and that's no doubt. Yeah.
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. As you can see, the market is starting to pull back down here. We got some gains picking up here in some positions here, so some things are looking good this way, but consumers are struggling because they can't figure this out. You know, you got to follow the price action. That's what it's about. That's what it's all about, basically. Follow the price action. They're very swift in this type of market. Have some patience, you know. Have some patience. We got about 20 minutes left today, though. This day is about to be over with. And tomorrow we got a lot of important news coming out. CPI data is in the morning. That's really the main thing. But that's going to drive the market all morning, all day tomorrow. And then we got PCI on Thursday and jobless claim data on Thursday as well. It's going to move the market here, you guys. Hopefully out of this range, man. But if not, we know it's going to move for sure. Either direction at this level on the spot it is in the stocks that is. We got about 19 minutes left today. I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream. I hope you guys enjoyed the channel, man. If you could, hit the like and subscribe button. Throw some comments in there in the mix. Shout out LCAOD. Visit the website at www.letcashaccumulateoverdays.com. Get you signed up and get you figured out how to understand this market from someone ahead of you perspective. So yeah, you guys just, you know, throw that out there. You know, free gems. You also can do this on your own, ladies and gentlemen. Free brokerage apps. You want to download Webull, download Robinhood, figure it out from there. You know, learn it on your own. Can't beat that. You know, free education. That's free teaching yourself, free knowledge there. So you can't go wrong with that. I always support that as well. So, you know, each his own, you know. I started out on my own, you know, and then I learned from others, and I'm still continuing to learn from others now. You know, there's no limit to learning. There's no limit to success. Let's remember that. Yeah, man, the VIX is picking back up here right now towards the close. We do got some earnings after hours, but I just can't seem to pull it up on my dog jiggly phone or my iMac here. So, man, it sucks. It sucks, man, because I want to show y'all, you know, be able to get you guys comments to see if y'all want to do it real quick. So some of y'all be, you know what I'm saying, y'all be feeling what I be saying all day. Then last minute, it's like, woo, y'all do, let's go. You know what time it is? It's time. It be time. It be time. It be time. But it's be time for them payments. But yeah, man. Bitcoin looking a little bit better today, holding at 30,000, 31,000 straight. Ethereum straight, holding up 2345 straight. 2345. So we're gonna take a quick break here. I'm trying to see if I can get the photos going. Still, you see application not responding. So due to time constraints, we'll be right back. Somebody pass me my lighter. Freestyles out top, man. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that blood high. They say, Lennon, you too high. But I ain't trying to be cool. It's the so sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. It's that sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. It's that sun, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind, we racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though. It can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. And she lied on my list, man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick, then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it, you can't fit it, you can't fit in with my team. I'm committed, yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn. And they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' go. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step, with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Like a nigga down, leave his ass to the land. Rest in peace, that's my mans. That's my mans. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, in the West, man. Yeah, we got it in the best, man. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trappers. Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle, it's up top. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that black eye. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. This thing, so sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. It's that sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool. It's that sun, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind, we racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. And she lied on my list, man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick, then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it, you can't fit it, you can't fit in with my team. I'm committed, yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn. And they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' go. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death.
niggas ain't got depth. Ain't run out of breath. Ain't run out of breath, yeah. Hey, ain't run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step, with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his hands to the land. Rest in peace, that's my mans. That's my mans. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west, man. Yeah, we got it in the best, man. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trap. One rap. Go Stizzy. Boogie Land for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm on go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I got options, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running up, keep going. Stand in my own lane. I'm just lending money, lending money, lending money, lending money. Make the money, make this money, just lend this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me no. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, run it up. Running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one rap.
Hit with another one. I
can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. Cause most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches wanna have my baby. I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. Cause most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches wanna have my baby. Yeah, when niggas they shady. I'm tryna fuck on this lady. Then I go ice out a bracelet. Pull up and everybody hate me. Why they gon' hate me? Tryna provide for my baby. Fuck whoever gon' hate me. They gon' hate me till they take me. Stacking starving with my people. Had they go swipe me a visa. Fat I get butt full of reef. Bad bitch, she certified eater. And she there when I need her. Got a stash in the needle. Bitches mad they wanna be. Tryna get wet like a pawn. Told them I'm rich, I can yes, I'm a dawn. We can get lost in the mall. I'm on whatever you want. Caressing your body, I lie you more. I got this shit out the mud. Bitch, I rise with the plug. So many drugs and I cashed out on that shit. Man, I caught me a pack. I double that pack. And then I cashed out on the wheel. She said that how you want it. I want it for the back. You know I be loving that shit. You know that ass back. Can't even cap. Girl, you know you loving it. I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. But most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches want have my baby. I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. Cause most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches want have my baby. Yo.
I can't go back to my old ways. Shout out to Esco, man. Old ways right there. That's a hit. It ain't even out, man. Shout out to Salisbury. Shout out to my home city, man. The hometown, the home team winning, man. Shout out to Salisbury, man. We got a lot of artists out here. You feel me? Really need to be heard. You feel me? A lot of Little P mix-ups out here. But you know, that's another stream. That's another channel for another day. We're going to talk about the market right now. It's about to close in 3 minutes, man. 2 minutes now. The market is flipping here on us. It looks like we got a mixed up stocks trim gains as market struggles to bounce back from 3-day losing streak. The Dow is down 31%. The S&P 500 is up about 26%. The NASDAQ is up about 1%. The Russell 2000 is down about 29% here. The VIX is down to about 4.75%. But still high at $33.10. You guys, watch out. So we got a kangaroo market here. It's about to close. CPI data in the morning. It's going to be the big mover here apparently this week. That's what we got our eye on. What's this we got our eye on? There is some earnings names. Roblox report after hours. Coinbase. You guys keep an eye out on those two. We're not going to play here, LCOD. We're going to decide to hold. We got a big old straddle here. So we're going to hold here. We're not going to get into no more earnings plays this week. I think the upstart sucked the life out of every earnings this week. That may turn out different. I could be wrong. You know, Coinbase might be the one. So don't take this, what I'm saying, and I ain't going to do it either. Hey, you never know. You never know. You know, but at the same time, you know, it might be best to, you know, listen to somebody that's, you know, done seen a lot before. And I'm just chilling. That's why I done seen a lot before. I know what's possible to happen. Market makers are sniping back for gains, but it's going to continue to be gains made. So you got to just stay on the right side of the trade, stay focused. CPI data in the morning, that's going to move the market. This market is about to close. 1 minute! Oh, man, what a day! Woo! 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 Let me get my horn today. We ain't heard the horn in a minute, y'all. We ain't even been able to pull the horn over y'all. We've been so busy on the channel. Dang, y'all ain't even been getting the horn. No horn? How y'all been? Ding, 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 ding. How y'all been closing? Horn. The market is closed, you guys. So hold that door. You hold that door. It's over. The market's closed. Hold that door. Stand up. Can't get in now. It's over with. 4 p.m. Market's closed. This day's history. This is and was the stock market live. This is and was the stock market live with LCAOD. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all want to stick around for a moment? We'll give you guys 5 minutes of after hours time today. We can check out Coinbase and we can check out Roblox. Now, Roblox had a lot going on with the Kim Kardashian situation, so we're going to see what they going to do here. Coinbase, crypto they've been looking a little weak now. Coinbase trying to turn into a straight value penny stock or something. I don't know. I'm just saying. We're going to see here in a moment here. Coinbase is about to report. Everybody's about to report. We'll give you guys 5 minutes. We'll see what they do the first 5 minutes. Matter of fact, we'll wait till the initial move, and I'll explain it. We're going to wrap it up, man. This is the Stock Market Live for LCAOD. Due to time constraints, I could never fix the photos to show you guys anything today. But we'll have that fixed, that technical issue fixed tomorrow here on the channel with LCAOD, you guys. And due to time constraints, we're just going to play music and watch the after hours. We can't pull anything up. Enjoy.
One rack. Go Spizzy. Boogie Land for life. Just chasing the dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm gonna go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a Beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, please going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running it up, keep going. Just stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money. Let the money, make the money, make this money, just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, letting this check, this money, run it up, running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one right.
Yeah, bitch. Fuck the Hawks, Stop capping, you know it ain't happening to me. Keep chatting life, can stack a beat. He had a real tough, he clapping the key. Before he hit his neck, come out of his teeth. Beat the bitch, boy right out of his teeth. Come here, let my bitch stop crying to me. Bitch steady wasting my time. Hit a punch cause you know that's my slash. These niggas ain't ops, these niggas ass. 40 hit his back, now his bones fresh. Taking your shit, it don't even matter. Feeling like tap, finna get paid. Serving the plate, just like Rite Aid. Put it in your mouth, ooh, bitch, how it taste. Smoking exotic, ass hill. On that block, I ain't clientele. Come cop, come shot, you might as well. Long little time, only time will tell. Is that here, bitch, I'ma slide his wheel. Is that here, bitch, I'ma slide his wheel. 4 O's, 4 fast, we don't do nads. Never pack a watch, I only worry about man. It's a walk down world, so I'm stepping about man. Bitch, stop capping, you know it ain't happening to me. Keep chatting, boy, like it's static a beat. He out real tough, and we clapping to eat. 40 hit his neck, come out of his teeth. Be the bitch boy right out of his teeth. You not my bitch, stop crying to me. Bitch steady wasting my time. Hit a 100 cause you know that's my slide. I'm hauling ass so Jakes get behind. These niggas ain't ops, these actors. 40 hit his back, now it's bone fracture. Taking your shit, it don't even matter, bitch. Yeah, take your shit, it don't even matter. Like no doubt, I want one to do. Like I swear it's okay. Get it.
All right, looks like we got an initial move on Robloxy. Whoa, yeah, that's an initial move there. There you go. So Roblox came down a little bit. Let's check with Coinbase Steve. Coinbase Steve, no movement yet over there. But Roblox already getting to it here. Whoa, 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 whoa. A lot of volatility. So down and up here so far. 2 big candles on the Robloxy. That was the initial move we was talking about. We'll stick around for Coinbase, and then we're going to close shop here today, man. I hope y'all enjoyed the live stream, though, man. I hope y'all learned something. Hope you earned something, man, on this channel, man. If you can, like and subscribe. Hit the share button, something. Spread the word, spread the wealth. Tell a friend, tell a foe. This stuff is real, man. This is the world we live in. This is what they say is the playground of, this is the monopoly of the world. You have to, you know, play your cards right to be successful. As any game in life, you have to play to win to be successful. Remember that, you guys. The market is going up and down in the after hours a lot with Roblox, a lot of volatility. So honestly, that's an IV crush. They like to call that, unless it can break out of that range there with Roblox. Well, that's action is going to be taking place all night till about 8 p.m. All the way up into the morning, about 9:30 a.m. So it just matters now where Roblox will open at, since they showed the true colors up and down. So we'll check with Roblox tomorrow, you guys. Let's see with Coinbase. We're still waiting. It looks like the report is out too with Roblox too. I'm getting it in here. The report is out. Yeah, the report is out. Let's see here. Looks like they might have beat or something. It looks like it's out. It's out. Might have missed. Who knows? Sometimes the beat or miss really don't be mattering. It's just a simple fact that just gives the initial move in the direction. Yeah. It really don't matter sometimes. Like I said, they can obviously crush that if they want. So we're just waiting on Coinbase now. Looks like they're up $2, about $1. So we'll see where Coinbase is. Are they going back to growth or still value here? Showing their way down. Which way is it, Coinbase? What you got? What you got? Uh-oh. So there's the initial reaction for Coinbase. Whoa, they look clapped here, you guys. They're down. They're down. Uh-oh. This looks like a upstart. Oh, they're really draining them. Whoa, crypto is coming down here now after hours too because of that. Whoa. Coinbase is down here. Whoa, down 7, 8. Whoa, Coinbase is down here, you guys. They're collapsed. Whoa, I told you guys. I told you. The move was there. The opportunity was there. It's the only thing now you got to stick. That's the main thing. You got to stick and stay down. They made their initial move. Coinbase is down here. They're clapped. They're clapped here. Now, if it bounces back up, if it bounces back up like Roblox did, ain't going to be too good for a lot of people because you ain't going to get what you thought. Now, they want to keep continuing down like that. If they can do that, you guys, the Bears do win. Game over for Coinbase. They're for straight value. If they can make another red candle to the downside, you guys, that is the key right now for Coinbase. They're down about $14, almost 20% correction to the downside. And there it goes, you guys. Here it comes, 20% correction. They're sticking it here. This is their story. They're sticking to it here. They don't give a rat's flying ass about any other company doing something. They said, hey, they're going to do it too. They're going to move too. They're going down, you guys. Coinbase is clapped. So that was the initial move. I told you, you guys, we're going to catch you here on the live stream here with LCAOD. We didn't play these plays, but you know, made some other positions here. And we're going to see what the CPI data does tomorrow, you guys. Hopefully, you guys, if you caught that Coinbase, hey, you just needed to stay down, you win. Remember that. You just needed to stay down, you win. It cannot retrace back up here. Retrace back up at any point halfway, you're going to get half gain. Keep that in mind there. That's called theta, IV crush. It's a real thing there. That's why earnings is unpredictable. All earnings are unpredictable here. So just keep that in mind, man. Coinbase is one to do that up and that down and up stuff. So, man, just keep that in mind. But, man, this is and was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. The market closed a little mixed up. The market closed kangaroo style here today. We got red and green across the board. So we're going to see what happens in the morning with the CPI data. You guys enjoy your evening. I hope you enjoyed the live stream with LCAOD. We'll see you guys in the morning, you guys. And don't forget to let cash accumulate over days. LCAOD.